There is a woman standing in a field outside a city at night, and the sword in her hands is almost completely broken. The thing in front of her is a horned dragon, skin like stone, hard enough that it eats rock for food. She is an S-rank adventurer, which is the highest rank there is, and across every exchange so far she has not put one scratch on it. Behind her the front line has already collapsed. Most of the fighters got out. All of them are seriously wounded. So she is holding an entire disaster off by herself with a weapon that is coming apart in her hands while she waits for a blacksmith. And he arrives at a dead run out of the forest, having gone through a pack of wolves on the way with a single swing, carrying a blade with no scabbard because the scabbard did not survive contact with it. He hands it over and apologizes for keeping her waiting. She asks its name, Irialura. Then she goes at a disaster-class monster that no weapon on that field could injure, dodges it, informs it that it is simply strong and fights like a stupid dragon and takes its head off in one strike. Now hold that image because there is a detail about the man who made that sword. His name is Fake. That is not a nickname the narrator handed him. That is his actual name. And yes, he has spent his entire life explaining it to people. And 8 months before he ran into that field, he was standing in a court forge with a fresh bruise on his cheek, being informed by his own boss that he was a talentless smith, that a mistake was coming out of his salary, and that if he ever tried to quit, the license would go with him. He believed every word of it. He worked dawn until midnight for 3 years, enchanting entire shipments of weapons alone, sleeping in that forge, with no days off and a reduced wage, because he had been persuaded that all of it was his own fault for having no talent. What nobody in that building ever bothered to check is that he was the only reason any of their swords worked. They find out eventually. Specifically, they find out when the knight commander of the country brings his sword back to that forge, swings it once in the head blacksmith's face, watches it shatter into pieces and asks him what exactly this piece of trash is supposed to be. But that is a long way ahead, because none of it happens without a girl in a garden who asked him a question nobody had ever asked him before. To get how we got here, we have to go back to his first day at court. There is a young man standing in front of a mirror, fixing his hair, adjusting his clothes, and telling his own reflection that he looks excellent. Today is the day he starts work as a court blacksmith. He worked for this. He has one dream, which is to become the best blacksmith in the world, and he is walking to his new workplace in the kind of mood that makes a person notice trees. He passes one and announces to nobody that the cherry blossoms are in full bloom, as if the world put them out specifically to welcome him. He is going to prove he deserves this. Then he crosses the garden and finds a girl standing there catching falling leaves, and she is, objectively, extremely beautiful. What our boy does not know is that this is the person who is going to pull him out of the next 3 years of his life. She walks over and asks whether he happens to be a blacksmith. Our boy is thrown by the question, and the first thing his brain reports back is that her voice is lovely, followed shortly by the observation that she is almost certainly an aristocrat. Eventually he manages to confirm that yes, he is. Then he asks how she could possibly know. She laughs and points out that his license is hanging halfway out of his pocket. He catches it just in time, notes that another second and he would have lost the one document that permits him to work at all, puts it away properly, and thanks her while ruffling his own hair in embarrassment. She says it was nothing, then asks whether he is not extremely young for a blacksmith, and whether he only just arrived. So he snaps to attention and declares that yes, that is right, and his duties begin today. Then he gives her his name, which is Fake. Seeing her surprise, he panics and clarifies that no, not in that sense, he was rehearsing, and would she please not judge him harshly. She tells him it is fine, and that he is very kind, and then introduces herself in return. Alicia Barnasto. He bows properly and asks whether she is an aristocrat, and she admits that he is right, and immediately tells him there is no need for any of that. He should not worry about it. He is so visibly surprised by this that she starts laughing. Then he asks how she ended up out here, and she explains that she is supposed to be at the ball, except a great many gentlemen were competing for her attention, so she left. Then she asks whether she can ask him something. Of course she can. So she asks whether he knows what he wants to become. The question catches him off guard, and she explains why she is asking, because she is not sure about herself. She does not know what she actually wants, and she would very much like to. Our boy thinks about it. What does he really want? What does he want to become? And then he decides it is obvious. He wants to be the best blacksmith in the world. She asks whether he means that. The best in the world? He says yes. He knows it will not be easy. He is going to do it anyway, and she looks at him with something like admiration and says she hopes it happens, which lands harder than she can possibly know, because he was not expecting support from anybody, least of all a stranger. Up to this point, every single person who heard that dream laughed at him for it. Also, she is very sweet. They say goodbye, and he walks off wondering whether working at court means meeting charming ladies regularly, and whether one day he might even get married, who knows. Then he stops in front of a door, and his heart is going and he thinks, here we are, the forge. He decides a greeting is essential, because first impressions matter enormously. So he opens the door and wishes everybody a very good morning, with an enormous smile on his face. Or at least that is the plan, because what actually happens is that he gets slapped hard enough to stun him. Morgan, who owns the forge, tells him to get to work and not to leave until that sword is restored. Our boy stands there holding his face, asking what exactly just happened. That is the colorful life at court, collapsing on schedule. That was the beginning of his personal hell. 3 years later, he walks into the same forge and does the arithmetic. 3 years since he started as court blacksmith. He came here from a village. He was a blacksmith there, and somebody noticed the talent, and that is how he ended up at court, full of plans to perfect his craft in the place he had been dreaming about. His actual job is restoring weapons. Morgan is already shouting at him because he was told to slow down. Our boy apologizes. Morgan tells him there is no point apologizing because he is a talentless smith, and the mistake is coming out of his monthly salary. He starts to object. The head of the shop looks at him and asks whether there is a problem. There is no problem. He does not dare say otherwise. Then he looks at the volume of work in front of him, which would normally occupy an entire forge shop and which is somehow entirely his. Then he looks over at one of the workers who is grinning at him and decides this is probably punishment for an altercation with that particular guy. Morgan hits him again and tells him that is enough because he is trying to teach him a lesson. Our boy rubs the spot and thinks about the fact that he has been here 3 years, that they are angry with him constantly, and that he has gotten used to the pain. He says out loud that he is very sorry. The workers gather round and start mocking him openly, and here is the part that matters, because he agrees with them. They are right. He is not ready for the workshop. He lacks skill, which is why they are dissatisfied. That is why they hit him. That is why his salary is lower and why he has no days off. All of it is his fault. He is untalented. Morgan asks whether he has thought about his behavior, then tells him to get up and have every weapon ready by the end of the holidays, because they have been invited to the ball, so he should not slack off. On the way out, the workers are cheerful, because they have not seen sweet Alicia in a long time, and there will be guests from a neighboring state at the feast, and the lady must be greeted properly. Fake listens to that conversation and says nothing. Then he goes to the forge and surveys the pile. If this is not done by the end of the week, he is on night shifts. He was going to have tomorrow and the day after off. It would have been nice to breathe, but the weapons have to go to the knights first, so rest waits. And even if he finishes on Monday is another working week starting. He needs 1 day. He genuinely cannot keep going like this. If he were not so incompetent, he would have been done already. Now a blacksmith has 2 duties. The first is making the weapon. The second is enchanting it. Enchanting raises the sharpness and the durability, so an enchanted weapon needs no maintenance and does not rust, which is a magical effect and not a metallurgical one. The catch is that an enchantment only lasts about a week, which is why an enormous volume of weapons comes into that forge every single week. The work itself is not complicated. You open a special system window that shows the weapon's magic code, then you make corrections with magical power, adding to the magical symbols or changing them. Careless handling wears the symbols off, so does leaving a weapon untreated too long. If the enchantment is still holding, you renew it. If it is gone, you lay it down again from scratch. Our boy works, he restores, he enchants, he sighs, and he does not stop. And then something feels good. There is a pleasant smell, something soft and warm. He cannot place it, and then he works out that he fell asleep, and jumps up in horror shouting that he will never finish the job in time. Alicia, whose lap he was sleeping on, grabs her forehead and informs him that hurt. Then he really panics, because that is Lady Alicia, and he starts bowing and begging forgiveness from a duchess he just headbutted. She tries to calm him down. Nothing terrible happened. There is no need to apologize like that. He works out what she is doing here, because she seems genuinely interested in blacksmithing, and every time an invitation to a ball arrives, she turns up in this forge. Morgan and the others were discussing her invitation only yesterday. Then he catches up with his own appearance and is horrified all over again because he never changed out of his work clothes and he is not bathed. Alicia asks awkwardly what happened and points out that sleeping in here will make him ill. He says he is fine. Then he registers that it is morning, which means the ball is already over. She must have stayed the night and stopped in on her way out, which means the work was supposed to be finished yesterday, and he thinks it was. He does not remember it clearly, but he thinks he did everything required. Then she says he looks pale and asks whether he is unwell and touches the bruise on his cheek. He flinches and says he is fine. Morgan hit him yesterday. Bruises do not usually come up like that, so he must have been especially angry. Nothing good is waiting for him. And then he catches her expression and understands that Alicia knows. She knows they treat him like this in here. That is the one thing he did not want, because he likes this girl, and he is completely clear-eyed about the fact that he is nowhere near her level, and that trying his hardest would not change it. But he still wanted to look like a man with some dignity in front of her, and instead she has found him asleep in his work clothes with a fresh bruise on his face. She asks gently whether it hurts and says it is a shame she has no healing ointment. He tells her not to worry about it, then apologizes because he still has so much work that he cannot even offer her tea. She says that is fine. Then she asks whether she can watch him work. He cannot argue with her. So he puts a sword down in front of himself, notices a symbol is missing, and that the markings on this one are fading, and gets to work. After a while, she says she thought so. He is so skilled and so careful about it. He asks whether she really thinks that. She asks whether he enchanted every weapon in this room himself, and he says he did, and she says that must be hard, and asks whether all blacksmiths work like this. And he says, well, yes, because he is at the lowest level, and if he cannot handle even this, he may as well give up on ever being the best. Alicia says she never knew the road for a blacksmith ran this rough, and that what he does earns respect exactly as it should for a weapon master serving the court. He mumbles that it is nothing special and that he still lacks experience. Then she takes his hand and tells him to think about how much he does entirely on his own, and that he is simply amazing. And our boy stands there thinking that is not true, because according to everybody else he is a loser, and he needs to keep a good face on in front of her. Then she notices the tears on his cheeks and asks what is wrong. He wipes his eyes fast, and starts assembling an excuse. Alicia hugs him hard and tells him to tell her everything. She says please let him share it with her, and that if he will not, she is not letting go. He is completely thrown because he was not expecting that from her. and once he has his breathing back, he informs her that those were not tears of grief. He was simply rinsing his eyes. Most people do not cry at all, and blacksmiths are skilled in water magic, so she should not read anything into it. She looks straight at him and repeats it. Tell her, and he goes quiet and sits down on the floor and tells her. He is ashamed the entire time, and he tells her anyway, and once he starts, he cannot stop, because he has never said any of this out loud to another person. This is the Duke's daughter. He keeps asking himself whether he has any right to behave like this in front of her. He tells her all of it, and at the end he adds the part he actually believes. It is his own fault. He has no talent, and they are only trying to teach him. Then the Duke's daughter strokes his head and tells him that is nonsense, and asks him to forgive her, because she should have asked much earlier. He notes privately how warm her hand is. Out loud he says no, he is the one who should apologize because he talked far too much. And he is ashamed because the tears are back, and he does not want her seeing him this pitiful. Then the door bangs open, and a knight named Argos comes in, addresses him as an incompetent, and orders him to enchant his sword immediately. Our boy greets him respectfully, or at least that is how it starts, because then Argos sees Alicia, and the tone changes so fast. It is almost impressive, because suddenly she is here, and he is laughing sheepishly about not expecting to run into her, and he is addressing the blacksmith politely by name, and asking whether he could enchant this sword. Fake notes that under normal circumstances he would have been hit by now. He takes the weapon and gets to work, and the state of it is remarkable, because he cast this enchantment 2 days ago, and it is already nearly gone. So he politely asks the knight to handle it more carefully in future because the enchantment is significantly damaged. Argos says that is because it was cast by an incompetent. Then he remembers who is standing in the room, and corrects himself mid-sentence into asking whether the swords could not simply be enchanted more powerfully. And here our boy actually explains the mechanic, because he did lay down a fairly powerful enchantment. The problem is the material. Simple knightly swords are not made from good steel, so there is a ceiling on what the enchantment can hold. And if the wielder loses his bearings in a fight, the magical structure comes apart. Argos swears quietly and looks at the wall. The sword comes back finished and in good order, and on his way out the knight turns to Alicia, and asks whether she would care to accompany him on a walk, because he could show her the palace grounds. She smiles very sweetly, thanks him, declines, and wishes him all the best. He bows, says he understands, and asks permission to withdraw. Our boy watches him go. Then Alicia asks whether he gets treated like that often, and he hesitates because he is being pathetic again, and he cannot even hold his dignity together in front of the girl he likes. He is definitely a loser. She says awkwardly that he should not push himself this hard, or he will wreck his health. He tells her that if he cannot handle the job at the palace, he cannot work anywhere at all. She asks why. Because they will revoke his license. He already tried to leave after his first year. He went to Morgan and said he could not take it and asked to be let go. And Morgan told him that if he quit, the license went with him. That is how it works. Without a license, he cannot practice his craft. And if he works in secret and gets caught, he is arrested for illegal activity. Alicia looks at him, and he takes her hands and looks back at her, apologizing with his face for the whole situation. Then she starts talking, shyly, and stumbling over it, and says that actually she came here because she wanted to propose something to him. He asks what, and she looks away going red, and asks why they do not get married. Our boy's brain stops entirely. He asks himself whether he misheard. He does not think he misheard. Or possibly she means something else by the word. So he tries to clarify, marry. Is that the thing he is thinking of? The one where a man and a woman live together. Alicia presses her hands to her chest and stares at the floor, blushing. He looks at this and concludes that everybody has been implying the same thing after all, while simultaneously having no idea what is happening. So he says the word marriage out loud again, in a slightly higher register. And she says no, not in that sense, she did not mean anything like that. Then she explains. A great many suitors are trying to marry her. She does not want any of them, so she needs him as cover. He is a blacksmith, so is her father. She thought that would be enough to make it convincing. He asks what she means by convincing, so she explains the family. She comes from blacksmiths. Her ancestors once presented the king with a sword that is now considered a national treasure, and they were given a title for it. Her father worked his way up and became an aristocrat. Fake asks what any of that has to do with him, and she tells him the rule. There must always be a blacksmith in her family. The talent for blacksmithing has to be in the blood of one of its members. Our boy thinks about that and spots the hole immediately, because it is clearly not a matter of blood. If innate talent were actually inherited, she could marry whoever she liked. She says she had exactly the same thought. So, will he be her fiancé? She is begging him. There are so many candidates circling her, and she is exhausted by the attention. She would like to marry when she meets a man she actually loves, and until then, would he please pretend, because it is a necessary measure to discourage the rest. And there is something in it for him too, because if he travels back to her country alongside her, she will personally see to it that a new license ends up in his hand. Then nobody can torment him anymore. The offer is good for both of them, so why not? He smiles and asks whether marrying a gifted blacksmith is the condition, since talent is precisely the thing he does not have, so he is afraid he cannot help. And she says indignantly that this is not true. She has watched fake work. She has always thought he was the most talented blacksmith in that entire forge. And it is not only the talent, it is the diligence and the work he puts in. And that is the part she likes so much about him. So, will he be her fiancé? Our boy is turning something else over, because she is always this kind to him, and she is sweet, and she is compassionate, and he has been actively trying not to look at her that way. Why is she smiling at him like that? He is one step away from misreading this entire situation. So he asks whether he is supposed to become a fake groom and how exactly she pictures that working. And Alicia says that rather than marry a stranger, she would rather be a fake bride. Our boy internally objects that you cannot simply say things like that because she is confusing him. It is a pretense. In reality, she almost certainly wants nothing of the sort from him. Still, she took pity on a man who had run out of places to go, and that is why the choice landed on him. And even if he is never going to marry her, there is a chance at a decent life beside her as a blacksmith. So he says that if she is genuinely sure, he will be her groom. She goes very red and asks whether he means it, then starts organizing because there's another ball tonight, and after that they leave for her residence. He agrees and confirms that departure is Monday morning, and then remembers he has to resign, and that he does not know whether he can simply walk out, because the rule is 2 weeks' notice. And the last time he raised the subject he took a beating for it. But this time, he has Alicia. They will work something out. Then she smiles and tells him to stop calling her Lady Alicia, because he is her fiancé now, and his status is irrelevant. So from here on, no titles. He agrees, hesitantly, and she says pleased that he is not a stranger anymore. Sometime later, he goes to management and lays it all out, and says that honestly, he cannot do this any longer, and he wants to resign of his own free will. Morgan explodes and asks what the hell he is talking about, and whether he has forgotten how much effort was poured into him over the years. The other workers close in and start asking who else exactly would tolerate a mediocrity like him. They taught him etiquette. Before them, he did not even know how to behave at court. Has he forgotten that? Where does he think he is going? Who is going to want him? Something that mediocre cannot support itself anywhere. And our boy stands there thinking that a while ago it would never have occurred to him to argue, and he would simply have gone quiet. But he made a promise to Alicia, so he cannot fold now. So he says it out loud, please let him go. He cannot do the job anymore. Morgan asks what he plans to do if he leaves, and whether he has another job lined up. He hesitates, then agrees that he does. Then the boss tells him to hand over his license. Fake says of course, and gives him the card. Morgan tears it up. What Morgan does not know is that the girl standing on the other side of that door already has a job waiting for the man whose career he is currently ripping in half. Then he tells him he is not a blacksmith anymore, and that he cannot work anywhere in this country, and asks where a weakling is supposed to go once he is no longer good for anything. To nobody's surprise, the others pile on. He should not even hope to get that license back, because issuing them falls under their jurisdiction. If he wants it, he can stay and work for them. And our boy, standing there watching his career get torn in half, thinks something new. He is sick of this country. What is a license even worth if it means this? Naturally, Morgan changes tactics and offers him a promotion if he puts in 1 more year, and says they will hire somebody new. Our boy tells him without any hesitation at all that he does not work for him anymore. The boss starts shouting again. Look at him, he cannot do anything now. Has he forgotten that working illegally means arrest? The workers add the last piece. If he leaves them, he will be completely alone, because nobody else would put up with a good-for-nothing. And once he finally understands that, he will come crawling back and work for them anyway. He ignores every word of it and walks toward the door, and on the way out he decides he is never setting foot in here again, whatever it costs him. Alicia is waiting in the hallway, and he immediately starts worrying about whether she heard, because there is no soundproofing in that room, which means she heard all of it. That is exactly what he did not want. Then Morgan comes out after them, sees the girl and bows, and tells her it has been a long time, and that she grows more captivating by the day. She thanks him with a smile. Then she asks whether Fake has been fired. He confirms it, and adds that the man would have been no use anyway, and that they created the most favorable conditions imaginable for him, and he neglected every one of them, and apparently never learned a thing. And Alicia says pleasantly that by the way he has taken a job at her residence. And just like that, the entire room stops. Morgan asks what she means by that because the man cannot forge a sword properly, let alone cast a spell. She says that in her opinion Fake is a very talented craftsman. Then she asks whether they would mind if she took him. Morgan says of course not. Then he asks whether she would not prefer somebody like himself, and whether it might not be better to hire him instead. Alicia says she is not interested. Then she says it is time for her, and Fake to go, and takes his hand and smiles. And our boy walks out holding hands with a girl who has hired him as a fake fiancé, thinking that this is all he is to her, and that he is falling further in love with her every day. Sometime later, they are in a carriage, leaving the Revenant Empire and heading south into the kingdom of Narstea, where Alicia's father is waiting at the Barnasto family estate, one day by stagecoach, and they are there. He climbs out and stretches, and she asks whether he is tired, because it has been a long day. He says he is not tired in the slightest, and that even if he were, it would be nothing, because he worked non-stop in that forge, dawn to dusk for 3 years. Alicia says she already notified her father, so he must be waiting for them. That agitates him more than he lets on. Then, without thinking about it, he takes her hand, and then immediately panics and begs her forgiveness, because he only thought it would be the logical thing to do. She catches his hand back and tells him it is fine. She simply did not expect it. He apologizes again and says he overstepped, because the engagement is a sham, and he went too far. And she says that is not true. He caught her off guard, but there's nothing wrong with it, so he should stop worrying. He asks what she means. Does that mean the whole thing looks more natural if they improvise? She nods. So he takes her hand again, smiling, and says understood.
They improvise.
And just like that, they are walking into the mansion, where Goral, Alicia's father, is waiting, He looks at Fake for a long moment and asks whether this is the blacksmith his daughter has been talking about. Alicia says talent like his comes along 1 in a million, and asks her father to please watch him cast an enchantment. So Goral hands him a sword and tells him to renew the enchantments on it. Our boy draws it and looks at it with the eye of somebody who does this all day, and what he finds surprises him because this blade is covered in magical symbols. Nothing he ever restored at court comes close to this. The owner must be high-ranking, a knight captain. Possibly, the instructions and the inscriptions on it are exquisite. He has never seen work like this in his life. Goral gives him 1 week. If it is not done by then, he has no place here, and Fake tells him it will not take long, because not all of the symbols have corroded, so the job is not difficult. He goes through it and finds only a few damaged. All he has to do is put the correct symbols into the gaps that are left, and by reading the symbols at the beginning and the end, he can work out the general concept behind the whole enchantment. Alicia asks how it is going. He says reproducing this enchantment exactly is not easy, but casting a very similar one is entirely possible, because he knows enchantments with a matching effect. Then he casts it and hands the sword back, thinking that went rather well. Goral takes it, gives it a couple of swings and says that cannot be right, because he had no idea the man was this gifted. Our boy is delighted and thanks him. Or at least that is how it looks for about 4 seconds, because then Alicia's father turns serious and informs him that he is not prepared to accept him as his daughter's future husband. Fake mentally apologizes to the man on the grounds that he first took him for someone rather stern, and now it seems he was mistaken. He was not mistaken, but he bows his head and says he will work tirelessly. Goral says he expected nothing less. Then he starts handing things over. The workshop in the mansion is entirely his. He may use whatever materials he needs freely, and Goral will handle the supply side. Also, he applied for a license on his behalf. He should try not to lose this one. Our boy takes the card and asks carefully whether that means he is allowed to practice freely. Goral confirms it and asks whether he is not a blacksmith. He has the right to decide how his own skills get used, and that lands because up to this point, Fake was only ever permitted to cast spells. He was forced into it every day for 3 years. Now he can work metal again. He genuinely cannot believe it and thanks him. Goral adds that some of the knights here may need his services and that he has already told the servants, so Fake should ask them. He himself has to leave on business for a while. Then naturally he fixes the blacksmith with a stare and warns him not to lay one finger on his daughter while he is gone. Our boy, taken aback by the speed of that turn, promises everything will be fine. Once the man is gone, Alicia says happily that she thinks she convinced her father. The MC says he has not quite accepted the situation yet, but they will work on it, and she tells him something worth hearing. That is the first time she has ever heard her father praise anybody. She thinks it is a good sign. He smiles at that and thinks about how much he owes this girl, and how much he would like to repay even a fraction of it. Then a maid comes over, introduces herself as Leafy, and offers to show him the estate. He gives his name, and says he is pleased to meet her. The tour starts with the blacksmith's workshop, which was prepared specifically for Lady Alicia's fiancé. Our boy notes that most workshops are laid out about the same way, and then stops dead, because the strange part is sitting right there in the corner. They have a forge, an actual forge. That is a rarity, and he cannot remember the last time he saw one, because these days the work gets limited to magic and tools like this hardly get used, and it is genuinely wonderful to have the option again. Leafy says that if he needs anything at all, he should tell her and she will handle it. He looks around at a room where every material he could want is already sitting there, thanks her, and says he needs nothing more. Then she shows him his room and tells him to contact her if anything comes up, and leaves. And he sits down on the sofa on his own and takes stock. His life appears to be improving. Until very recently he was working under conditions that could have broken his health at any moment. Now there is a wonderful kind girl standing next to him as his fiancée, and even knowing the engagement is not real, he could not have imagined anything better than this. And most importantly, he is free. No more work that has to be finished by morning. He can sleep properly. He could take a day off every single day. No, that is too much. It would complicate the engagement and it would wreck his reputation. He does not have to do anything. So that is what free time is. In any case, his duties start tomorrow, and from now on he decides how much he works, which is new because until last week he could not take a single step without being hit for it. He hopes every day. From here is this happy. Sometime later, Leafy reports to Alicia that Fake is settled into his room, and Alicia thanks her warmly and says she worked hard. Then the maid asks about the plan. Alicia says everything went even better than she expected. Leafy says she is glad to hear it and asks when she should expect news, and Alicia hesitates and does not answer. The maid, confused, points out that when they left the residence, Alicia told her she was going to ask him to marry her. Alicia says that is not what she said. Leafy asks whether she did not in fact ask him to marry her, and Alicia concedes the point and adds that at least she tried. Then she starts negotiating with herself because even if the relationship is not real, they did talk about marriage, so it is not a problem. A sudden wedding. It is strange how calm she is about that thought. Although after everything that happened, she does feel a little uneasy. Leafy says she is afraid she does not quite follow, and asks whether the wedding date has been set. Alicia hesitates again. And then comes the shock, because the maid gets there on her own. She proposed to her own fiancé, and the proposal is also a cover. Alicia demands to know what kind of reaction that is, and says she did what she could. Then she admits she does not actually know. She assumed that if he were even slightly interested, he would have worked it out from the way she behaves. So she asks whether it is that obvious. Leafy says yes, and she is quite certain Mr. Fake knows all of it because it is not merely noticeable. It is obvious. Alicia frowns because she thought she had been hiding it rather well, and now she feels considerably more awkward than she did a minute ago. Leafy reads the room and says that even if it is only a cover, the announcement has already been made, so they should begin wedding preparations as soon as possible. Alicia points out that her father has not given his blessing, so the maid lays out the sequence. Mr. Fake proves himself as a blacksmith first. They wait for Master Goral to appreciate what he can do, and Alicia admits she is right, because their family made its name in blacksmithing, which means she can only marry a very talented man. She has always known that being the daughter of a noble house costs her freedom of choice and love, but if it is fake, she would not mind. Then she asks her servant whether that means she could marry a man she actually loves. Leafy agrees, then adds that it is far too early to celebrate. Meanwhile, back at the Blacksmith's Guild, a small meeting has formed and Seita is anxiously asking Morgan what he intends to do. Is he hiring somebody new? Because that idiot Fake still has not come back and nobody can understand what is going on with him. He is showing off far too much for an apprentice, so he will be losing half his salary and his monthly bonuses over this. Then Seita asks whether they even need an apprentice, and Morgan agrees that they do not, and Ruben agrees too, and asks the leader how he feels about it. Then Morgan asks Seita what he knows about House Barnasto, the family Lady Alicia belongs to. Not much. They are known by their title and very little else. But the rumor is that they occasionally select the most talented blacksmiths available and marry their daughters to them. Originally, the Barnastos were simple blacksmiths themselves, and one look at Fake is enough to know he is mediocre, so obviously nobody is going to want to hire him. Morgan agrees because he tried giving the man a couple of orders and he could not even hold a hammer properly. Seita asks whether that means he thinks Fake gets fired. Morgan says the man lost his way, and he will crawl back here eventually. The only open question is how long the Barnastos put up with him before throwing him out. A week at most. People with nowhere else to go always come back. Seita follows that logic all the way down. Fake comes back to a week of accumulated work, plus the week he missed, and every bit of it lands on him again. Morgan says the next 2 weeks are already decided, so there is no reason to start any of it now. There will be plenty of time once Fake is back. He has earned this punishment. Then he tells Seita to go and explain to the knight that they cannot begin work immediately owing to certain pressing matters, and that in the meantime Morgan will take up his sword personally, because the captain is going to realize exactly how incompetent Fake was. It is only a matter of time, and then he can go back to tormenting him like a worthless servant, and the man will work harder than he ever has. Morgan sits there feeling extremely pleased with himself and thinking, let him just try to handle everything that piles up while he is away. Let him just come back through that door. By the time the Barnastos throw him out, a fitting punishment will be waiting. What Morgan does not know is that his mediocre apprentice currently has a personal workshop with a real forge in it, a fresh license issued by a duke and a fiancé. Sometime later, our boy wakes up before dawn and notices he has done it again, because it has become a habit. During his service at court, he always got up with the first light in order to finish all the work by himself. Sometimes to finish what was left over from the day before. Enchanting. New orders. More responsibility than a normal blacksmith carries. Every day, dawn until midnight, over and over. So now he is awake early, and there is nothing waiting for him. It has also been a very long time since he stood in a forge at all. He gets up, stretches, and announces it is time to get to work. At the forge, he picks up a piece of witch ore and says it looks excellent. Now, witch ore is a special metal that is sensitive to enchantment, and it is indispensable because it is the only material an enchantment will take at all. Enchanting multiplies the strength of steel many times over, and the best part is where it comes from, because getting iron means spending your life in a mine, and when one mine runs dry, you go and find the next one. Getting witch ore means killing a demon. He pulls on his gloves and notes that demon leather holds up remarkably well and takes high temperatures without complaining. Blacksmiths work with fire, water, and earth magic, and the first thing he needs here is fire. Witch ore comes in grades. The rarest and highest is S, then A, B, C, D, E, and F, and the two everybody actually uses are F and E, which are not the highest quality by any measure. Today he wants something simple to warm up on. He is not attempting the most powerful weapon in the world. He wants to make a knife. The ore goes red hot, then into the casting mold, then the temperature climbs higher still. In the old days, a blacksmith would temper metal in a fire pit, but that technology is considered obsolete now. The material goes soft and pliable. He builds a clay mold with earth magic, pours the metal in, cools the mold with water magic, and pulls out a steel ingot. Then a little heat to soften it, and then he shapes it. Then he starts hammering, and says the sound is incomparable, and stands there listening to it while he heats and cools the steel several times over, because every cycle improves the quality, and better quality means higher purity and higher magical potential in the metal. He notes he has not left himself much time for this knife. Next time he prepares the materials in advance. The shape comes out almost exactly as planned. Then the clay work, which cools the blade area, raises its strength and lifts the magical potential of the material. Before grinding, the magic has to be distributed evenly across the surface. Cold water on standby. A pattern comes up along the cutting edge, then wind magic, because the blade needs sharpening, and one application later the surface is smooth and bright. All that is left is the enchantment. He finishes the last steps and declares it done, then decides to test it. So he shapes a brick out of clay and cuts it. Sharpness and mass, both perfect, genuinely good work. He has not done this in a very long time. It took him 3 whole hours. It also occurs to him that he has completely forgotten about breakfast, which is a new experience, because at court the workload meant snatching food in the forge whenever there was a gap. Then he turns around and finds Alicia standing there watching him with open admiration. Honestly, he has no idea how long that has been going on. He jumps out of his skin and asks how long she has been there. About an hour. Liffy mentioned he would be in the workshop today, so she came. He is astonished that he never noticed her, and she says, smiling, that he was extremely focused. Then he looks at what she is wearing and goes red, and she catches him looking and asks him not to look at her like that, because she is getting embarrassed. He spins away and apologizes, and asks himself why he stared, because he has messed this up again. Then he apologizes a second time and adds that she looks very cute. Alicia goes red and says, it is fine. Then she points out that she is his fiancé, so if the moment is right, there's nothing wrong with looking. Our boy's brain immediately demands to know what the right moment is, then orders itself to stop inventing things, because he is not her real fiancé, and she is simply being polite about a man who is staring at her. After a distinctly awkward pause, he says she came all this way to watch him work, and he did not even notice her, and asks her to forgive that. She tells him not to worry, because he was working so hard on that knife, and she was happy watching, and he thinks her smile is something else entirely. It puts out more light than the sun does. Then she asks whether she can look at the knife, and he points at the table. She picks it up and says it is beautiful, and then asks whether this is really E-class ore, because the blade is that sharp and the enchantment on it is that good. She can hardly believe it is only E. He thanks her awkwardly, and says he tried hard to make something good. Privately, he thinks that with more time it would have been better, and that if he had known she was going to be watching, he would have tried harder still. Then Alicia starts spinning the knife between her fingers and swinging it, and he asks, surprised, whether she knows how to handle a blade. She says she was taught the basics of fencing, a little, for self-defense. He says she is doing an amazing job. Then she notices the way he is looking at her, and asks whether she did something wrong. The MC curses himself for staring again, and says out loud that he got a little distracted because she looks very beautiful. Alicia asks whether that is all, only beautiful. He looks away and says stunningly beautiful. Then she grabs his sleeve and tells him to say it again, looking at her. He goes red and repeats it. She smiles and thanks him. Our boy is at this point operating well beyond his training. And afterwards our boy turns the whole thing over, because the engagement is not real, and yet she is so convincing at maintaining the facade that it comes across as completely sincere. At moments like that, he cannot help wondering whether she actually cares about him. Although thinking about it, almost any girl could pretend that well. At least that is what he has heard. Then she invites him to breakfast, and he accepts and says he will shower first. At the table she asks whether he was always this good at casting spells. He says absolutely not. But the work always had to be fast and it always had to be right, and he was carrying an enormous amount of responsibility, so over time he got better at it. Which is the quiet part out loud, because it was those hellish days that made him fast. Alicia says that is exactly why spending time with him warms her heart. Then Leffy brings the food, and he mentions that he smelled bread on his way to the forge and asks whether they always bake in the morning here. Then he tries it. The bread is warm and soft and fragrant, and it is the best thing he has eaten in years, and he sits there so overwhelmed by a piece of bread that he nearly cries. Alicia asks, worried, whether he is crying, and what happened. He apologizes and explains that he cannot remember the last time he saw food like this. She says she understands, and then asks, if he does not mind, whether she could hear more about his past. So he tells her, he usually worked until late at night, which meant most days he did not have time to eat a crumb. And when he did find a gap for lunch, he ate it while working, because there was no time to taste anything, only to get it down while the chance existed. And now eating a meal with her. This is the best breakfast of his life. So those are tears of happiness. Alicia smiles and tells him in that case to slow down and simply enjoy it. Afterwards she asks whether it was good, and then suggests they go into town, because she would like to show him around. When they arrive, she puts her hood up and asks him to check whether her face is properly covered. He inspects the arrangement and wonders why she is being this secretive, and she explains that she rarely meets anybody in town, but a great many people introduce themselves to her father at festivals, so somebody could recognize her on sight. And our boy connects it to what Leafy told him, because the town is entirely preoccupied with Alicia on account of her being beautiful, and if she gets recognized, there will be no peaceful stroll for anyone. Then she asks with an embarrassed smile whether this is a bit like a date. He agrees, equally embarrassed, that it certainly looks like one. And then he says the quiet part out loud. He does not really understand why they are going to all this trouble. To nobody's surprise, Alicia bursts into tears. He blunders on because he is not actually her fiancé, so he does not understand why she is putting this much effort into dating him. He assumed that if he succeeded as a blacksmith and won her father's approval, that would be enough. She did not want to marry a stranger, so she got engaged to him for show. He is a cover. There is no need to pretend they are dating. Then Leffy appears and explains the part he is missing. Because Mr. Goral wanted Alicia to marry the gifted blacksmith, and he is trying to arrange her happiness in his own way. He also wants to be sure she marries for love, which is precisely why he is not rushing her. Alicia says that is exactly it, and that this date matters to her too, so please stop worrying. The MC, embarrassed, accepts the answer. Leafy excuses herself, wishes them a wonderful time and goes, and he stands there wondering whether she was nearby the entire time, because he never sensed her at all, although he expects nothing less from household servants, which raises the question of whether Leafy knows what their relationship actually is. He finds he feels a little better knowing somebody else is in on it. Then Alicia circles back to the original subject, which is her father's opinion, and asks whether she may hold his hand. He looks at her, surprised, takes it, and notes that walking around hand in hand should influence Mr. Goral's view of things. She agrees sheepishly and adds that you never know when one of his knights might spot them. And our boy notes that he has held her hand before, but they are on a date now, so he is more nervous than he was. Her hand is warmer than last time. What if she is starting to look at him as a man? Then he says he cannot remember the last time he walked through a city this calmly. Alicia tells him gently that from now on he never has to rush anywhere again. He says that even without work grinding him down, he intends to put everything he has into perfecting his craft. And if that continues, maybe Mr. Goral will accept him. She agrees, then asks him to promise not to do anything reckless. He promises. Meanwhile, back at court, Morgan is standing in front of a growing pile of weapons, finding the whole situation very strange, because Fake left over a week ago, so why has he not come back yet? Naturally, he curses, and asks whether the idiot has completely lost his sense of professional duty, then tells himself to have some patience, because the Barnasto residence is a long way from the capital, and once Fake is fired, he will presumably have to walk. The Forge Master has a point, in his own head. It is the predictable outcome for a good-for-nothing. They are the only people he can rely on. The boy does not even hold a blacksmith's license anymore, and without documents he cannot work, so he has no option except reporting back to court and asking for new ones. The terms for taking him back are already drafted, incidentally. No pay for the first 2 months, and a pittance after that. Then there is a knock at the door, and Morgan perks up, because that will be Fake, finally dragging himself back here. Or at least that is how it looks, because the man who walks in is not Fake. It is Ron. The Forge Master is visibly surprised to be greeting the captain, and Ron remarks that it has been a while, and Morgan agrees that it has, and asks how he can be of service. Ron says he has a commission, enchantment work, and Morgan immediately starts angling, asking whether the captain would be satisfied with his own candidacy, because he is frankly flattered. This is the holder of the highest knighthood in the country, taking a direct commission to a man who already has his own blacksmith, a man whose genius is undeniable. One of the workers asks, baffled, why somebody that distinguished would turn up in person, and Morgan announces that the commission is accepted immediately. But Ron tells him not to rush, because he wants to clarify something first. He would like to speak to the man who enchanted his sword. Morgan is puzzled because that sword is registered to a common knight, and the person who worked on it was their apprentice. Fake. Then he settles into the obvious conclusion. The captain has come here to complain about the idiot's incompetent work. Ron says really and calls it a blessing for their current knights. The head of the blacksmith's guild asks what he means by that. So the captain explains, back when he was a common knight, the swords they were issued were barely enchanted at all, practically indistinguishable from ordinary steel. Morgan says he sees while privately agreeing because there was no real opportunity for enchantments in those days. He also privately notes that Fake is nowhere near a decent enchanter. Fake's enchantments are consistently ridiculous. With minimal effort, Morgan would surpass that work many times over. But the captain is saying something strange, because the swords Morgan remembers from those days were garbage. Then Ron says the part that changes everything. A blacksmith who enchanted a sword this expertly for a simple knight deserves considerable praise, and he would like to entrust his own sword to this Fake. Morgan asks in genuine confusion what he is talking about. Ron asks whether he was unclear. He wants Fake to cast the enchantment. Where can he find him? The guild asks why him, and the captain gives them the reason. He cannot read magical writing himself. But his own blacksmith looked at that blade and told him the work on it was superb. So he came here hoping to meet the master who did it. So where is he? And just like that, every worker in the guild, leader included, is staring at the knight. Morgan says the boy is not very talented, and that he has let him go for a while. Ron asks what that means. Not talented. The guild master explains that the man may have managed one decent enchantment, but that was an exception. Luck. Privately, he is running the numbers, because Fake casts dozens and possibly hundreds of enchantments in a week, so of course 1 or 2 of them come out decent. That does not make him anything. He has no potential whatsoever, and he will never become a master no matter how hard he tries. Then Morgan asks out loud whether he might cast the enchantment instead, being the head of this guild, and therefore obviously able to handle the task far better. Ron declines. Since Fake is on vacation, he will be back soon, and the captain has time to wait. So pass along his regards. He will be eagerly awaiting the results of that man's work. Morgan says he understands, while inwardly seething, because this captain will not stop talking about Fake. On his way out, Ron says he is counting on them, and to notify one of his knights once the job is finished. The door closes. Still, the damage is already done, and Morgan looks down at the sword and asks what nonsense that was, because the man just admitted he cannot even see a magic code. If he is that impressed by the work of a moron like Fake, what is he going to say about Morgan's? Compared to that fool, his enchantments will go down in history. A worker asks carefully what he is planning. Morgan says he is catching luck by the tail, because a chance like this comes once in a lifetime. He is casting the enchantment himself. The worker asks whether that is even allowed, and Morgan explains the logic to him, If fake spells made that kind of impression, his own will exceed every expectation the captain has. And when that happens, he becomes the captain's personal blacksmith. The workers look at each other because that sounds overconfident, and also was the order not addressed to the whole forge shop. Anybody in this building can do better than fake. That enchantment is so weak it is barely visible. Morgan says he is not missing this chance, and the profit is his. He is taking the job personally. Because as the captain's personal blacksmith, he writes his name into the history of blacksmithing. Here is where the man comes from, incidentally. He is the fifth son of a count's family, so he never had many prospects, and he never expected an opportunity like this to appear. He runs the court forge now, and the next rung is captain's personal blacksmith. He stands there holding the sword, thinking that opportunities float through the air, and today he has caught his. What Morgan does not know is that the only reason that sword impressed a captain is the apprentice he just tore the license off, and that he has now personally volunteered to be measured against him. Meanwhile, our boy is giving Alicia a tour, and he points at a building and tells her that is their chapel, and it has the most beautiful view of the city. She cannot wait to see it. The staircase is long enough that he is out of breath, complaining about the staircase halfway up, and asking her how she is holding up. Then they reach the top, and he asks what she thinks, because this is his favorite place in the world, and she says it is wonderful. The entire city sits there like it is lying in the palm of your hand. It is beautiful, and thank you. Then she says the view must be just as good at night or at sunrise. He confirms that it is beautiful at night, and offers to stay until sunset, and she says she would love that. Then he shivers, because he sweated the whole way up those steps, and now the wind is on him, and asks where they can get out of it. And that is when they notice a couple kissing in full view of everybody. Our boy stares at this and decides it is shameless, and that Alicia should not be watching it, so he suggests they take a break somewhere else. Meanwhile, they move around to the other side, and he asks whether the view really is beautiful. Alicia has gone somewhere else entirely. He says her name inside his own head, and does not say it out loud, and they sit there in silence for a while, and he finds it awkward, and he wants to talk about something, and cannot think of anything. Then she goes red, and hesitates and stumbles and asks whether, just theoretically, he would not feel comfortable doing the same thing to her that those two were doing. She says the last part almost in a whisper, out of pure shame. The MC is stunned, because he was not expecting that question in this lifetime. Then it occurs to him that the problem is not a lack of interest. He tries to say something and the words stick in his throat. And while they are stuck, he tells himself that they are only pretending to be in a relationship, so there is no need to go that far. Alicia, burning with embarrassment, is still waiting for an answer. And that is when the couple starts arguing. The man says she has got it all wrong. The woman asks what there is to understand, since he is a cheater. End of story. Alicia asks what is happening over there, and then gasps, because there is a second girl. There is now one man standing between two women looking extremely confused. He tries to get the newcomer to listen. They both slap him and leave. He is left standing there alone, shouting after them that this is not cheating. He simply made a mistake. And the one who kissed him turns around long enough to establish that a mistake is not what that was, and that he is a genuine piece of work. Our boy and Alicia watch the entire performance and start laughing, and he asks whether that man just got caught cheating. Then the Duke's daughter says that cheaters are unacceptable, right? And when he does not immediately react, she clarifies. She thinks that is true, right? The MC has no idea what she means, and says he would not dare think about such a thing. Sometime later, Goral tells him that he is a master blacksmith, so what he needs from him is a demonstration of what he can do. Fake says he understands. Then Alicia's father explains what the new license actually buys him because it lets him trade in the city. He can make whatever he wants and sell it in town. Our boy thanks him, but there is one condition, and Goral is firm about it. He is not to mention that he is Alicia's fiancé or anything of that nature, anywhere in that city. Fake bows and says of course, and that he will start crafting today. Goral adds that on supplies, he will provide any quantity of F and E grade ore, and that he will prepare the higher quality material himself, which suits our boy perfectly, since he plans to make tools for ordinary citizens, and E grade is more than enough for that. He walks out of that office, breathes out, and decides it is time to genuinely get back to work. Materials first. A day later, he has reasoned his way to a product, because the most common weapon anybody sells in a shop is a longsword. So quantity first, then quality, and then the part everybody forgets, because it does not matter how well balanced a weapon is if the price puts it out of reach. His customers are going to be adventurers, and adventurers run from rank F to rank S, with S at the top. Rank adventurers are rare, most people are D or E, and what an adventurer actually wants is a sword they will not have to replace the moment their rank changes. So he should build toward that, rather than toward the knight swords he has been making for 3 years. Shaping comes first, and he has not made a longsword in a long time, so it takes real effort. He works slowly and watches every movement, because the shapes have to hold against deformation at high temperature. He melts the witch ore, pours it into the mold, cools it with water magic, and the material sets fast. He pulls the blank out, looks at it and says it came out excellent. Then the temperature goes back up to harden the metal, then wind magic to polish it, and what he is left with is a blade that is bright and strong and smooth. All that is missing is a pair of wooden nails to hold the handle. He fits both halves of the grip onto the tang, joins them, and hammers the nails through the drilled holes. He considered fixing them at the base of the handle instead, then decided he preferred it this way. Then he opens the system window, exhales and confirms it. He has made a simple longsword. Right away he tests the edge, is satisfied and decides to make another one exactly like it. After that comes the enchanting, and here he adjusts, because at court the weapons were loaded with fairly powerful enchantments and sent back for adjustment every week, since knights can be deployed at any moment against monsters, far beyond what a simple guard handles. An ordinary adventurer does not need anything on that level. He finishes 3 swords, and he genuinely cannot work out where the stamina is coming from, because if his magic had thinned out, he would have had to stop, and it has not, which tells him something about the last 3 years. Since all that overtime at court was running him in a permanent deficit. He exhales and mutters that Alicia will be here soon. Then he counts the bench and finds 5 swords on it, not 3. That will do for today. On his way out, he starts wondering whether there are towels anywhere, because he needs to dry his face. Then he spots Alicia wandering around calling his name, looking for him, and at one point checking under a table, and our boy stands there quietly wondering whether she genuinely believes a grown man could be hiding under there. So he finds a towel on a shelf, dries his face, creeps up behind her, makes a sharp noise and grabs her shoulders. She screams, jumps, spins around and glares at him. Fake announces that the mission was a success. She demands to know where he was. The break room. She asks whether he is serious, and whether he was trying to frighten her. He laughs and says he won, because she never noticed him. Even so, she goes into the forge, sees the swords, and asks whether he is finished. She picks one up and cannot believe he did all of this in a single day, and notices there is even an emblem on the hilt. He says yes, then adds that he is not remotely tired, so another 2 would have been no trouble. Alicia says his endurance is amazing, and our boy explains it without meaning to because he spent 3 years working in far harsher conditions than this, so of course he is not tired. Then he says he thinks he should make 1 more sword. Alicia refuses categorically. He needs to rest. He has been working non-stop since this morning, and he turns it over privately, because during his court service a workload like today's would have emptied him completely, and he seems to be improving. Is this what personal growth feels like? Or has he simply become immune to exhaustion? Alicia says fondly that he is obsessed with work. He exhales and agrees that he needs to be careful. Then she asks whether he is selling swords tomorrow, and he says yes, and asks whether he should go into town. She says definitely, because merchants are gathering in the city over the next 2 days. He explains his actual aim, which is simply to sell a couple of swords and see what appraisal they get. They came out well, considering they are E-class ore. Back in his home village work, like this was valued highly. Highly enough that a boy of low birth ended up in the court forge because of it. And then at court he was treated as completely incompetent, and nobody spared his feelings about it. So from here he needs to carry himself with a bit more confidence. Alicia asks whether he has settled on a price, and he says he has 30 to 50,000 crowns per sword, which is perfectly fair for the primary weapon of a D-rank adventurer. She says that is excellent, because if E-rankers save a little they can reach that too. So it is decided. Tomorrow he sells. The Duke's daughter announces that his moment of glory is approaching and that he should not worry, because she is helping. Our boy objects immediately because her father told him not to mention that he is Alicia's fiancé, which means he is not using her influence to move product. She thinks about it and says fine, she will wear a mask. He points out that a masked person at a market stall might look slightly suspicious. She assures him it will be fine. Besides, he is doing all of this for her, so she wants to help. She is here for him, so they do it together. Agreed. He looks at her for a long moment and says he understands, but first they consult her father. Alicia says she will go and tell him, and that she does not think he will mind them working together. That evening our boy is lying in bed with a book when there's a knock, and Alicia calls through the door. He opens it and asks how it went. Her father agreed, on the condition that her identity stays secret. He says that is excellent news and that he is now looking forward to tomorrow, and she says she will use every last thing she has to make that city understand. Nobody else is selling goods this good. He thanks her, and thinks about the fact that Alicia is putting this much effort in for him. He had been quietly afraid he would not sell a single thing. Now that seems impossible. The next morning he is up early and getting ready, and thinking about the fact that this is his first business venture, because he has never actually traded before. Before court he worked by barter. He handed over daggers and armor and swords, and got back food and clothing and a roof. The village was small and everybody learned from everybody else. And at court there was never time to learn how markets work, and they have presumably only gotten more complicated since, which means he has no idea what to charge, and pricing is exactly the thing every merchant has to get right. He decides it will be fine. At the market the owner tells him that paying the entry fee buys him the right to buy and sell for the day, so he pays slightly surprised and the two of them go in without trouble. Then he asks whether he ought to avoid using her name in public. Alicia, in a hood and glasses, confirms it, because if anyone finds out he has connections to the Duke, the promise he made her father is broken. They need to be extremely careful. She suggests a nickname, and he asks what he should call her. She thinks, then offers Allie. He agrees, and says in public she is Allie, and he will play along. Then he asks whether trading is only permitted during the fair, and she says it is, because selling at any other time requires your own shop and specific documents. Our boy files that away because for now he starts with a stall, and in future a real shop. The prospect of actually trading has him more excited than it should. He looks at the trading license he applied for, which is the reason he got a spot at all, and that makes him very happy. He puts up the emblem, decides to display only 2 swords for now, looks at his goods laid out on the counter, and says, right, they can begin. Sadly, sometime later, he is watching people walk past and nobody is buying anything. More precisely, nobody is even approaching. Alicia is worrying about him. She did not expect it to be easy, exactly, but she also did not expect it to be a catastrophe. Our boy looks at the neighboring stall, which is surrounded, and starts diagnosing because maybe he laid the goods out wrong. Everybody else's display looks better than his. Next time, presentation. Then Alicia spots a young man walking past, calls out to him, and asks whether he happens to be an adventurer because they have weapons for sale. The MC stares at her. So does the young man, who asks whether that was aimed at him. She looks him over and asks whether he is interested. To nobody's surprise, he turns around and leaves. Fake looks at his crestfallen partner and says, smiling, that the fish got away. What a shame. Alicia apologizes and says she was probably more of a hindrance than a help. He objects hotly because that is not true. He was glad she called out to that guy, and frankly, he is simply glad the two of them are here together. She gives him a small, nervous smile and says she will not let him down. A while later, he admits that nobody has come near them. Alicia cannot understand it either, because the swords are high quality, and she was certain they would draw interest. And our boy thinks back, because when he worked in the village, people did not come to him straight away either. The first sale is always the hardest part, but he is confident in the work. Any adventurer in his target band would be happy with these. And then right when the day is officially a write-off, Ivas turns up. He walks over saying, wow, are they selling longswords? And 2 people who had entirely given up hope look at their first customer in astonishment. The MC asks whether he would like to see how it feels in the hand, and Alicia says yes, please let him see. Ivas picks one up, examines it properly, tries a few movements and is delighted. Fake asks whether he is an adventurer, and he says he is currently rank F, planning to push up to E, and the sword is so comfortable and so light. Our boy smiles and says he cast a special enchantment on it, while privately noting that a rank F might be short of money. Eva says that compared to this, other swords are much harder to handle, and Fake says he thought that might be the case. Then Ivas asks whether he would take 10,000 crowns, and our boy is genuinely deflated because that is very little. Under any other circumstances, he would start bargaining, but bargaining is out of the question here because he cannot afford to advertise how much money he is actually sitting on. So he decides he will take that price. Ivas is looking at him hopefully, and what Fake says out loud is that the price of this sword is 50,000 crowns. Ivas asks whether he is serious. Privately, that is not true, because the real figure is 30,000, and even compromising, he would not go below 20, but he came here today to make a name, so today, he has no choice. Ivas looks regretfully at the sword. He was just admiring, and says he thinks the price is justified, because this really is a good weapon. Then Fake offers him a one-off. Just this once as a first customer, 10,000, and it is his. Ivas asks whether he means it, and that is when our boy sees the thing he had not considered, because a recommendation brings buyers. So he says yes, it is true, and asks for one thing in return. If Ivas knows any adventurers who need a sword, could he tell them about this stall? Every market day he will be behind this counter, under this flag. He points at the emblem. Ivas is thrilled and promises to tell his friends, pays and leaves waving, extremely satisfied with his purchase. Our boy looks at the coins in his hand. Less than he hoped, still a profit. And the Duke said he would supply materials in any quantity, so expenses are not a concern yet. Alicia is delighted and says they did it. They finally sold their first sword. He agrees and adds that he has hit the goal he set for today. She is surprised because what goal? They still have 4 swords left. And he explains that he knew perfectly well he was not selling everything. So the goal was to sell one, because now a young adventurer walks around showing that sword to everyone he knows, and the customer base grows on its own. The Duke's daughter says it will definitely work, because he made those swords. He agrees and says next time will be better than today. Back home, he looks at the takings again. 10,000 crowns on the first sale. In his opinion, a good start. Somebody bought his sword. He closes his hand around the coins and decides it is time to report to Mr. Goral. When he goes in, the man asks how things went in the city. Fake admits awkwardly that one longsword was sold today. Then he puts the purse of coins on the table and says that as thanks for the materials and the workshop, he hopes the master will accept this. Goral tells him he has no plans to reduce the witch ore supply, so he can stop worrying about that. Our boy thanks him. Then the Duke reads the number correctly, because 10,000 crowns of revenue means he cut the price to close the deal. The MC lowers his head and admits he is right, and that he has work to do. And Goral says thoughtfully that under the current circumstances he cannot entrust his daughter to him. Fake assures him that sales will only grow from here, without any doubt. Goral tells him that if he believes it, he should convince him with results rather than words. And our boy says, so be it. He is Alicia's fiancé. Goral looks at him for a long moment. Later, sitting on the couch in his room, the MC works out what he actually needs, which is a much better understanding of the market, what drives sales up, which class of weapon the city wants most. Perhaps he finds out tomorrow. The next day they head for Adventurers Street, with Alicia disguised as before. There are weapon shops here in numbers, with enormous selection, and he decides to look properly, starting with how the shops display their wares. He spots a forge and works out. There are 2 shops on this stretch. Then he notices two men examining weapons, decides they are adventurers, and concludes there is demand for longswords after all. Then the useful observation, because given two options that perform identically, people take the more impressive looking one. So perhaps carving on the handles. And why not widen the range with daggers, which double as throwing weapons? Utility knives sell too, apparently since housewives use them constantly. Then Alicia announces they have arrived, and our boy looks up and says, an adventurer's guild, where he can meet every rank in one building, which could be extremely useful. The place is packed and loud. He is not registered anywhere yet, and decides he is going to need that at some point, and that if he ever needs money, this looks like where it gets earned. Alicia suggests they go and register. Then, they look around and find a stand with member notices and admission rules, and Fake looks over at two adventurers drinking and smiles, because there's a tavern in here and somebody has converted a table into a bar counter. Adventurers do not change, especially that smell of beer. The girl laughs and says it is because adventurers live life to the fullest. He tells her he is going to register and asks her to wait a minute, and she agrees while the adventurers in the room watch the two of them with interest. Our boy walks past the counters reading them off as he goes. First one is orders, second one is sales, and the third one is the one he wants, adventurer registration. There is no queue at all, so this should be quick. Registration needs two things, a name and a personal file. He does not have a file, so he fills the application in from scratch. He hands the receptionist his blacksmith's license, asks her to issue the guild card in that name, and asks her to record his magical abilities. A short while later, it is done. She thanks him, tells him registration is complete, and adds that if he ever loses the documents he should contact them immediately, because the first card is free, and replacements carry a small fee. He says he understands, she smiles and wishes him success. Then he goes back to Alicia to apologize for the wait, and finds two adventurers standing over her. They are asking with a great deal of confidence whether she is an adventurer. The Duke's daughter quietly adjusts her hood. They laugh and tell her not to hide her face from them, and ask whether she would like to run a few errands with them. She says she is waiting for somebody. Naturally, they notice our boy approaching and find it funny, because obviously they are a better option than this scrawny guy. They are C rank. How about a quest with them instead? And Fake walks straight in front of her, puts himself between them and looks the nearest one in the face without blinking. The girl says his name anxiously. He turns around, takes her hand, and says, it is time to go. They are finished here. They walk off, and the two adventurers shout after them in genuine confusion, because they were talking. Our boy apologizes to Alicia, and says they need to get out of here, and steers her through the crowd, and she agrees in a voice that is not steady. The two of them come after her, and a man in a hood steps into their path and blocks it. They shout at him to move and call him a demon while they do it. Then he looks at them, or at least he turns his head, which turns out to be enough. They freeze because his face is disfigured, and he asks them what exactly they just said. Outside the guild, the MC takes the shaking girl by both hands and asks whether she is all right. Alicia says yes haltingly, and that nobody has ever approached her like that before, so it frightened her a little. He says it is his fault and he should have taken her with him. She objects because he arrived exactly when he needed to, and besides, Liffey was somewhere nearby and would have intervened if there was any real danger. He should not worry about it. He accepts that, and they head home, and he mentions that he has almost finished researching market demand, so maybe they could go and enjoy themselves now. She likes that idea, and points out that since they are already out, they should get something to eat. Sometime later he is back in the forge with ore in his hand, thinking there is still time before the next fair. Today he wants to raise the quality of the daggers, so he will find out what this ore can actually do. He smelts it the traditional way, pours it into a mold built with earth magic, and ends up with a steel plate. The next step is improving the steel itself, and here the problem announces itself because witch ore carries a lot of undesirable components, and he has to pull them out with magical technique. His method is to raise the plate's temperature and keep working the hammer while holding that heat, repeated several times to bring the metal to where he wants it. He inspects the finished plate and calls it excellent. Then he checks the magic code, and the strange part is what he finds, because the runes are still in disarray. He knows what that means, because applying magical technique incorrectly disrupts the code, so he has to direct the magical flow properly while he hammers. He runs it again, checks the code again, and finds it still rough, although he has fixed some of it. The final adjustments to an enchantment get made right at the end, once all the other work is done, and that is when the last runes get restored. The enchantment does not have to be laid from the beginning, so that process can wait. He wipes his forehead and decides it is time to shape the plate into a knife. He hammers the blade out, cooling it periodically with water magic, polishing with wind magic. Then the blade is finished, and he cuts a stone in half with it, and declares that excellent. The edge is well shaped and the sharpness goes through unobstructed. So it is done, and this knife works both in a fight and for cutting meat. The magical component took him a considerable amount of time, but because of it, this knife is better than a standard E-class weapon. He notices he is in something close to a frenzy, and that if he does not stop now, Alicia will worry. So he decides the next knife happens later. The work itself has him so gripped that he does not want to stop, but stopping is the price of not making her worry again. And right as he is thinking about her, there's a knock, and the Duke's daughter announces herself and comes in. She sees the finished knife and calls it excellent work, then asks how he is doing. He says pretty good, and that he is just finishing and would she like to see. She picks the knife up and says the quality is even higher than last time. He laughs and tells her she always always knows how to say the right thing, because now he wants to make another one. Then she looks at him shyly and says something else. She knows the auction is only a few days away, but maybe today he does not have to rush, because she really does enjoy watching him work. But he spends so much time in that forge that she gets lonely. She understands it matters to him. She would simply be happy with one more second of him. Is she bothering him? Our boy looks at her and thinks, why is she this cute, and then catches himself, because Alicia is not actually his fiancée, and he needs to stop imagining things. Then a maid puts her head in to say dinner is ready, and that is when he understands, because Alicia noticed the maid before he did, and slipped straight into the role of the bride. He was imagining things again. She is simply extremely convincing. They cannot predict when eyes will be on them, so they have to behave at all times like two people helplessly in love. So when she asks whether she is bothering him, he answers decisively, not in the slightest. He wants to be with her as long as possible, even if it is only a second. His work is finished for today. They spend this day together. Alicia cannot believe her luck, gets embarrassed about how visible that is, and thanks him for agreeing. He looks at how red her face has gone and asks whether she is all right. She says she is fine. The maid watching this from the doorway has to fight back tears. Sometime later market day arrives, and the two of them get there, and Alicia notes they are a long way from where they stood last time. He agrees. He meant to leave earlier and got slightly carried away. Ideally, you hold one spot that people learn to find, but out here it is first come, first served. He lays the weapons out and declares everything ready. Alicia notes the swords are displayed the same as last time, and that the daggers look good too. He confirms it. The knives and daggers are higher quality but need fewer materials, so he intends to price those around 20 to 30,000 crowns. She says she understands. Then she starts calling out to passers-by, inviting them to look at the wares. And our boy stands there feeling guilty, because he has no salesmanship whatsoever. Poor Alicia. Attracting customers is, as expected, difficult. Her voice is clear and people can hear every word, and still nobody comes over. Then she turns on him and tells him to speak with pride. His goods are excellent, so he should behave accordingly, with more confidence. He looks at her, smiles, and admits she is right. Then he starts calling out alongside her. An hour in, he asks whether she is tired, and she says it is fine. She is trying. And that is when Ivis's voice comes across the market. Our boy looks up and finds his first customer standing there with another man. Ivis waves, greets him, and points out that he brought somebody exactly as promised. This is Weser, also an adventurer, and they are on the same team now. Then Ivis laughs and realizes he never introduced himself last time, and gives his name, and the MC thanks him and gives his own. Weser looks over the goods with real interest and asks whether he can see this sword. Of course he can. While he examines it, Ivis reports on his purchase, because that sword is so comfortable to use, and sharp and light, and it sits perfectly in the hand. Nothing about his old weapon compares. Our boy thanks him and says he is very glad. Then Ivis delivers the part that matters, because thanks to that sword he made rank E last week. The guild says his progress has been incredibly rapid, and he is something of a celebrity now. Fake is genuinely surprised, congratulates him, and immediately points out that he did that with his own ability. Ivis says that is not true. Then Weser says he wants this sword, and asks the price. The MC hesitates a second and asks whether 40,000 crowns would work. The man looks uncertain, and asks whether he could do 30. Our boy thinks about it, decides 30 is fine, and asks for the same thing in return. If he likes the quality, he recommends them to his friends. Weser agrees happily, thanks him, and pays. Then Ivis notices they have knives today, and Fake explains these are versatile, good in a fight and good for butchering prey. Ivis finds a dedicated harvesting knife, a tempting idea, since he currently uses his sword for that, and asks the price. 30,000 crowns each. He looks uncomfortable and asks him to come down a bit, and our boy notes privately that this time he actually has room, because 30 is his ceiling rather than his floor. So out loud he says that since the man came with a friend today, how about 20,000? Ivis is delighted. Then Fake asks about the sword he currently uses for butchering, and whether he can see it, and when Ivis hands it over he examines it, and says the enchantment is wearing off. The adventurer is surprised he can tell, and asks whether he knows how those work, because he knows blacksmiths sometimes apply them to make swords better. Our boy confirms it, and explains that every sword carries a magic code, and this one is starting to wear out. The adventurer asks whether it can be fixed. Of course it can. He is a blacksmith, and he will renew it for free this first time. He does the work, declares it done, and says there should be no problems now. Ivis thanks him enthusiastically, and Fake adds the business end, because next time that service costs 5,000 crowns, so handle the weapon carefully. They offer it as a service, so if anything happens, come and find him. Ivis promises he will, once he is making serious money. Then Alicia thanks them for the purchase, and Ivis takes a proper look at her and asks who she is. Our boy says she is his assistant, Ali. Ivis grins and asks whether she might by any chance be his lover. The MC is instantly and completely embarrassed and demands to know what the man is talking about, while the Duke's daughter goes red and smiles at the floor. Because Alicia genuinely is his fiancée, and it is entirely for show, and he does not want to say either half of that out loud. So he says that is not quite true, and she says she is only an assistant in the shop. Ivis accepts this, then says it must still be nice working alongside somebody you love, and confides that he dreams of one day traveling with a cute adventurer himself. Our boy, now thoroughly embarrassed, wishes him luck. The adventurers thank them and go, and Fake notes that he never imagined he could earn this much, and that the effort he put in last week is already paying off. He turns to Alicia and says things are going well, and she says indignantly that she is his fiancée and he could have said so. He has a point ready because saying it could reveal who she is, and privately because the engagement is not real anyway. Alicia looks at him, smiles, and says they did it today, because sales are good. He agrees and hopes those two go on to do great things with his weapons in their hands, because he would love to see how their story turns out. Sadly, by noon nothing else is sold. They were simply unlucky. The important thing is not to rush. Then right on cue, Alicia says they have a customer, a man named Rig, dressed in a way that draws the eye, asks whether they sell swords and daggers. They do. Would he like to look? He picks up a knife and asks whether this is made from E-class witch ore. Our boy confirms it, while privately noting that this man looks like a merchant, and an experienced one since he presumably sold out of his own stock fast. Rig says he has been in this business a long time, and that these are good. The quality is high enough that you would not immediately guess E-class ore. So he will take one sword and one knife. Then he asks the price for everything, and the haggling starts. The MC opens at 50,000 crowns, and this man is a serious bargainer. Some time later Fake gives in, wearily, and says 25,000 for the lot, and asks whether he might recommend the wares to others. Rig assures him, smiling, that of course he will. Our boy privately notes that he came down considerably further than he wanted to. It was heartbreaking. Then Rig adds that he will certainly remember the stall, especially since the masked assistant is hard to forget. Alicia, confused, asks whether it is too conspicuous. The merchant says no, quite the opposite, because there are a great many stalls at this fair, and he came over to this one specifically because of the mask. And her voice. She thanks him again, shyly. He waves and says they will see each other again. Once he is gone, our boy turns to Alicia and says all of this is thanks to her. She objects immediately because it is all him. And now it looks like they can pull in a lot of new customers through that man. He says he would be very happy if that worked out. Totals for the day: 2 swords, 2 knives, 85,000 crowns. Quite a jump on last week. A little more and Lord Goral will be pleased with him. So he brings the purse to the Duke and puts it down, and the man observes that this time, things clearly went more smoothly. Then he observes something else which lands harder, because there are plenty of blacksmiths in this area capable of taking that much money. Fake has to agree. The sum is not incredible. He is still not good enough. He thanks him and says he will go. And Goral stops him, because a blacksmith named Robert is arriving tomorrow to propose. In time that man inherits his house's title and becomes a viscount. Our boy stands completely still and is briefly afraid to move. Eventually he says he sees. Goral watches him, and the MC works through it, because that is one of Alicia's suitors, and she said company like that weighs on her, which means the man has appeared precisely because Fake is not handling his responsibilities well enough. Then the Duke adds a second detail. Robert is enormously ambitious. He is also a young man with a very high libido. Our boy, who has been standing there with his head down, looks up. He asks with enormous difficulty what exactly he means by that, and Goral repeats it. A man with a high libido. Fake puts a fist against his mouth and silently begs this Duke to stop saying that with a completely stoned face, because he is barely holding on as it is. Goral continues because his daughter is very pretty. Our boy agrees that she is, while wondering why they are suddenly here. He always assumed she disliked men of that type, and apparently he was right. The Duke goes on. Robert has told him before that he has designs on his daughter. Alicia, however, has not warmed to him on account of the persistence. Nevertheless, they are not to show Robert even a shred of disrespect, because he is also competing for her hand. And our boy draws the obvious conclusion because his talents have not been enough to satisfy her father. So of course other suitors turn up. Then Goral says the thing he actually came to say, because Robert can come across as somewhat insincere, and he is worried his daughter would be unhappy with him. In that respect, Fake is better. The MC thanks him awkwardly for the assessment, and wonders whether that means he does not read as a womanizer, which is fair, given his total lack of experience with women. The Duke tells him not to let it go to his head, because he has not accepted him yet. He is looking for the middle ground between his own requirements and his daughter's happiness. Fake says he will not let him down, and privately he notes that Goral is a wonderful father because his rank obliges him to arrange a favorable match, and he genuinely cares whether his daughter is happy. Goral tells him to try. Then our boy stops, and something in his chest goes wrong, because Goral loves his daughter that much and Fake is lying to him. The man has high hopes for him and looks out for him, and this is how he is being repaid. Either way, holding this position means improving his craft. All of it is difficult. Back in his room, Alicia comes in and asks whether he is back and whether her father still has not acknowledged him, and sits down next to him on the bed. He says no. The sales are not at a level that satisfies him. She says she sees, sadly, and that they tried so hard. Then he glances over and catches the smell of soap, because her hair is still damp. Did she come to him straight from the bath? And she is dressed more lightly than usual. She really should be more careful about that. He wants to tell her she is one of the most beautiful and noble girls alive, and he says nothing, and instead concludes that her father is presumably worried about exactly the same thing. The MC orders himself to stop thinking. Then he goes to the window and lays out the problem, because right now he can only trade 1 day a week. Appearing more often means opening his own shop, and even then customers do not flock to a new shop. So first he has to build a name in trading circles. Alicia agrees because running your own shop is expensive, so regular customers come first. He turns it over because there is still so much to do. But it is for Alicia. If he cannot cover for her, he loses her. And another suitor has appeared purely because he is not good enough yet. So he tells her sadly that an aristocrat named Robert is arriving tomorrow. She lowers her eyes and says she knows, and that it seems she will not be able to avoid his company. He says that is how it is, and asks her forgiveness because posing as her fiancé was supposed to keep other suitors away, and he has failed at it. Alicia protests immediately and tells him not to worry. Then she asks whether, once the meeting with that aristocrat is over, she could come and see him because she is not comfortable around men like that. He says yes, of course. He will be in the workshop and she can come anytime. Privately, he would like to stay with her through it, but even Goral would consider that disrespectful to Robert. She smiles faintly and thanks him. Then she looks at him more closely and says he is behaving a little differently than usual, and asks whether something happened. Our boy is confused about where this came from, and then realizes she has been sitting like that for quite some time, and that when she moves he can see rather more than he should, because that dress is revealing, and even her forearms are bare. He asks what she means, and what she wants to hear from him, and whether she dressed like that specifically to test him, and she says mildly that apparently men fall in love with girls who dress that way. He asks who told her that. She says Leafy. So that is the evil genius in this household, which means what they actually want is his opinion so they can deploy it on other suitors. He hesitates, then says he will not speak for himself, but in general. And honestly, if he were married to her at this moment he would not be able to resist. She says hopefully that he would not be able to resist. Fake waves both hands and says no, nothing. She clarifies. So he is in love with her. He is confused and the words run out, and he settles on the position that men in general would definitely fall in love with her. Alicia says she sees, so he likes the dress. Our boy, now sweating, manages the word amazing. Then she says a little sadly that nature did not exactly bless her with curves, and asks whether that is a problem for him. Something electrical goes through the protagonist, who would like to know what kind of question that even is. Then she presses up against him and asks urgently whether he likes curves, and what he thinks of her figure, and he asks her, close to hysterical, whether that is enough now. Why is she doing this to him? Meanwhile, back at court, Ruben is asking whether Morgan is now the Knight Commander's personal blacksmith, because how wonderful, that means the Forge Master's position is about to open up. Sita says exactly, and asks whether they are applying, and Morgan himself is sitting there feeling magnificent, because today the Knight Commander evaluates the enchantment he personally cast on that sword. He wonders what reward that earns. At minimum, the position of personal blacksmith to the captain, and just like that, the floorboards creak outside. Here he is. The captain comes in and looks around, and Morgan cheerfully says it has been a while, while impatiently waiting to be offered his promotion. And the captain looks at him and asks whether Fake is here. Morgan stares at him, privately furious, because it is that idiot again. Out loud he says the man's return is still expected. Ron says he wants to talk about the sword he entrusted to them and takes the weapon out and looks at it. Morgan says obsequiously that he cast that enchantment personally. The captain asks what he just said. The head of the forge explains that Fake is currently on vacation, so he took over some of his duties. Ron says so that is it. Now everything becomes clear. Morgan bows slightly and asks what he thinks of the work, and Ron swings the sword once, right in front of his face. It shatters. To nobody's surprise, the room goes completely silent. Then he grabs the head of the forge by the collar, drags him in, presses the broken blade against his neck, and informs him that this is a piece of trash. Morgan stammers and asks what he is talking about. The captain shouts at him to look at what his own personal blacksmith said about those enchantments, because that man has never seen work this incompetent in his life, and at full power the sword crumbles into pieces. He does not want to deal with somebody this incompetent any longer. He gave clear orders that Fake was to do the job. So where is he? What vacation? Then he lets go, and Morgan drops to the floor like a sack. And the man lies there thinking, God, how frightening. Because this is the first time in his life anybody has shouted at him like that. Normally he only has to say who his father is, because that man ranks among the most influential people alive, and the name alone puts people flat on the floor in front of him. Sita, with his voice shaking, tells the captain that the man no longer works here. Ron demands to know why not, because he is so talented that even Ron's own master would like to meet him. Morgan stands there with a genuinely broken model of reality. Because talented, that idiot, that is not possible. Nobody's work could be worse than his. Then he says timidly that the protagonist left his position of his own accord. Ron asks whether he quit. The Forge Master confirms it, and apologizes for the quality of the sword, and insists that Fake really did quit. The captain sighs and asks whether he knows where the man went. Morgan knows exactly where he went. Morgan says he does not know. What Ron does not know is that the man he is hunting for is currently 3 days south, selling knives at a market stall under a false name. Ron says he sees and then delivers the rest, because since then not one order has been fulfilled, and they had better come to their senses and cast these enchantments properly and supply the knights with weapons, or the knights will have nothing to fight with. Morgan opens his mouth and then closes it, because he cannot exactly say out loud that the knights are about to have nothing to fight with. They were counting on handing all of this to Fake, so why is he not coming back? Ron barks at them, asking why they are standing there, and whether he expressed himself unclearly. The workers snap awake, start bustling, and assure him everything is perfectly clear, and they are getting to work immediately. The commander says that is right, and to contact him the moment they find out where Fake is. Then he slams the door hard enough to be heard from outside. Morgan mutters, bewildered, asking why this idiot is suddenly in such demand. The workers ask what they are supposed to do with this many swords, and point out that it is not only these, because more weapons arrive every single day. Morgan looks at them and screams at them to get to work. And privately he decides that all of this is the protagonist's fault. Outside, a genuinely enraged Ron is thinking that something is wrong with those court blacksmiths and that he can feel it. Then his personal blacksmith comes to him uneasy and says something needs his attention. The captain asks what is going on. The man says it is about the shipment of swords they recently received, and Ron, puzzled, points out that those are exactly the swords he has been sending to that forge for enchantment renewal as a priority. The blacksmith explains that no new weapons have come in for some time, so they have been making do with what they have while the enchantments gradually break down. The latest shipment only partly solved it, because the quality of the enchantments is too low. The Captain Throne says he needs to check the magic code himself. His blacksmith says of course, then asks whether that will be alright, because last time he felt quite ill afterward. Ron admits that is true, and says he will be more careful this time. Now, here's why that warning exists. When he picked up one of Fake's swords, his own ability was not enough to decipher the enchantment on it. Reading an enchantment above your own level causes serious physical discomfort, and no amount of persistence gets you through it. Trying to read the protagonist's work turned him inside out several times over, which told him something. That man's level is significantly higher than his. These particular enchantments came from other hands, and those hands still belong to the court forge, so leaving Morgan out of it, that is the top of the profession in this country. He expects this to flatten him, but the real surprise comes the moment he starts reading, because his astonishment goes somewhere he was not prepared for. He asks what the hell this is, because it looks like a child's scribble, and enchantments at this quality will destroy the sword from the inside. So he asks whether these swords have been given out to anybody else. His blacksmith says no, because he also thought they were terrible, and that is exactly why he asked Ron to look. Ron says that was the right decision, because these swords are impossible to work with. Privately he is furious, because this nonsense will only ruin the weapons, and fixing them means rewriting the entire magical code from scratch. He did not expect those people to be this bad at their jobs. They are supposed to be the best in the world. Then he asks whether they have any quality swords left and gets told a few, but not enough to hit the monster clearing plan. So he sets priority. New recruits who cannot yet afford their own sword get them first, and nobody overuses them. Then he says they need to speak to another blacksmith, one who once worked on his own sword. A man called Figure who made it. A man with a difficult character. Ron doubts a master like that would agree to simple enchantment work, but right now that is the only door left, so they try it. Then he adds irritably that all of this is because of those incompetents at the Morgan Forge, and that he will be opening an internal investigation later. Also, he needs to find out where Fake is now. And here the captain starts thinking properly, because the royal court is an enormous private sector, and in places like that shady arrangements happen constantly and most decisions get made out of sight. Newcomers get treated harshly during training. He has no doubt that far more is happening in the shadows than he can picture. Then he arrives at the question that matters, the supply of premium swords over the past couple of years. Is it possible that every one of them was made by that man personally? Because if so, then even to somebody as ignorant as himself, that is an obviously rare talent. How many blacksmiths in this entire country could produce that ratio of quantity to quality? The protagonist walking out sets progress back 50 years. His blacksmith, listening to him mutter, has no idea what he just said, and the captain steps outside and concludes that the court blacksmiths and Morgan specifically are hiding something. He is certain of it. Sometime later, Robert arrives at the Duke's mansion, and our boy watches him from a window and says, "So that is Alicia's suitor. He is a very handsome man, and Fake is jealous, and there is nothing to be done about that." He remembers the girl's father describing this young man as having a high libido, and considers going to greet him, then decides against it, because he is a rival suitor and might provoke him without meaning to. Best to spend the day at the anvil, and let them get on with it, which lasts until Robert and Alicia walk into the workshop. The girl hides behind Fake and apologizes, because Robert insisted on meeting him at least once. Robert looks at him, and says he sees, so this is Alicia's fiancé. Our boy says he is glad to meet him and gives his name, and the guy returns it and they shake hands. Then Robert keeps hold of his hand and starts examining it. The protagonist asks what is wrong. Robert says nothing is wrong. He was simply admiring how beautiful his hands are, enchantingly strong, and the skin so dense and firm. The MC retrieves his hand, then Robert looks at the girl and asks whether she always hides behind other people's shoulders, because it has been a very long time since they saw each other, and on that occasion she stood behind her maid while they discussed books in the garden. He is a little offended. Alicia apologizes and steps out from behind Fake. What our boy does not know yet is that this entire performance is about to stop being a threat and start being a comedy, and Robert stares at her, stunned, and exclaims that she has grown so much. Our boy has no idea what is happening. Then Robert pinches his nose, winces, and asks him whether he likes it here. The MC files it under sudden questions and then feels Alicia grab his shirt and realizes she is not used to conversations like this either. But he cannot let this man work out that the relationship is fake, and he has no right to lose to him, regardless of whether she loves him or not. So he looks his opponent straight in the face and says he loves this girl. He is simply crazy about her. Robert studies him and says he sees. Then he turns to Alicia and asks whether she would allow him to speak with this man alone. Once she is gone, Fake looks at him with a question on his face, and Robert walks to the weapon stand and asks whether he may look. Of course he may, and our boy assumes he is being evaluated, since Robert is a talented blacksmith, and therefore also a candidate. Robert touches one of the blades and asks whether that is magic ore, and says what a fine sword. Fake thanks him and confirms it. Robert says it is quite good, and that the final enchantment was skillfully applied. Then he puts it back and adds that sometimes he says all sorts of things, and Fake should not attach much importance to it. The MC asks what he is talking about. Then Robert picks up a knife, runs it along the table, and starts talking properly. All sorts of nonsense, he says. He is not particularly gifted as a blacksmith, and he does not have much interest in it either. Compared to other blacksmiths, he would put himself somewhere in the middle. So he is here as an aristocrat. Fake asks what that means. Robert tosses the knife, catches it, and explains, Alicia is a very attractive girl. A great many men would like her as a bride. She is as beautiful as a delicate flower. Unfortunately, she is getting older. Our boy points out that she is 18 and asks whether he is aware of that. Robert ignores this entirely and continues, because she used to be such a baby, so small it looked like she would break in half if you hugged her. The protagonist, now completely lost, asks what he is talking about, and Robert says in genuine despair that she has matured. She is indeed a beautiful young lady, but that is not enough, because he prefers younger girls. If only she were 20 centimeters shorter, and her figure were not so curvy. Her current appearance does not thrill him in the slightest. The MC stands there wondering what is even happening, and whether her proportions do not perfectly reflect her refinement, and then asks himself what he is doing thinking that. So he asks out loud what the man is getting at. Robert smiles and says he no longer feels the same passion for her. Fake clarifies, surprised, that he is no longer interested, and the aristocrat says frankly that he believes so. He also has no insatiable hunger for an aristocratic title, because he hoped to achieve more as an independent warrior, and he is aiming higher than this. Word reached him that the Barnastos were shopping for a blacksmith to marry into the house, and given the choice he would take monster hunting over forging every time. However, family circumstances required him to keep up the appearance, because his parents are extremely persistent. Then he puts both hands on the protagonist's shoulders, smiles, and wishes him good luck, and hopes he will keep this conversation from the Barnasto family. Our boy looks at him for a moment and says he understands, while privately noting that he is getting tired. Robert says wonderful, and then remembers one more thing, because he has taken a liking to that sword he was looking at, and asks whether he can buy it. Of course he can. He asks the price, and Fake runs the numbers, because this sword is higher quality than the one he sold to Avis, and there is more decoration on the hilt, so perhaps he should ask more. He asks whether 10,000 crowns would be acceptable. The aristocrat immediately says done and takes it. Our boy privately thinks he asked a rather high price, and then remembers the man is an aristocrat. Then Robert pulls out a magic attribute, and the MC stares, because that is a small inventory box, each of which holds a set number of items, and each of which is worth a commoner's annual income. Robert takes a wallet out of the vault, hands it over, says 10,000 crowns, and he is welcome to check. Fake thanks him and takes it. The guy reminds him about his request, and once that is confirmed, adds that in future, he may bring him weapons and would be grateful if he would work on them. Our boy says he understands, and that he will be waiting. Then Robert grabs his shoulders again, says right, and announces that they should drop the formality, because he wants to be friends. The MC looks at that entirely sincere expression and says fine and asks to be taken care of. Then the aristocrat leans in with feeling, and our boy's only remaining thought is that this is far too close. Finally, they call Alicia back in, and she is surprised to see the sword, and asks whether that is what he wanted. Robert says it is, but he also needed to talk to the man, because it seems he is a very talented blacksmith, so he decided to buy one of his swords as a sample. Then he says he hopes they stay in touch, and our boy says he hopes so too. Robert waves on his way out, wishes them all the best, and says he will visit Lady Alicia again. Once he is gone, Fake exhales and says they seem to have pulled it off. She laughs, congratulates him, and thanks him for today. He says she did a great job herself, then asks the obvious question, because besides Robert, there will be others. She admits there will. He ruffles his own hair and says he understands. There will be a great many more of these. Privately, he notes that Robert turned out, surprisingly, to be a decent person. But who knows what comes next? It does not matter. He has to work harder, and part of that is for Alicia. How long does this peace last? Sometime later, market day comes around again. He lays the goods out and says he hopes sales improve today, and Alicia asks whether she can inspect the stock too, and starts helping him arrange the weapons. Then he walks her through the range, and the range is now genuinely impressive. Top of the table first. 3 knives plus 3 D-class swords, matching what Robert took. Next tier down, D-class swords and knives, 3 each the grade Ivas took. Then E-class knife and sword, the ones Ivas and Weser bought. And finally F-class goods, which means he now covers every class, and he intends to steer the F-weapons toward adventurers on a budget. There appear to be a lot of new faces today, and this time he has budget options prepared, and a lot of stock, and he intends to haggle properly. Alicia agrees because the important thing now is convincing people to buy. He says then today they go all out, and she says here comes the bargaining. Watching the flow of people, the MC notes there are more of them today, and Alicia tells him excellent, so he needs to speak up. The first customer turns out to be an adventurer, and he sells him an F-class knife and sword. The man offers 12,000 crowns and Fake takes it, although he wanted 15, because this guy is a far better bargainer than he is. Still, he genuinely wants to supply adventurers and build a relationship with them, and if that works the way it worked with Ivas, this is an investment. Then Rig turns up, delighted, greeting them like old friends, tipping his hat politely and asking how they have been. Our boy is thrilled because that is the traveling merchant, and he had hoped to see him again. Rig announces that the sword is amazingly good and has been extremely useful on his travels. It came out lighter and more durable than expected, and it handles beautifully. Then he adds the technical part, because that sword also has very high magical transmission, and it is hard to believe the weapon is E-class ore. Fake is delighted that he liked it that much. Rig goes further, because the magic even tempers the blade during use, and an enchanted weapon is simply a miracle. So today he would like to buy more. Would a bit of everything be acceptable? One look tells him the quality is higher than last time. He likes these swords and knives, and asks whether he may examine them. The MC listens to this and realizes, with some surprise, that the man is pointing at the D-class goods. This guy has an eye. Naturally, Rig makes his selection, thanks him, and asks what he owes. Our boy tallies it up, 12 swords and knives. Rig thinks for a moment. Then comes the shock, because he says fine, he will take all of it. Fake stares at him, then very happily says yes, thank you, and turns to Alicia and asks her to pack everything Rig has chosen. Then they discuss the price, and sometime later the merchant says done, and they settle at 500,000 crowns. Our boy knew haggling with Rig would be harder than haggling with Robert, because traveling merchants are extremely good at this, and even so he got more than he expected, which is very good. The merchant thanks them for the goods, and then realizes he never actually introduced himself, and gives his name. Then he mentions he noticed the engraving on the hilts. Fake. Would he mind if Rig used it? Not at all. Rig says he is very grateful, and Fake bows and thanks him back, and the merchant waves and says they will see each other again, and goes. Alicia is beside herself because he did it and the man bought so much, and their dream came true, and she is so happy, and just as she thought, his weapons are amazing. He thanks her awkwardly and says her words give him confidence, and they should keep this up, and just like that, to the regret of both of them, the entire stock sells out. The range of classes almost certainly had something to do with that, and he makes a note of it for the future. Alicia says they sold so much today, and the MC says it is all thanks to the peddler Rig, and of course to her. She objects because they sold that much because his goods are high quality. On the way home they run into Evis and Wesser. Ivis greets them cheerfully and asks how they are and whether they are heading home, and our boy says they are. Then Wesser turns to Fake and starts thanking him for the work, because that sword is simply wonderful, and so easy to use, and it exceeded every expectation he had. Fake, embarrassed, says he is glad to hear it, and Wesser thanks him again for the quality. Then Ivis mentions he has a request, and asks whether they take custom orders. They very much do. Is he looking for something specific? Ivis points at his weapon, and says the sword is certainly handy, but he needs something a little shorter. Is that possible? Our boy understands immediately, because what the man actually needs is a dagger. Then Wesser says his problem is the exact opposite, because he needs something longer and wider. The MC says both are possible, but he needs to know more to understand exactly what they want. Also, custom orders cost more. They could meet later and go through the details. The adventurers agree happily and say they are looking forward to it. And Fake is quietly thrilled because he is finally taking custom orders and he wants to start immediately. Ivis asks when suits him and our boy says anytime and proposes tomorrow in front of the Adventurers Guild. Then Ivis suggests something better because why not go on an adventure first and visit the weapon shop together afterward. The protagonist, delighted, asks whether he just said adventure. Then he agrees because he needs to see both of them in action to work out what kind of sword each of them needs, and he needs to visit a weapons shop and find something similar to use as a template. The adventurers say excellent, they have a deal, and Eva says he is looking forward to tomorrow, and they say goodbye. Then Alicia asks whether they are going on an adventure together tomorrow, and the protagonist is surprised and asks whether she wants to come. She says yes, because she heard he can fight too. He admits it since he obtained all his own materials before he came to court. She says enthusiastically that she wants to see it. He objects because it is too dangerous and there will be monsters, so bringing her is the wrong decision. Alicia says passionately that she has trained in swordsmanship, and even if it is only for self-defense, she will certainly not be a burden. The MC sighs and accepts that convincing her is not going to happen, so he says fine. He understands. If anything happens, he will protect her. She should stay by his side tomorrow. The girl looks at him, surprised, and asks him to say that again. He asks why. She says bashfully that it was so nice to hear, and asks him please to repeat it. Fake scratches his head, mutters that now he feels awkward, and asks what she is suddenly doing to him. Then he sighs and repeats it. She stays by his side tomorrow. He protects her. Alicia nearly squeals with delight and thanks him. Our boy wonders whether he is being made fun of, and asks whether that is not awkward, and whether she would have said something like that if he asked. She asks, confused, what he wants to hear. He thinks it would be something along the lines of her liking him, then decides no, that is far too direct. And the girl says she wants to be near him. Something goes through him like a shock. What did she just say? Alicia, embarrassed, asks whether those were the words he wanted to hear. His thoughts come apart. Was that too soon? Has he just put her in an awkward position? And utterly flustered. He says no, that is not it. He actually said it without thinking. She deflates instantly and looks at him sadly. While he is still assembling a response, Alicia walks away. He starts to stop her, and she says that if he wants her to say it, she will. Our boy notes, with relief, that at least she did not make him repeat the other remark. That is something. A little later, the MC brings Goral his report and states the day's revenue. 512,000 crowns. The Duke asks him to say that again. Fake explains that today he presented weapons across a range of classes, and the peddler rig liked the stock enough to buy all of it in bulk. Goral says he understands, and that if the merchant liked them, he presumably buys more in future. Our boy says it is all thanks to the working conditions the Duke created for him, and Goral tells him bluntly to listen carefully, because he is still on probation and no approval has been given. The protagonist says of course, and that he will keep working hard, while privately noting that for an aristocrat this may not be a large sum at all, since Goral is looking for a first-class blacksmith. Then the Duke says he heard something from Alicia, and asks whether it is true they are going on an adventure tomorrow. Fake admits it sheepishly and clarifies. They are joining adventurers who place custom orders, in order to see them fight, because he intends to make a weapon that fits each of them exactly. Every adventurer needs a sword suited to their fighting style, and he would like to see it himself so the order comes out right. Goral remarks on how meticulously he approaches the work. The MC says he makes every effort to keep the quality high. Then the Duke says he is assigning them an escort, just in case who will watch from a distance, and that if anything happens to Alicia, Fake is in trouble. Our boy says he understands. The man asks whether he has combat experience, and Fake says that before court he supplied his own materials, so he is quite comfortable with low-ranking monsters. Goral says he is pleased to hear it, and that perhaps one day he will test that himself. The protagonist agrees to demonstrate whenever required, and the Duke says fine, rest today, and tomorrow with his life protect his daughter. Sometime later, lying on his bed, the MC looks at his hands and notes it has been a while since he fought. He traces a spell across his hand with 2 fingers, and finds he remembers the sensation perfectly well. He is confident it will be fine. The next day they meet at the agreed spot and our boy says right, time to go. On the way, Ivis keeps addressing him respectfully, and the protagonist proposes they drop the formalities entirely and speak neutrally. The adventurers agree, and he suggests Ivis address him more simply still, and Ivis, embarrassed, says he cannot possibly, that is too much for him. In the end they settle somewhere in the middle. The MC asks what the plan is today, and Ivis says they took a guild quest to hunt monsters in this forest. Our boy is surprised there are monsters here, and Ivis confirms wolves and goblins and a wolf leader. Wezer adds that going deeper brings orcs, and that there is nothing stronger than that in the area. Fake says understood, and asks whether they are planning to go deeper. Ivis says the goal today is to demonstrate their fighting style, so their client should watch carefully. Then some way in, the protagonist suddenly puts a hand to his own chest. Alicia immediately asks whether something hurts. He says no, he is casting a spell on himself. She asks, startled, whether he means on himself, and he explains that it behaves much like enhancement magic. It reinforces the body and it lets him keep watch on that body's condition at the same time. It is like tempering a blade, carefully and without damaging it. Privately, the point of it is that this way he can protect her. He tells her that if anything feels wrong, she should say so immediately, and she promises she will. Ivis watches all of this and remarks cheerfully that he can see they are not wasting any time. The MC tells him not to tease. Ivis laughs and says he did not intend to. It is simply that they look adorable, and then asks whether his girlfriend can fight. Alicia says self-defense. So what? The adventurer says in that case he supposes she may need her companion's protection, and she says sheepishly perhaps. Then Ivis starts narrating, dreamily, how she will press herself shoulder to shoulder against him, and how that contact will develop into a heated embrace. Wezer hits his partner on the head, and advises everybody to ignore this idiot. Ivis asks with feigned devastation why beastmen are so strong. Alicia assures Wezer it is fine, then takes hold of Fake's clothes, and he looks over at her in surprise. She asks whether she can walk beside him. He says yes, of course, because it is quite dangerous here. Then he puts an arm around her shoulders and gently pulls her closer, and she is enormously embarrassed and enormously pleased about it, and his heart is trying to leave his body. He is absolutely going to protect Alicia. You have to be especially vigilant in a forest. Meanwhile, Wezer stops dead, listens and says the wolves are coming, and tells them to stand behind. When the enemies appear, he orders his comrade forward. The adventurers go straight in, and our boy is amazed at the speed. He watches their agility and their precision. Ivis calls the opening, and takes the first wolf down with one clean strike, and the blood lands across his own face. The remaining monsters stop and reassess. Wezer shouts, and the second one follows in, and cuts down another enemy in a single blow, then turns neatly and finishes the last one the same way. Then he smiles at his allies and says that is it, and he and Ivis bump fists, and Ivis says well done. And the protagonist has it because Ivis distracts, and Wezer finishes. That is the whole tactic. Ivis has the speed, moving nimbly and slipping past enemies. Wezer has the strength because beastmen are far stronger than ordinary humans, and that is their advantage. Ivis asks how it looked. The MC says excellent, and that he already has ideas for what to make them. They are both strong. Their duo combines speed and strength, and he does not think there is a monster in this forest capable of beating them. The adventurers are embarrassed because he will not stop praising them. Then Fake takes out his own weapon and asks whether he might have a try as well. To nobody's surprise, the adventurers stare at him. A while later, the 4 of them are lying in wait, and Ivis says there 2 goblins, and they have not spotted the party yet, which is excellent. Our boy finds a rock on the ground, picks it up, magically enhances it, and throws it as he comes out of cover. The rock takes the first goblin in the head, and the second one comes straight at him. Fake waits for it to close, swings once and kills it in a single blow, Then the one that took the rock gets up and charges him too. He does not move. He waits for the moment. And that one goes down just as easily. Right away, he wipes his forehead and exhales. Weser says he is incredibly strong and asks whether the others saw that. Our boy says they are exaggerating because he used to gather his own materials, so a fight like this is nothing new. Ivis immediately proposes that with him aboard, they become the strongest adventuring party in the kingdom and tells him to join them. The MC says he is very sorry, but blacksmithing interests him more. Alicia says he was simply incredible, and he thanks her awkwardly, and Ivis notes that somebody else enjoyed watching too. Fake asks them to show him more of their tactics, and then they head back to the workshop. He spends the time studying how they fight. Given Ivis's speed and agility, a light short sword is the answer. For Weser, a long sword, since he is more comfortable with a heavier weapon. But before he starts, he needs their preferences. So back at the workshop, he hands Ivis a short sword. The adventurer looks it over, tries it, and says it is a bit long for him. Also too heavy. So our boy asks how he feels about daggers. Ivis says sheepishly that the blade is too short, but the weight is perfect. Exactly right. The MC has it. Shorter than a sword, lighter than a sword. Then he turns to Weser and asks about his, and the man takes the weapon and says that with this weight he would cut down anything in his path. When they part, our boy thanks them for their time, because he now has a clear picture of what each weapon has to be. They thank him back and ask what this is going to cost. And Fake hesitates because, considering the custom work and the materials, he does not want to undervalue his own effort, and also, these two are his first clients. So he says that if they are satisfied with the final weapons, Ivis pays 40,000 crowns and Weser pays 60,000. Ivis is surprised because that is cheaper than he expected. Then our boy catches himself and adds the condition, because that price assumes they hand over their old weapons to be melted down. Otherwise, it goes up by another 40,000. Ivis is delighted and says he would happily give up his old sword for a discount like that. So it is agreed. The weapons will be ready by the next auction. They thank him and say they will be eagerly waiting, and he says excellent. He starts tomorrow, and they wish him luck and go. Alicia looks at her fiancé with open admiration. The next day, the MC rolls his sleeves up and announces he is starting with Ivis. That weapon has to sit between a dagger and a short sword, carrying the weight of a dagger and the length of a sword, which means cutting down the amount of magic ore in the forging. The problem is less ore means the weapon does not last, and Ivis and Weser are partners with a great many battles still ahead of them, so their weapons have to be extremely reliable. He is going to have to work for this. He starts. The iron plate comes out, then he shapes the weapon, and then he starts casting enchantments. And here's the trick he uses, because he deliberately does not overdo the enchantments. Their real job is adjusting the magical code. A hammer blow breaks that code, and the enchantment makes it easy to restore, and repeating that cycle engraves the code deeper into the sword every time. Rather like human muscle, which gets stronger when it is pushed to its limit. Once he has that working, he starts tempering the steel, alternating heat and water magic until the metal is where he wants it. Then sharpening, which he normally does on feel, except this time he is being especially meticulous about it. Then the hilt, wrapped in a strip of leather for grip and secured. Then he decides to test it, and slashes at a post and the severed section drops off instantly. Our boy is surprised because that blade is sharper than he expected, and he has not applied the additional enchantments yet. With those it gets sharper still. He finds himself hoping this sword carries Ivis all the way up, and keeps that cheerful spirit of his intact. In the end he catches his breath and declares it done. Ivis's sword is single-edged closer to a falchion, because one sharp edge is all that blade needs. Shorter than average for a sword. Slightly heavier than a dagger. Lighter than a sword. Exactly what the man asked for. The protagonist sits down and notices he is a bit tired. The scabbard is all that remains, and then half the job is finished. He genuinely did not expect one order to be this exhausting, but it is the first sword he has ever made to measure, and he hopes the guy is happy with it. Once the scabbard is done and the sword is in it, Alicia knocks and asks whether she can come in. Of course she can. She says she can see he has been working hard, and asks whether part of the order is finished. He confirms it, says he started with Ivis, and asks whether she would like to see. She would, and when she examines it, she says the weapon combines power with the elegance of the enchantment, and that it is like a true work of art. He thanks her, embarrassed, and admits this one sword alone has flattened him. She smiles and explains she was worried, because he never appeared after noon, so she came to check on him. He asks, surprised, how long it actually took. He started in the morning, and by his own estimate the forging took him about 5 hours. Then Alicia asks whether he wants something to eat, and he says no, actually he wants to sleep. So she says in that case he should lie down on her lap, and sit straight down on the floor and pats her knees. The protagonist says absolutely not, that is unacceptable. She points out that he is tired, so he should lie down and stop thinking about anything. After a brief internal negotiation, he puts his head on her lap and notes blissfully how soft it is. She looks down at him fondly. He closes his eyes and immediately reports that resting here is impossible, because he is nervous and cannot relax at all. Alicia strokes his head and asks what his plans are for today. He says he intends to make a couple of items for sale and finish up, and start Weser's order tomorrow. She says right. Then he can lie there a little longer, and Fake, doing work that protects the people who matter to him. Resting on the lap of the girl he loves, concludes he is the happiest man alive. The next morning he gets to work, and the Weser sword needs far more magic ore, so it costs him more. He builds a mold with earth magic for a wide plate, pours molten ore in, lets it harden, then tempers the plate again, then runs the same cycle he used on Eva's blade. Hammer the metal into shape, raise the temperature, repeat. Then he goes through the spell list, picks what he needs, and enchants the blade. Then he stretches his shoulders out and thinks about the final form, because unlike his partner, Weser is proficient with any blade, so this one gets a double edge. Exactly as the man asked, long and broad, because that weapon does not only have to strike, it has to finish. In their duet, Eva's draws the attention, and Weser delivers the instant kill, so the sword must be heavy enough and sharp enough to end an enemy in one blow. All that remains is infusing the magical information and forging and repeating the tempering cycle until the sword is right, because this is magical area iron, and it can be pushed further still. Forging a colossus like this is not easy. If he had not cast a spell on himself first, he would be in serious trouble. Eventually, he looks at the blank and finds he has hit the shape and the weight he wanted, then looks out the window and discovers it is already noon. As expected, this sword takes far longer than the last one, so he rests, then works through until evening and finally finishes. The weapon is incredibly heavy. Tempering it was not easy, and being a longsword, sharpening it with wind magic took considerably more effort than usual. He runs his fingers along the blade and thinks, wearily, that the job was far harder than he expected. He should have priced this one higher. Then he makes the hilt, and then announces the last test, because before the final enchantment he needs to try it. He puts a statue in front of him and cuts it, alternating sides of the blade. The statue comes apart cleanly, of course it does, and he thinks happily that with this sword a man kills monsters in one blow because the double edge means it cuts through anything simply on weight. Then the finishing touch, which is the enchantment that unlocks what Weser can actually do in a fight. Some indeterminate time later, he looks at what he has made and mutters that a whole day in the workshop has produced a finished sword. Then he sits down on the floor, tips his head back, and says finally. He wonders whether the boys will like them. He cannot wait to hand them over. When Alicia comes in, she tries to lift the sword and announces that it is heavy. Fake laughs and says he built it around Weser's frame, and Weser's requests, then asks for her hand. When she gives it, he runs his fingers across her wrist and tells her he has temporarily enhanced her physical abilities, so now she can lift it. She picks it up and confirms, with some surprise, that it really is heavy. Then she says something that stops him, because there are only 2 people in the world capable of making something like this out of magic ore. The protagonist says he genuinely does not think that is true, and she tells him she has met a great many blacksmiths, and only a very few of them could produce this. He is an incredible blacksmith. He gets embarrassed, thanks her, and insists he still has room to improve. Alicia points out he has been working in that workshop without stopping for 2 days, and asks whether he is coming to dinner. He says yes. He is extremely hungry. She laughs and tells him to eat as much as he can hold. Meanwhile, Ron has summoned Morgan and is irritably asking what exactly their forge does. The leader, baffled, asks what he means by that. The captain explains that he called him in because of the sword he entrusted to them, and would like to know why the work was so poor. Morgan stands there genuinely unable to see the problem with such a superb enchanted weapon, and then launches into it, with feeling, because every knight in the guild has received an enchanted blade. The forge runs almost around the clock. It takes incredible effort. Their forge never stops. This art demands enormous investment in energy and endurance. Perhaps the captain should tell his knights to look after their weapons better. Ron concedes the point, then asks about the arrangement, because did their forge not offer to supply new weapons regularly, once a month, in an agreement made about 3 years ago? Morgan thinks well yes, and here's what that agreement actually was. Once Fake arrived at the palace and settled in, they handed him every responsibility on his own. They discussed it. They wanted him to suffer more, so they adjusted the supply system until it reached its current shape. And Fake handled it, which irritated the guildmaster enormously, which is precisely why he agreed to a regular supply schedule with the knights in the first place. The captain confirms the rest, because before that, deliveries came once every 6 months, sometimes once every 3. Then Ron looks at him and says that if they keep producing swords this bad, the knights terminate their forge's services. Morgan cannot believe what he just heard. Poor quality. He asks what that is supposed to mean, and the captain tells him that the sword he personally worked on is nothing compared to the one the protagonist inlaid, which raises a question. Were all those high-quality swords they supplied over the years actually that man's work? Because none of their current swords are usable, and the enchantments on every single one have to be fixed. Morgan grins, offended, and counters that they already work through holidays and have no time for this, and asks whether the captain is prepared to raise their wages. Ron says that if the quality stays like this, they will be considering lowering them. Then he adds the detail that breaks the conversation open, because they have been brought swords that still carry the protagonist's enchantments, so the forge can use those as a reference sample. And Morgan is outraged because Fake's work is something he cannot even look at. Ron, startled by the sheer nerve, asks how he can possibly say that, when even a man with no ability to read magical code can see what it is. Morgan stands there wondering who exactly this person thinks he is talking to. Then he spreads his arms and explains at length that the captain evidently does not understand. Unlike him, the captain cannot see magical code, and said as much himself, so he cannot tell crude code from good code. In other words, the protagonist's enchantments are so terrible they cannot even be corrected. There are no worse enchantments anywhere. No blacksmith can bear to look at them. Anyone who tried would feel unimaginable disgust, to the point of being unable to continue working. And here's the part he volunteers entirely on his own, About a year after the protagonist became a blacksmith, there was an accident. He ruined a sword, and Morgan, as the head, scolded him for it and told him he had no talent. From that day forward, the man was to sit in the workshop every single day and enchant every sword by himself. And from then on, Morgan never looked at his work again and does not want to. The captain, surprised, asks whether that means not one of them ever looked. Morgan confirms it. What Morgan does not know is that he has just handed a knight commander the entire case against himself, out loud, unprompted. So Ron draws the conclusion out loud, slowly. In other words, every blacksmith in that workshop got in through connections and is effectively useless, and the head of the forge privately confirms that this is entirely true, because every one of them, himself included, became a court blacksmith through connections. But even so, they have talent. You cannot put them on the same level as commoners. Ron says, wearily, that this is enough, and tells them to at least enchant the swords well enough to be usable, and that he has nothing further to say. So Morgan can go. Outside, Morgan curses him thoroughly, because the man makes nothing but unilateral demands, and he has never met anybody this reckless, and they work tirelessly. And what a captain of knights this country has. That country is doomed. Becoming that man's personal blacksmith would have ended him. Genuinely, he got out in time and he is grateful for it. Then he calms down, decides he is tired, and announces he is leaving today's work to the others and getting some rest. A while later, the captain comes to their forge in person, with a reprimand. Morgan, with his workers behind him, asks in bewilderment what he is saying, and the commander repeats it. They are all talentless. The boss looks around at his colleagues and asks what the man is talking about, because they are court blacksmiths, and privately notes that this person cannot even examine an enchantment properly and still dares to make a claim like that. Then Ron tells him what has actually happened, because if they had been able to show results, he would not have reported the situation to another department. All he originally wanted was for Fake to check his sword. He never imagined they would hand him back that parody of a weapon. Those idiots had that much nerve. He shouts the last part with everything he has. The blacksmiths stare at him because nobody expected this, and now they are simply terrified. Morgan, barely staying upright, realizes the man's voice is loaded with mana, and just like that, the rest of the workers go straight down. The captain keeps going, because the moment he started investigating, more and more of their conduct came to light. Apparently, a great many blacksmiths besides the protagonist have quit this place, and not one of them lasted longer than a year. Specialists are leaving this fast because of them. Morgan stammers that yes, their pool of specialists is small, but that is because young people today lack courage. And the commander says no, not at all. According to his information, the workshop manager bullies his new subordinates. Then he grabs Morgan by the collar, pulls him in, and clarifies that he is talking about him. The manager starts babbling that he bullies nobody, he was training them. And Ron asks, really? Because the protagonist's workload apparently meant he enchanted most of the swords every day, on his own, morning until night without a break. That was the entire job. He had no days off. He had to sleep in the forge. Where exactly is the training in that? That is not a blacksmith. That is a torturer. Morgan cries out that it is not true, and the captain out of patience drops him, raises a fist, and tells him to shut his mouth. Then he hits him in the face hard enough to snap his head back, and the blood comes out of his nose. And even then, looking up at that face, Morgan has the nerve to ask whether he thinks violence is acceptable. Ron puts a foot on his face and asks how many valuable blacksmiths they lost because of this man. Compared to that, his pain is nothing. He is bringing Fake back. And not only Fake, because he is recalling every blacksmith they drove out. And every one of these workers is going to crawl to them on their knees and apologize to the people who left because of them. Ron will personally tell them that Morgan is no longer head of the workshop, that he has been fired along with everybody who bullied them under his command, and that they are being begged to come back. Is that understood? Morgan, holding his swollen face, asks what he just said. Fired. The captain says it is obvious. Morgan sits up and announces he will not kneel before them, or at least that is his position for roughly the next 4 seconds. And Ron adds the last piece gloomily, because if they cannot get the blacksmiths back, all of them are fired. He has already explained the situation to Morgan's family in detail, and it appears they have decided to disown him. To nobody's surprise, Morgan says no, because he is no longer the court blacksmith, and if they strip the titles too, there is no point in living. The captain confirms it, then offers one door, because if they do somehow succeed and return every blacksmith, he supposes he will allow them to join the Knight Corps. They will have to survive rigorous training, but that can wait. Now they can go and start gathering blacksmiths. Morgan sits on the floor wondering why this is happening to him. Meanwhile, the protagonist hands the adventurers their swords and asks what they think. Evis and Wesser look at their new weapons with open admiration and start testing them. Evis says the length is perfect and the sword is light and compact, and even so he can feel enormous power in it. Our boy explains that the weapon is tuned to his fighting style, so it is not well suited to frontal attacks. He made it as durable as he could, and even so, the blade may not survive a direct clash with somebody as strong as Wesser, so be careful with it. Evis says he understands and thanks him, and that if he fights the way he normally fights, there should be no problem at all. Then the MC looks over at Wesser, who is holding that enormous sword out at arm's length in one hand, and is quietly amazed that anybody can do that. He asks how he likes it. The adventurer says it is exactly as he wanted. Fake says he is glad, and asks about the rest of it. Wesser says that is fine too, because the sword is so perfect he can hardly believe it, and this is the first time in his life he has held a blade that fits his hand like this. Our boy explains the design because it is built around one decisive blow. Their styles complement each other. His comrade draws the enemy out and he destroys them. The guy says yes and thanks him, and promises to cherish it. And the protagonist smiles and tells him not to be so careful with it, because he should use it as much as he wants, and if it breaks, bring it back to him, privately. This is the greatest joy available to a blacksmith, although he would rather they did not push these swords past what the swords can do. Then he settles up. 40,000 crowns for Ivis's sword, 60 for Wesser's. Once they pay, he says, the deal is done, and it was a pleasure doing business. He also notes that the sword he took in part payment is in good condition, and that with a small adjustment to the magic code, it becomes sellable. Then Ivis mentions they are taking the promotion exam soon, and that with blades like these they will not have any problems. The MC suggests they try the weapons out first and get used to them, and Ivis agrees, since the exam is in the evening so there is time. Although even without that, with swords like these, they pass. Wesser says he thinks so too because it feels like he has been using this sword for years. Fake laughs and says he is glad to hear it, and tells them to be careful and look after themselves, and adds that if they fail an exam holding his weapons, he starts doubting his own blacksmithing. They assure him they will absolutely pass, and Wesser says he will become a swordsman worthy of this sword, and Ivis says the same. Once they are gone, Alicia tells the protagonist it worked, and they were very pleased. He agrees and says he is glad they liked them. The girl clenches both fists and says she hopes they pass, and that they definitely will because they have his weapons. He says awkwardly, that would be nice. A while later, he finishes reworking the sword he took in part payment, declares the enchantment complete, and puts it out on the stall with the rest, and Alicia says they all look excellent. Then a female adventurer comes over, greets them, and says she is interested. Our boy greets her back and invites her to look at anything she likes. She points at one of the swords and says she would like to hold that one, and he hands it over. She examines it, swings it, and asks the price. The MC says 50,000 crowns. She looks uncertain and asks whether it could go lower. He asks for a moment to think, and says he could do 40. Then she asks playfully whether she could do him a favor, and the protagonist, whose eyes have gone somewhere they should not have, goes red and says he cannot come down much, but he could come down a little, at which point Alicia says with considerable force, 50,000 crowns, because for a start, this sword is high quality, and even at the starting price it is a bargain. The adventurer, taken aback, asks whether she is his girl. Alicia asks whether that is a problem. The buyer gets embarrassed, says she understands everything, and buys the sword at 50,000 crowns. The duke's daughter thanks her for the purchase without taking her eyes off her for 1 second. The girl pours the coins into the bowl and leaves at speed. Our boy, surprised, asks Alicia what is wrong with her. She asks whether he likes curvy figures. He asks, baffled, what that is about, and she notes that he was staring at that adventurer. The MC says sheepishly, really, while privately maintaining that he does not particularly like curvy figures, that this is simply male nature, and that he glanced by accident. Then he starts flipping through the coins, picks one out, and examines it with enormous interest. Alicia frowns and does not say a word. After that, they sell 2 F-rank daggers and swords to new adventurers, and the morning's profit comes to 180,000 crowns, and Fake announces they are keeping this up. Meanwhile, Rig turns up, greets them, and says it has been a while, and our boy agrees happily that it has. The merchant reports that his swords and daggers are selling like hotcakes in the neighboring town, and that he advertised them well, so a new stream of orders is coming. Fake is thrilled and thanks him for the advertising. Then Rig adds the part that changes the picture, because it is not only adventurers buying these weapons, knights are taking them too, and they have started bragging about them to other knights. The MC, confused, asks whether knights do not receive weapons from the kingdom or from their lords, because that is how it worked in his country, and it is exactly why they ran mass enchantments every week. Rig says he is right, but the weapons issued that way are not good. Knights who reach a certain status generally buy their own, which is why he is back. So how many of these high-grade weapons do they have? 10. Swords and daggers. Naturally, Rig looks them over and says excellent quality. He will take all of them. Our boy happily thanks him for the purchase, and the merchant asks the price, 800,000 crowns. Rig laughs and points out that he buys in bulk, so perhaps a discount, say 700,000. The MC counters that this would be too low and bad for his business, and proposes throwing in some lower quality swords and daggers to bring the total to 760,000. The merchant says done. Fake thanks him again, and they load every weapon into a crate, which the peddler's assistant, a large and completely silent man, lifts onto his shoulders. Then Rig mentions he is leaving soon, and for a long time, so he will not be able to visit. Our boy is genuinely disappointed to hear it, but the merchant has an arrangement, because his apprentice, a girl named Alme, arrives in a week in his place, and he has a favor to ask, because he would like several weapons prepared at varying quality levels. He will buy whatever she does not choose. He wants to find out whether she can properly assess what is in front of her. The MC says he understands and will do it. Rig thanks him and specifies the order. By that day, he wants 10 swords and daggers at top grade, and a handful of cheaper pieces alongside them for ordinary sale. Is all of that doable? Of course he can. Everything will be ready when she arrives. Rig says excellent, and adds that his slave will be coming with her, so Fake will recognize her immediately. Alicia whispers, anxiously, whether he is sure he can do all of that in 1 week. He whispers back that he is used to it, so yes. She asks him not to overwork himself. Then Rig asks what all this splendor is going to cost. Our boy thinks about it and says roughly 1.5 million crowns. Peddler offers 1,300,000, Fake says what? And Alicia objects immediately because that will not do. The price is too low and they will agree to at least 1,450,000. She checks with the MC who confirms it. Rig says fine, 1,400,000. Our boy is ready to agree. And the Duke's daughter tells him not to even think about it. 1,450,000. Final, because they also agreed to help train his apprentice. The peddler admits she is right and says let it be as they say, and he will pay that amount. Fake thanks him slightly sheepishly and confirms they will expect the apprentice on time. And Rig says he is counting on him and goes. Then our boy exhales in relief and thanks the girl. She replies indignantly that as always he gives discounts far too easily. He apologizes and says he is simply so glad that anybody needs his swords at all. And Alicia says she understands the feeling, but his blades are genuinely valuable to her, so the payment should match his skill. He looks at her and says he will try not to repeat the mistake. She accepts that with a smile. A while later she asks about the apprentice Rig mentioned, and our boy confirms it, because blacksmiths train apprentices too, and working together is completely normal in the trade. He happens to possess magic in every attribute, so he does all of the workshop's jobs himself. A master without that luck takes on an apprentice for convenience and splits the responsibilities, which is especially useful on a large order. He is thinking about taking an apprentice himself one day. Alicia asks whether he wants a girl as an apprentice too. Fake is surprised and asks why a girl specifically. Then he grabs her hand and announces he has an idea, because why should she not become his apprentice? Forging with her would be enormously fun. Privately, it is also a chance to see her in a work uniform. He asks what she thinks. Alicia gets embarrassed and says she is sorry, but she is not that good at magic. He says exactly, and privately reasons that since she can see magical parameters, she could learn blacksmithing, although it is considerably more complicated than that. And privately it hurts a little, because if she were capable of it she would have said yes before he finished the sentence. Then she works out the other half of it, because if he takes somebody else as an apprentice, that person spends every single day in the workshop with him. She grabs her own head and says no. He asks what is wrong, and she asks him not to take any other girls as apprentices. The protagonist says, confused, that he understands. Later she asks where he learned blacksmithing, and he says he is from a village, and his parents were blacksmiths, and they took him in and taught him everything they knew. Privately, he notes that they are no longer alive. Alicia catches the wording and asks what he means, took him in. So he explains that his biological parents abandoned him when he was very young, which made him an orphan. She says she sees and her face falls, and he tells her not to worry about it, because he was far too young, and he does not even remember what those people looked like. Alicia is quiet for a moment. Then she looks at him and says that today she was lucky, because she got to know him a little better. He looks back at her, then turns his eyes to the flag with his emblem on it. Later, while they are packing up, Alicia says they were so lucky to sell out, and he agrees it was worth keeping the stall open that long. And that is when Ivis and Wezer call out to them. He asks whether they have already taken the exam, and both of them answer at once. He asks the results. Ivis laughs and says they passed, promoted to D rank. Wezer says it is all thanks to his weapon. Fake and Alicia look at each other and grin, delighted at how their friends are doing, and the protagonist says he is glad he could help and congratulates them. Wezer says they cannot express how grateful they are, because that weapon is light and easy to handle. So they will be at C rank soon. And our boy pushes back, seriously, because it is not just the weapon. They only received these recently, and they mastered them that fast. They passed on their own ability. The adventurers refuse the compliment and insist it is all him. So he tells them that if they need a weapon again, they should come, and that by then he will try to obtain better magical steel, because the metal he is currently using will be too weak for where their skill is going. Evis says they will recommend him to their friends. He thanks them and wishes them luck with the ranks, and they go. And the protagonist watches them walk away, thinking about the fact that people carrying weapons he made with his own hands are climbing toward the top, right in front of him. Watching that is deeply satisfying. He says he intends to stand just as tall as they do. Alicia smiles and tells him to try. Sometime later he reports to Goral. Total profit, 1.2 million crowns. The Duke asks whether that came from a large custom order from a merchant, and Fake confirms it, and adds that adventurers are visiting the stall as well, and that little by little his goods are becoming recognizable. Goral remarks that things appear to be improving for him. Then he concedes something bigger, because the man's skill is beyond doubt. Then he goes quiet. The MC asks whether something has happened. Goral says no, he simply received a letter, and hands over an envelope. Fake reads the address and is surprised, because it is from Robert. Goral opens his own and says he received one from the same man, and it concerns a blacksmithing commission. The protagonist reads his and repeats the phrase back in bewilderment. The Duke asks whether he will accept. Of course he will. If it is forging work, he will gladly take it. The man smiles and says in that case he writes a reply immediately, and our boy thanks him and promises not to let him down. Then he leaves the office thinking that an order from Robert specifically will be much harder to satisfy. A short time later the aristocrat arrives, throws his arms wide, shouts something about how long it has been, hugs him and says he is so glad the man finally accepted his commission. Fake privately would like his personal space back. Out loud he asks what weapon he wants. Robert activates his magical storage box, opens a chest and tells him to take a look. And our boy looks inside and asks whether that is the magical iron of area. That is precisely why Robert came to him. Now magical iron gets extracted from the bodies of monsters, and the valuable stuff does not necessarily come from a strong one. It is luck. Iron can drop off an ordinary goblin, which is exactly why adventurers go out hunting day after day, hoping. Robert asks whether that is not wonderful. Fake agrees, then points at something else and asks whether that is the magical metal Vareya. Robert confirms it and admits that of course it is inferior to Area, but for a blacksmith, this is a rare chance to demonstrate what he can do on a metal like that. Our boy agrees, and privately notes that Iria is almost never seen on sale at all, because swords made from it become family heirlooms and get guarded like eyes. Then Robert says that is not everything he brought, and our boy looks into the chest and stops, because that is the claw and the fang of a dragon. Robert confirms it. They penetrated its domain and destroyed the monster, and took the area and the claws and the fang off the body, and that is why he came here with this order. The protagonist says delighted that it is not every day a person defeats a dragon, and asks whether he killed it alone. Robert says no, because defeating something like that alone is impossible. The knights helped, and only their combined effort brought it down, and in the end he was given the honor of taking something from the victory. Fake says that is simply incredible, because creating a weapon from materials this rare is the best reward a blacksmith gets. Robert says he is glad the man is inspired. Then our boy lays out the plan, because Area is the base and Vareya makes up the missing volume. He looks at the magic stones and understands why the Vareya was brought at all, since there is nowhere near enough area to make a weapon on its own. Then he asks about the dragon materials, and Robert says the fang and the claw are meant to cover the shortfall and improve the quality of the product. The MC says that is good, but even so, the result comes out worse than a pure alloy would. Does he still want a sword made from what he has? Robert sighs and says he understands there will be a compromise and it is unavoidable, so he is placing high hopes on the man's skill. Our boy says with a small smile that he will not let him down. Then he looks at all of it laid out on the table, and thinks that this may simply be the nature of every blacksmith, because seeing that many rare materials fills him with anticipation. He can hardly wait to start. He asks what weapon Robert wants, and Robert takes out a sword, hands it over and says the same shape as this one. Our boy draws it, examines it, and identifies it as a sword combining Vareya and Area, sincerely and carefully forged, and the enchantment done to perfection. Robert confirms it, and says this time he wants dragon materials, and Iria used to make something even better. The MC asks whether he should only cast different enchantments, and Robert says calmly that if the blade ends up better than the current one he has no objection, and he trusts the man's instinct. Weight, length, shape, whatever he feels is right. Our boy says he understands and will try to forge a sword that lives up to it. Robert sits down on a chair to watch, and Fake puts the magic stones into a bowl and begins, because the first job is melting and mixing the two metals, which is standard procedure and nothing complicated. That fuses perfectly. Then he looks at the dragon materials and knows those have to be melted and mixed too, and when he handles them he feels a barely perceptible warmth in them, like a heart beating, a strange sensation. He puts them in a bowl, applies fire magic, and they do not give at all. So dragons genuinely are resistant to high temperatures, which means fine-tuning the magical flow and pushing the heat to where it needs to be. Then the materials start to melt, and he says the shape is finally changing. Robert is surprised and says he did not expect him to work it out that fast, then corrects himself because he expected nothing less. Most smiths will not touch draconic material at all. It is specialist territory, and this one adapted to it inside a minute. Only a true master manages that. The melt finishes and fuses completely, and our boy mixes the molten metal with the draconic material and casts the blank, then combines the two red-hot metals, and announces that the synthesis of every magical property in the materials has been completed successfully. Robert stares at it and calls it stunning. A magnificent piece of work. Fake thanks him and says he now shapes the sword, and it is still a long way from finished, and asks whether he intends to keep watching. Robert says skill like this is not something you get to learn from every day, and asks to be present until the very end, because it is invaluable experience. Our boy has no objection and keeps working. The forging follows a standard algorithm with the magical parameters monitored throughout, and here's the real problem underneath it, because despite the fusion of magical metal and draconic components, their essences are not yet synchronized. The external integrity is deceptive. Internally they have not merged at all. So shaping the sword is how he braids those magical currents into each other, and the moment the alloy holds together properly, he wrecks the structure on purpose so he can build it again. That is the only way the steel gets stronger. The work takes the entire day, so the rest waits for morning. The next morning Robert, who spent the night there, is already standing at the anvil waiting to begin. After the final shaping, our boy checks length and width and finds both perfect, and then runs one more check before sharpening, because on a double-edged sword symmetry and balance are critical. Then he makes a handle from area metal and fits it. Then he asks whether Robert would like to try it before the final finishing, and they go outside and the man takes it, swings it a few times, and turns around delighted. He calls it simply wonderful because it is an exact copy of the original sword, and recreating something like that in a single forging is flawless. Fake says he is glad there were no problems and moves to the final finishing. Back in the forge, Robert watches him work and says his level of wind magic is impressive, and that mastery of all the elements is evidently what allows this kind of forging. Our boy says with a small smile that his years of training were not wasted. The sharpening finishes, and then the final enchantments, which broadly replicate the ones on Robert's own sword, except he fixes several problems in them, and modifies the whole thing for Area. When it is finished, Robert picks the sword up again and says it does not merely fit his hand perfectly, because the magic transfer is astonishingly effective, and the quality and precision of the enchantments are beyond praise. The MC says he is glad he likes it. Then Robert says cheerfully that he could never repair a masterpiece at this level himself if it broke. Our boy laughs and tells him not to worry, because thanks to the alloy-containing area, it holds for about 2 months. Then Robert grabs both his hands, presses his face to them, and announces that these hands create real miracles and he envies the talent. Fake retrieves his hands and asks him to stop. Robert thanks him and proposes settling up immediately. How about a fee of 5 million crowns? Our boy is startled by the number and says it is far too much, because Robert supplied every material himself and specified the shape. He could take 300,000 for the labor, and Robert says he took every nuance into account deliberately. Very few people are even capable of converting material like that, so the fee includes unique skills. And weapons made of Iria are worth 10 times more. Are they not? Then he hands over a small box and says the entire amount is in there, in items. The MC opens it and asks whether these are the rare artifacts that only occasionally surface in dungeons, and says he cannot simply accept something of that value. Robert says the blade is worth it, and he should believe him, because a sword made of Iria can compete even with a weapon of Eslian steel. He wants to keep working with this blacksmith, and this will be useful. Let it serve his future. Fake accepts the gift and thanks him, and Robert thanks him in return for the sword, and vows to become a warrior worthy of the thing that was made for him, and says that if help is ever needed, he is at his service. Sometime later in his room, Alicia tells him his skill is genuinely great, because the sword Robert commissioned exceeded every expectation. Processing metal and dragon components, like that is already an achievement. Even her father was amazed. She is sure he will recognize his skill. Our boy picks up a cup of tea and says with a small smile that he hopes one day it will be so. Then he looks down, and the thought arrives that he has been avoiding. If Goral really did recognize him, what would it change between them? Because he is a false suitor, a shield against other suitors. Is that going to continue forever? Of course, if he can keep being useful to her, he is happy about it. But how long can they deceive the Lord? And in the end, when she finds someone who genuinely loves her, his role is finished. All of it started with her pity. With a kind girl feeling sorry for a man everybody mocked, he had almost forgotten that and started desperately throwing himself into blacksmithing to earn recognition. How childish that was. She notices the look on his face and asks whether he feels unwell or whether he is tired from forging that sword. He lifts his head, denies it, and says everything is fine. Rig's apprentice Almi arrives next week. There are still a couple of orders from other clients, and he has not even sat down to make stock to sell yet. She points out that he already spent enormous time and effort on Robert's sword, and now he has to prepare for a whole new working week. He agrees and says his hobby brings him income, so he is not complaining. She says she asked him to rest more. He says he is not even tired. Alicia, worried, says that she is worried about him and asks whether he could rest this week. He thinks about that proposal and says it is fine to take their time for a change, then asks whether they could go somewhere, just the two of them, and eat something good. She agrees, delighted. And our boy thinks that he has no idea what is coming, but he cannot curb this thirst for forging genuinely worthy blades. He wants his swords to find a great many owners. That is his meaning, and it does not move. He is simply doing his duty as a blacksmith, the way his heart tells him to. At the same time, Goral is standing in his office looking out of the window remembering a conversation, because Robert came to him and thanked him for permission to order a weapon from this blacksmith. Iria magical iron, Virea magical metal, a dragon claw, and a dragon fang. The man combined every one of those in a single blade. The result exceeded all his expectations. Goral looked at the sword in shock and asked whether a blade like that could genuinely be forged. Then he asked whether he might inquire about something else, and once he had consent, asked why Robert commissioned Fake in the first place, given that they were both contenders for his daughter's hand, and Robert is a blacksmith himself. Robert was taken aback by the question and answered honestly. Lady Alicia spoke about that talent in terms high enough that another smith wanted to see the ceiling for himself. Then he admitted the rest. Handling material of that grade is not a simple job even for him. And what he watched left him amazed. It is no wonder the lady singled him out from the rest. Back in the present, Goral walks over to a small chest, opens it, and looks at the sword inside with a serious expression, and says a little sadly that it might be this one. Sometime later, after a 2-week break, the MC reopens the stall, takes their usual place, and sets everything up. They divide the goods by quality as always, plus a separate batch for Almi, Rig's apprentice. He forged extra swords and daggers to draw customers, and notes with a small smile that the box of items Robert gave him has come in useful. Alicia, standing next to him, says that thanks to it he can carry far more stock. Then people start arriving who already recognize the shop, because one of them picked up a sword of his from some traveling merchant a while back. Excellent quality. Sat in the hand perfectly. He let his comrades try it, and now every one of them wants the same sword, so they came in person. May they look at the wares? Our boy agrees happily and thanks him for the praise, while privately concluding that the traveling merchant was almost certainly Rig. The man said he would advertise, but Fake did not expect customers to walk straight to him. The customers decide what they want. He names prices, they buy. Then he looks at the money and notes that he sold at a discount and that order still brought in 200,000 gold. 3 customers before mid-morning. Then more arrive, some bring friends. He is grateful to the people praising his blades in taverns. Some come because of rumors about how strong Ivis has gotten. Others heard from merchants, and just like that, by midday the stall is surrounded. Alicia, standing beside the empty boxes, says it is incredible because the customers are not stopping. Fake agrees and says he is grateful to Rig for the advertising and the reputation. She stacks the empty boxes aside and says his student had better hurry, because they are going to run out of blades. He agrees that at this rate they genuinely will. Then he looks across the market and notes there are clearly more people than last time, and even the ones who only look are an excellent sign. Another man arrives, takes his money straight out, and buys 2 daggers and 2 swords. Alicia thanks him for the purchase and then says they really should not sell everything. He agrees and notices that noticeably fewer people are stopping now. Then his attention gets caught by a girl who is drawing the attention of a great many men around her. She looks in his direction, asks whether that is the stall, comes over, greets them cheerfully, introduces herself, and asks whether he is fake. He confirms it and asks whether she is Rig's student. She laughs and says her teacher has probably told him already and that she is here in his place today. He praised his products very highly. He makes amazing weapons. Then she leans considerably closer than necessary and asks whether that is really true, and our boy gets nervous. Alicia looks at him with an extremely serious expression, so he says he has prepared a weapon for her to evaluate, and takes her to where several of his products are laid out, and tells her to choose whichever she likes. She raises a hand and thanks him cheerfully. Then she starts examining them. And here's the actual test, because the good pieces are sitting mixed in among the poor ones. Can she pick them apart? She goes through every weapon he offered. Then comes the shock because she picks a sword and a dagger and says she will take 10 of these items and nothing else. Our boy is surprised, because although the difference is not visually obvious, she picked out the best ones without a single mistake. He says the total comes to 1,450,000 crowns. Then she comes closer, takes his hand, and asks about the payment, and whether he might give her a discount. He and Alicia are both shocked, and she says cheerfully that she is asking for a very small discount as a regular customer. He tries to refuse, she insists. What Almi does not know is that the girl standing 4 feet away has been pricing his swords for weeks, and is currently forming an opinion. And the MC works out what is happening, because she has decided to seduce him. She picked the wrong man since he already has the one he loves. Although honestly, he does not find any of this disgusting. However, if Alicia were to be disappointed in him right now, that would be equivalent to death. So he pulls his hand out of her grip, refuses the discount, and says that is the final amount. Almi is disappointed, sighs, and says the seduction trick did not work, because he was not as weak as that. Then she hands over the bags of money, and says that by the way he really is a master of his craft, and asks where he worked before. He empties the money into the chest and says he worked for the Revenant Empire, and was fortunate enough to move here. She says with a small smile that they may cross paths again, so she is not saying goodbye. The man who came with her carries the purchased weapons out and she blows Fake a kiss and says see you soon. The MC does not respond and privately notes that he is not fooled that easily. Then he turns around and says they were lucky to sell that many weapons at that price. Naturally, Alicia does not answer, so he says her name, and she asks with some embarrassment whether he likes the big ones. Our boy asks baffled what she is talking about. She says worried that he was looking at Lady Almi's body. He denies it and says that is completely different. She does not believe him, and says she saw the way he looked at her. So he asks her to hear him out because a man is fundamentally a male, and wild males react to movement and prey and threat, and that is an instinct nobody can help. And she asks quietly whether that means that since she does not have a body like that, she does not deserve attention. He says that is not remotely what he meant. Then she comes up to him and takes his hand, which makes him go red, and asks whether she is not allowed to do that. And what about a body like hers? Or does he not like girls like her? He denies it, and privately answers the question properly because he likes her first and foremost, and every preference he has is built on her. Alicia lets go, apologizes, and says she has put him in an awkward position. He says everything is fine. Meanwhile, both of them go quiet, and he notes that trading is finished for the day, with Almi as the final customer, and that today they earned 3,120,000 crowns. The most profitable day the stall has ever had. Sometime later he brings that money to Goral's office, and the man observes that business appears to have gone more than well today. Fake agrees and says part of it came from a traveling merchant, then bows and asks to take his leave, and Goral asks him to wait. He sits with something for a moment then turns around and says that frankly he is amazed. He never thought the man could establish sales like this in a foreign country where nobody knows him. Our boy says he is glad to hear it, and that he simply got lucky, and that so far most of his income depends on that merchant. If Rig loses interest, the profits collapse. Privately, he counts the people holding him up, everybody who bought his work. Evas, Wesser, Rig, Almi, Robert, and Alicia. It is because of them that he has grown this far. Goral sits at his desk and asks whether that may be true, but whether his entire income really depends on one merchant. The MC says with a small smile that fortunately a number of the adventurers carrying his work pass his name to the people they fight alongside, so the reputation builds on its own, slowly. And Goral says that means his weapons genuinely help people. People come back to him because of his skill. Our boy is moved by that, bows and thanks him. Then Goral gets up, walks past him and says he has a favor to ask. The protagonist follows and asks what he wants. The Duke opens a chest in his office and asks whether he could restore this sword. Fake takes it carefully and asks to look at it. Then he tries to examine the enchantment and immediately feels much worse because of the density of the data, and the sensation is like somebody ramming an entire library into his skull at once. And if a blade does that to him, it means it holds more magical information than he is able to perceive. Goral notices, says his name, and asks whether he is alright. He says yes and asks to be allowed to focus. Then he goes through the system windows and finds that the enchantment itself is simple, and the amount and power of magic invested in it are colossal. The damage is everywhere. Used in this condition, a sword like this breaks sooner or later. He says he has identified the problem, and Goral asks whether he can fix it. He can, although with that quantity of magical information not in one go. It takes him about a day. Goral says he should not rush and that doing it thoroughly and reliably matters more. Our boy agrees that this is exactly what he intends. Then he sheathes it and concludes that this blade means a great deal to the master. So it gets repaired properly and quickly, so it can go back into its owner's hands as soon as possible. The next day he comes to the forge, pulls his gloves on, and announces he is full of strength and they can begin. Then he examines the sword and finds the quantity of data still inconceivable. Numerous damaged symbols, entire sections, non-functional, every part of it has to be restored with pinpoint precision to preserve the original magical structure. He goes further into the system windows and identifies the material, because this sword is forged from an alloy of Aria and Ilios iron. Judging by the materials alone, he is holding the work of a true master. The maker's mark is incredibly strong and the amount of magic sealed inside it is not comparable to a normal weapon. So the repairs take considerably longer than he thought. He sets to work, thinking that whoever cast these enchantments probably labored on them for days without rest, and that recreating all of it from scratch would be a hellish task, although fixing it is within him. But the genuinely astonishing part is that these enchantments have not lost power in over 10 years. Could an alloy of 2 steels really do that? No, it is a matter of skill. Without a top-class blacksmith, this does not happen, which means his own art still has room to grow. And if he ever creates a weapon like this one, it survives the ages, not for glory and not for a place in history, so that even after he is dead, his blades can still protect people. By noon, the bulk of it is done and only finishing touches remain. Meanwhile, there is a knock, and Alicia comes in and says she can see he has been working hard and asks how the repair is going. Fake says most of the work is behind him. She asks how he managed that much in half a day. He says it is a regular sword repair. Then she touches the blade and says it really is incredible, because this sword was forged by her father's father. Her grandfather, our boy, is startled and starts to ask something, and she says he died 10 years ago. So he looks at the sword and asks whether this blade means a great deal to Lord Goral. She confirms it, and he says that means the man handed him something precious, and privately notes he would never have given this blade to somebody without thinking very hard first. Then she tells him the rest. Her father tried to fix this sword himself and could not, and he grieved over that failure for a long time. He has no particular talent for blacksmithing, so he was unable to restore the blade he inherited when his own father died. And our boy understands what he is actually holding, because this order is a test. The master has not fully recognized his skill and handed him this blade anyway, which means at minimum he believes in him, and this sword almost certainly carries memories he cannot replace. Fake says with a small smile that he now has even less room for error. She wishes him luck and leaves. He keeps working. Several hours pass, and finally the finishing touches are complete, on schedule. Then he checks every detail again and again, looking for flaws he missed. Did he recreate the original enchantment closely enough? He makes adjustments dozens of times, and finally he has it. Later, Alicia comes back and asks whether she may look. He agrees and warns her that the volume of magical information may make it difficult, so she should be careful. She promises to take that into account, tries to examine the enchantment, and feels it immediately. He asks, worried, whether she is all right. She says a little dazed that it is beautiful work, even though she only managed a glance, and that she could feel the emotions her grandfather once put into this blade, as though it had come back to life and was filling up with new strength. Then she bows and thanks him for returning the old power to the sword of House Barnasto. Our boy says there is no need to thank him, and that words like that mean a great deal to him. Then he says he will take it to the master right now. She says, delighted, that she is certain her father will jump around like a child. The protagonist is surprised and asks whether the master is genuinely capable of that. She says her father can be surprisingly sweet, and he thinks back and admits that he did see it once. He is nervous. He also cannot wait to see the reaction. She tells him to hurry. When he walks into the office, Goral asks, stunned, whether the sword is already repaired. Fake says he restored it as well as he could, and asks him to look. The man takes it and with visible apprehension, slowly draws it from the sheath. His expression goes sad, which makes our boy nervous. Then he makes a few swings with it. Still, he puts it on the table, opens the enchantments, fights his way through that terrifying magical density, and examines it properly. When he finishes, he takes a deep breath and says that this is his father's sword, exactly as it was the day it was first entrusted to him. Then he starts crying with joy and says this is the sword. He never thought he would see the old greatness and power of this blade again. Then he says the man's name and tells him he is a truly outstanding blacksmith. Our boy, surprised, thanks him for that and bows. And Goral says his name again and says that he recognizes him as Alicia's fiancé. Fake is stunned, and the Duke smiles and says that only he is worthy of taking care of his daughter. The protagonist had assumed a very long time would pass before he heard those words. He bows and thanks him, and inside he is sad because he is only her false fiancé. Then Goral comes over, puts a hand on his head, and tells him not to make her sad. He agrees. Then the man takes his hand back and asks whether his daughter is not the very picture of charm. Our boy agrees without hesitation. And Goral says that if he dares to succumb to base impulses, his head will be decorating the picket fence. Fake says he understands. Then Goral turns away and adds that, although by mutual agreement perhaps he would allow it. Our boy thanks him with an extremely confused expression and privately asks what is happening because they were discussing a sword 4 seconds ago. Then the Duke gives him the actual instructions. He should not abandon blacksmithing. His hands should not lose their skill. And from now on he keeps his ears open, because the moment people learn he is the only remaining contender for his daughter's hand, a great many disreputable people will start circling. The MC promises to remember it, and Goral tells him he can go, and that he should tell her the good news. He leaves the office, looks out of a window, and asks himself what he does now, because the first thing he urgently needs is a conversation with her about their fictitious engagement. Meanwhile, Alicia is in the forge with a rag, wiping down his tools, looking extremely happy about it. He comes in, sees her, and asks whether she decided to tidy up. She says she did, happily, and he looks around and notices she even swept the floor, and says the forge has never been this clean, and thanks her. She laughs and asks what her father said. He says the gentleman was pleased with the repair and very happy with what he saw. She is glad to hear it, and says she will go to him a little later, because she wants to see how pleased he is for herself. Then he says the other part. Her father also recognized him as her fiancé. She is astonished, and asks whether he genuinely said that. He confirms it, and she says radiant that they did it. She starts to say something else, and he says her name, with a look on his face that stops her, and says he would like to talk about their false engagement, because he keeps asking himself whether it is right to continue this deception. She is thrown and the rag falls out of her hands, and she asks what he just said, so he tells her why. Lord Goral sincerely cares about her. He has consistently put her feelings above noble convention, even while he was testing whether this man was worthy of his daughter. He spoke to an ordinary commoner as an equal and approved of the relationship regardless of the gap in status, which is why he cannot keep lying to him. He has to confess all of it. He has to tell her that there was never any love in the relationship from the very beginning. She is shocked. What our boy does not know is that he has just walked into the one conversation she has been avoiding for 3 years. And our boy stands there discovering that he never expected his own words to hurt him this much. Apparently he likes her considerably more than he thought. Alicia gathers herself for a few seconds. Then she bows and asks him to forgive her, which confuses him completely. She goes red, looks away, and starts to say that in fact, at that moment, she is ashamed to say it. She says it anyway. She misled him. He tries to work out what she means and cannot, and asks her what she is talking about. So she tells him the day she asked him to be her fake fiancé, all of that talk about cover and disguise, that was a lie. She should have said the thing that actually mattered. Then she confesses that she loves him, that she has always loved him from the first time they met. At first she was simply interested in him as a person. Then there was the smile, which is dazzling, like sunlight, and he has no idea what it did to her or how much she wanted it again. What finished her off was watching him throw himself at that forge like a man possessed, chasing the top of his trade. With the way he laughs softly at her nonsense. With every moment they have spent together, every part of him, down to the last particle. She adores it. Fake, completely overwhelmed, asks whether that is true. Naturally she says it is, and apologizes for lying to him this whole time. She dragged him into all of this out of selfishness. He was constantly thinking about how to please her father, and he was always so kind to her. And despite all of it, this was very hard on him. And now she has dumped these unrequited feelings on him as well. She asks his forgiveness. Then she is very surprised because he hugs her and asks her what she is talking about. Then he confesses too, and says he has always loved only her, because the single thing that kept him standing while he worked at court was her presence. Her rare visits to that workshop were his only light, his salvation. She says his name embarrassed, and he keeps going, because he always believed she was unreachable. He was the court blacksmith and a commoner, and she is a duke's daughter. He tried to talk himself out of loving her. He forbade his heart to move faster, and he loved her anyway. And he wants to be beside her, not as a false fiancé but for real. Then he leans toward her and tells her he loves her several more times, and gets seriously worried when she moves away from him and asks him to stop. He asks what is wrong, and she, extremely embarrassed, asks him please not to say the word love that often. Then she covers her face with both hands and explains that she is making an absolutely terrifying face right now, out of happiness. He hugs her again, grinning, which makes it substantially worse for her. Then the protagonist says her name and asks whether they can start all over again from here. She calms down slightly, agrees, and says that now they will not be a fake bride and groom, but a real one. He agrees. Then they sit down on the floor side by side, and Alicia asks him to explain what it was about her. He looks up and asks whether she remembers always coming to the forge. She says she does, because she liked watching him work. And he tells her he never knew that, and that it meant more than she can imagine, because almost nobody except her ever treated him with kindness. She literally saved him. She made him keep going, whatever it cost. She says unhappily that if only she had noticed how they treated him in that forge earlier. He says calmly that she could not be there every day, so it is not her fault. Privately, he notes that the forge masters behaved decently whenever she was present. It only came out at all because she noticed a bruise on his neck. Then he asks whether she will tell him when she fell in love with him. She gets embarrassed and asks whether he genuinely wants to know. He does. So she asks whether he remembers meeting under that tree 3 years ago. He smiles and says that was their first meeting. And she says with her face falling that her mother left this world that year. He says he never knew that. Privately, he realizes he never saw her mother and never once wondered where she was. And now he knows. She remembers it out loud. The last thing her mother told her was to find whatever makes her happy. Instead, she mechanically studied etiquette and magic and fencing. Not because she liked any of it or enjoyed any of it, but because it was expected of her. And when the heavy thoughts came, she went outside for air, to her mother's favorite tree, where she met a smiling young man. Our boy feels awkward about that because it brings the memory back. Standing there full of hope, and then, a few hours later, standing in despair. She rests her head on his shoulder and says she remembers asking him such a stupid question, and he answered it with that much enthusiasm and that much kindness. And she carried that smiling face around in her memory, and started looking for him, with her eyes at every single ball. That is how she realized she was in love with him. He asks whether that means she found the thing she wants to do after all. She looks straight at him and answers it. A life, with him. Laughing at stupid things together. Carrying the bad days, alongside the good ones. And standing right there on the day he finally reaches the top of that trade, close enough to be the first person who sees it happen. That is the answer now. Then she asks whether that sounds strange. He says no, and that he is incredibly happy, because she will stay with him, and what could possibly be better than that? Then he remembers a boy who wanted to be the greatest blacksmith alive. Somewhere in those 3 years, that boy went quiet. After that, he thought about one thing only, which was how to get out of that hell. There were days when he seriously weighed whether the title of blacksmith was worth holding on to at all, if letting go of it would let him escape. But now he becomes the best for her, his sweet wife. The realization does not arrive immediately. It comes sometime after they finally open their hearts to each other. Then the two of them go to Goral's office together, and he tells his daughter she has received another invitation to the ball, and mentions that a letter has arrived as well. The MC thanks him, and Goral says that one of the 2 letters was addressed to him, and that he has of course read it. Fake takes it and sees where it is from. The Palace Blacksmith's Workshop, sent by Morgan. Our boy is immediately uneasy and wonders what the man could possibly want from him after all these years. Sadly, he opens it, and Alicia, worried, asks what it says. So he reads it out. The workshop has fallen apart. Quality weapons are no longer reaching the knights. Every smith they have is at the bench around the clock, so he needs to come back, immediately. Then Goral tells him about his own letter, because the request was to pass the message along if the man was still working at this estate, and if he had already been fired, they apologized for the inconvenience. Our boy reads that correctly. They assumed he was useless and therefore assumed he had been thrown out of here by now. Naturally, that is what they wrote. Then Goral says he has heard the man was mercilessly exploited at court, and asks whether he is not afraid that going back means being worked into the ground all over again. He lowers his head and says most likely that is exactly what would happen, and Goral asks him whether he is planning to return, because thinking about the good of the house, the title of court blacksmith of the Revenant Empire is a genuinely respectable role, and our boy follows that logic since he is joining a ducal family, so weighing the benefit is entirely reasonable. An imperial blacksmith's title brings glory to the house. He says that for a nobleman, a calculation like that is not meaningless. Then Goral tells him what else goes into it. Influence is not the single thing their class chases. It has to sit and balance against whether their children end up happy, and any real decision weighs the two together. Also, he cannot allow his son to go somewhere that will make him unhappy. Alicia lights up and asks whether he already considers him his son. Goral says with barely visible embarrassment that they should not misunderstand him. And our boy does the arithmetic, because the only reason this girl is not already married is that man. With her beauty and her status, she could have been engaged years ago. He genuinely put her happiness first. So Fake Bows asks forgiveness and says that regardless, he does not want to go back to the Empire. Goral says calmly that in that case he will write the refusal himself, since it carries more weight coming from him. Our boy thanks him, and the Duke adds that they treated him as expendable material anyway. Then Alicia calls her father and says they will deliver the letter themselves. She is going to the ball, and she will hand it over in person. He asks why she wants the extra trouble, since she does not even like going. She agrees, but she is only invited to these balls because everyone considers her available. So she is going to introduce her fiancé to the entire world. He understands, then says Fake's name and asks whether he agrees to that. The protagonist does, because if she is prepared to do this, he has to be beside her. And because he finally wants to tell everybody that this relationship is real. Goral says so be it. He prepares the letter, and they prepare to leave. Outside the office, he thanks her, and she says it is not worth thanking her, because she wanted to hand that letter over publicly herself. That letter was arrogant, looking down on her husband of all people, so let that workshop sit there biting its elbows because they are never getting his genius back. And when they find out he is now a member of House Barnasto, the only thing left for them is shame. He puts both hands on her shoulders and says she has done so much for him, and that without her he would not be standing here. Alicia says that is not true, because he helped her too, and her dream of happiness looks exactly like this, walking beside him. And our boy notes a little embarrassed, that now the truth is out she talks about her feelings considerably more often. She presses against him and tells him again that she loves him, which embarrasses him further, because he is not used to hearing it and has no idea how to respond. She looks at him and says she is still nervous, and also extremely happy. He asks whether that is really so. Then she asks whether his heart is hammering like this too. He confirms it, and says that if he gets any happier he simply comes apart. She laughs and asks what he is talking about. Privately, he remembers thinking he could live alone. He used to look at couples and failed to understand how anybody spends that much time together. Now every day with her is a good one. She says they need to prepare for the Empire. Meanwhile, Morgan slams his fist on a table and demands to know why there is still no answer. He humiliated himself to this degree, and this insignificant freak will not even reply. If he is standing next to Lady Alicia, he should send an answer immediately. And if he is not, House Barnasto could at least manage basic politeness. He contacted the other blacksmiths from the guild. He crawled on his knees. He begged. Some of them even came back. He trampled his own pride purely to survive, and these people will not even answer and have no intention of returning. Still, he is the one in charge here. The commander is wrong. That man is not a genius blacksmith, and if he proves it, his situation improves at least slightly. Then he remembers going to his father and asking for help, and saying that without support he is finished, and asking whether he would really abandon his own son. His father would not even turn around. The knight commander had decided to be rid of him, and that meant he no longer belonged to this house. They got him into the court through their connections, and this is how he chose to repay it. He failed the family. Because of him, their status sits below a yard dog's. He should be glad he was only thrown out and not made to pay for it. He asked for one more chance, and his father turned around, pointed at him, and told him he was expelled from the family, for the time being. Morgan sat there crying, having lost his home and his family, forced to huddle inside these walls. His position gone. His subordinates scattered like rats. Then he overhears somebody discussing Alicia's arrival with her fiancé, and asks himself whether it could really be him. No, that is not possible. What Morgan does not know is that it is entirely possible, and that it is standing 2 corridors away holding a duke's letter with his name on it. Meanwhile, the two of them are climbing out of a carriage, and the MC looks up at the building and says he has not been to the palace in a long time. The ball is being held in the royal castle, and nobles from other countries have arrived in numbers, and servants are moving everywhere. They walk the corridor holding hands, and he says, smiling, that this brings back memories. She laughs and says the journey tired her, and asks whether they should rest a little, since a room has been prepared for them inside the palace itself. He agrees, and privately notes that most nobles rest here during a ball, so guests do not have to take inns and can be comfortable while they are in the Empire. At least that is what Leafy told him, except he came here as her fiancé. They start looking around a very large room, and he thinks about the fact that married couples normally live together, and that they are not married yet, and that formally they are already husband and wife. She says that now they are living in the same room. He agrees in a slightly strangled voice, while remembering a specific warning issued before they left, in which Mr. Goral outlined what regret would look like should anything stupid occur. So he decides he will simply sleep on a couch somewhere. She looks at him, extremely pleased, and asks whether he is happy about this. He agrees in a confused voice and asks about her. She hugs him and says she is very happy. He hugs her back and asks himself how he could possibly not be happy, with the love of his life standing right there. Then Leffy knocks and asks whether she may come in. He opens the door and she bows, apologizes for interrupting their rest, and gestures to one side, because these gentlemen would like to greet her. Alicia goes to them, and he quietly asks whether he should come too. She asks whether he does not want to. He says quite the opposite, since it is his direct responsibility as her husband. And then the greetings start, and they do not stop. Every face distorts for a moment. Rumors of the engagement clearly reach them, and some of them recognize him because he worked here as a blacksmith. Their cheeks twitch while they hold their welcoming masks in place, because judging by the looks, not one person in this palace expected her chosen one to be a commoner. Meanwhile, Morgan comes running to their room and apologizes to her in an exhausted voice. And just like that, he sees him, and says his name in complete confusion and asks what this means and what he is doing here. Fake starts getting seriously nervous and puts a hand to his chest, and she notices the reaction, and turns to face the man with a very serious expression. Morgan raises his voice and asks her why she is here with him. She says because he is her fiancé. He is shocked and objects because it was said she would only marry a skilled blacksmith. She says calmly that this is precisely why he became her fiancé. And Morgan says loudly that with all due respect, this man is a mediocrity. He can perhaps forge something. But she cuts him off. He is an excellent blacksmith and a master of his craft, and his skill was recognized by her father, Lord Goral. Then Leffy produces a letter, hands it over, and says it is for him. Duke Barnasto's response to his recent one. He reads it, goes red with rage, and demands to know what this means. He is not returning to the palace? He dares to be this impudent? He keeps talking, and the protagonist has stopped hearing him because the fear has taken over. And he stands there thinking that none of this makes sense, and he does not serve this man anymore. This man has no power over him. He is nobody now. So why do 3 years of pain still run through his entire body? And why is his voice stuck somewhere in his throat? How pathetic. He needs to pull himself together. Then Alicia takes his hand and looks at him with a calm smile. And that is enough. He pulls himself together, because all she has ever done from the beginning is save him. So he gathers his resolve, steps forward, and tells the man he has no intention of returning to the palace. He wants to live his life as her husband and as a blacksmith. Morgan gets angrier, and she steps in and says that she does not know why he wants this man back so badly, but as his fiancé she is not letting him go anywhere that injustice and bullying rule. Morgan closes his hand into a fist, and says he did so much for him. Then he swings at him, shouting to ask whether this is how he chose to repay it. The fist does not arrive, or at least it does not arrive anywhere near its target, because Lefi is standing in front of it. She catches the blow, takes him by the sleeve of his jacket, throws him to the ground with one sharp movement, and twists his arm. He screams and demands to be released and asks what she thinks she is doing and how some maid dares to do this to him. He does not get to finish because she tells him seriously that he attempted to harm her master, and he should not forget that this man is now a member of the Duke's family. Then she lets go of his arm and says that anybody who tries to harm the ducal house of Barnasto gets exactly what they deserve. So Morgan starts crying and crawls to him on his knees and says loudly that he takes it all back, that it was a lie, because if this man does not come back, he loses every position he holds at court. Besides, the title of court blacksmith benefits them too, does it not? Alicia says, smiling, that they already discussed this with her father and he supported their decision. They do not need the title of court blacksmith. Then the MC looks down at him with a serious expression, thanks him for all those years, and says he is not coming back. Morgan grabs his leg and begs him to change his mind and says he will do anything. Our boy calmly asks him to let go, and Leafy takes his hand off and tells him to get his hands away from her master, and says that if he dares to disobey her master again, she will have to report his behavior. Then she starts walking him out of the room while he cries the entire way. Naturally, Fake exhales. Alicia hugs him and tells him he did well and held up well. He thanks her and admits his whole body is shaking with fear because he was remembering those monstrous days in the forge at court. He could never have escaped that place alone. All of it happened because of her. She denies it and says he did an enormous amount of it himself. And he decides finally and completely that he is not returning to that palace. He knows there are difficulties ahead. He is also confident that together they get through all of them. Some time later, Fake is packing up at the market and asks whether they sold out again today. She says happily that they did, and that they took roughly 800,000 crowns. He says sales have not been growing much lately, and that this is their ceiling for now. Privately, he knows why, because given the efficiency of his work and the quality of the magic iron he is using, he cannot raise the price any further. Growing beyond this means better materials, which means working out where to get them. He would ask Rig for advice, although he wonders whether spending money on that is worth it right now. Then he goes to Goral's office and reports the day's revenue, 830,000 crowns. The man looks at the bags of money and observes that sales have stopped growing. Our boy lowers his head, agrees, and apologizes. And Goral takes some leaflets out of a cupboard and tells him not to apologize and to look at this instead. Fake takes them and asks what they are. The Duke explains, that building was originally built as a forge, so all the basic tools are already installed. It is now for sale. What does he think? He asks, baffled what the man means. And Goral says with a small smile that it is very simple. Why does he not open his own workshop? It raises his recognition and it makes selling easier. The protagonist is stunned and sits with it, because this man is offering him his own workshop. Then he says, uncertainly, that he still has to learn noble manners and he has other obligations. And Goral asks him about the dream. Greatest blacksmith alive. Was that not the goal? Did Alicia mention it to him? Or has the man already let it go? Our boy denies giving up, and says there are simply more important things right now. He wants to become a husband worthy of the man's daughter, because frankly, she is too good for him. She is noble and kind, and beautiful enough that standing next to her is its own problem. He has to study. If he walks into society now as an uncouth commoner, he disgraces her, and he cannot allow that. Goral is a little surprised by that answer, and confirms he does of course need to master noble etiquette, and that a tutor has already been arranged. But he wants one thing understood. The most worthy husband available to that girl is the greatest blacksmith in the world. Etiquette matters, above all of it. He wants this man reaching for the top of his craft. That is what is important. Did he hear him? Our boy says yes, delighted. Then Goral looks at a chest standing nearby and tells him to take it, because there is money in it. Fake immediately says he cannot accept that. The Duke tells him, calmly, to simply open it and look. He opens it and starts to say something, and Goral says that yes, he added a little, and no, he should not think about it. There is nothing to worry about, because he earned this money himself. He is her fiancé, so he has to become the best blacksmith in House Barnasto. Our boy agrees loudly and says he will become the best in the world. Now hold that, because we have to go back 3 years. Alicia was sitting on a couch working out what it was that she actually wanted. She had one wish. She kept remembering what he said about becoming the best blacksmith in the world and wondering whether he was about her age. Perhaps slightly older. The best blacksmith in the world. And his eyes when he said it. She went red and asked herself what this strange feeling was, because for some reason she could not get his smile out of her head. She said out loud that she was feeling something she had never felt before, and that her heart had dropped, and that it was somehow warm and pleasant at the same time. Then Leffy asked whether she was all right. She jumped because she had not noticed her, and asked when she had managed to sneak up like that, and asked her not to frighten people. Leafy said, smiling, that she had called several times, and the lady was somewhere else entirely, and asked whether something had happened. She said with her face burning that nothing happened, and everything was fine. Honestly, then she admitted that, ever since Revenant she had been absent-minded all the time, and immediately told Leffy not to say anything stupid. And Leffy asked kindly whether somebody had perhaps caught her eye there. Alicia denied it, got nervous, and privately demanded to know how she could possibly know, given that nobody saw them, and also told her to stop looking at her like that. Leffy observed, smiling, that she had become thoughtful after those solo walks. Alicia asked herself why this woman is so quick. Then Leffy asked outright whether she had fallen in love. Alicia denied it, and Leffy pointed out that her cheeks were that red, so it was written on her face, and reminded her that she has been taking care of this girl since birth, and notices immediately when something changes. Alicia, mortified, said that was not entirely true. Leafy asked whether she thinks about him all the time. Alicia said she does not even know what she feels for him. So Leafy asked it again in exactly the same words and waited. And Alicia, extremely embarrassed, said perhaps, and then asked the real question. Because how do you tell whether it is love? She has never loved anybody. She does not understand any of this. They met once and talked a little. Is it even possible for it to happen that fast? Leafy asked whether that means love at first sight. Then she asked what Alicia feels when she thinks about him. And Alicia said uncertainly that she likes him, maybe, but thinking back on that conversation warms her the whole way through. There was nothing performed about that smile. It lifted her. Her days had gone empty and colorless from the moment she lost her mother, and it was as though he handed a piece of light back to her. But that does not mean she fell in love, right? Leafy sat down beside her and said that whatever it is, these first feelings matter enormously, and that she is glad the girl finally found somebody like that. If he is dear to her, the feelings deserve a chance. Perhaps he turns out to be the one who supports her, walks beside her, and loves her with everything he has. Then Alicia asked her whether she had ever been in love herself. Leafy was thrown and admitted, honestly, never. Alicia was surprised because she is considerably older. Leafy went red and said she simply never met a suitable partner. And Alicia thought about it and conceded the point, because there are almost no men in their house, and Leafy has given herself entirely to caring for her, and for this place, with no time for romance or a life of her own. Leafy laughed and said that if the lady is happy, then she is happy too. So she asked permission to keep observing these feelings, and suggested that on her next visit to Revenant, perhaps she talks to him again, to check whether the feeling is real. Alicia agreed. She would talk to him again. Leafy thanked her and said she would be waiting for good news. Sometime later she went back to the palace, thinking about the fact that she had been invited to Revenant again, where he lives. Normally she hates balls and drags herself to them. This time her whole soul is light, because today she sees him again after a long separation. Sadly, Morgan answered the door and said it had been a long time. Alicia recognized him as the blacksmith from the workshop. Family business had forced them through a handful of formal greetings, and he is one of those people she would prefer never to see at all. She greeted him, and he asked why she had come today. She said she had heard a blacksmith named Fake had begun serving at his court. She started to say something else, and he asked, alarmed, whether the rascal had done something and apologized in advance if he had caused her trouble. She denied it. He did nothing wrong. He is new in the workshop, and she simply wanted to say hello. That calmed him down, and he said the man is currently working and he will accompany her there. He knocked, announced himself, and our boy looked up surprised and asked how he could help. And just like that, she said his name, and he was astonished that she remembered it. Morgan explained that she wished to welcome a new face to his shop, and then asked whether they had actually met before. Fake said only once. Then she asked his name, with a carefully confused expression. While privately knowing that name by heart, he confirmed it happily, and said he was flattered. She remembered. What our boy does not know is that she has been carrying that name around in her head for months. Then she turned to Morgan, thanked him for the escort, and told him he could return to his official duties, because she intended to speak with this man briefly and then be on her way. Morgan shot the protagonist a look of undisguised displeasure, and said it would be as she wished. Then he came over with a friendly smile, gripped his shoulder hard, and told him to behave with dignity. Once he was gone, she started getting extremely nervous, and our boy addressed her by her family name, which surprised her, since at their first meeting she introduced herself by her first name. So she said his name and told him he could drop the formalities and simply use hers. He was astonished, and asked whether she was suggesting he address her by her first name, because how could he, given that he is not an aristocrat? She apologized and said she had not considered that it might embarrass him. He said that was not it. He is simply an ordinary commoner. Then she said a little awkwardly that there are not many people her age in the palace, and that she would like to talk to him from time to time, perhaps even become friends. If he does not mind, he said, surprised. So that is what this is. She asked, worried, whether he is against it. And he said her name and told her he is only glad of the opportunity. She was surprised by that and apologized in case the request seemed selfish. He said there is nothing wrong with it, and then asked whether she is genuinely sure she wants to be friends with him. She said she has thanked him and asked whether from today he would mind if she visited. He said she could come any time. She wished him luck with his work, embarrassed, and said they would see each other again. Then she left the room thinking that she still very much wanted to get closer to him. After that, every single time she arrived at a ball, she went straight to the forge. At first, the conversation was awkward. Gradually, the nervousness went away. Being near him always felt good. Time went too fast. She wanted the meetings to run forever, and the feelings to get stronger with every conversation. His voice and smile, his character, and the way he thinks. The things they talk about, and his kindness, and that ambition to be the best blacksmith in the world. Step by step, she fell in love with everything that was uniquely his. Then later, she came to see him and greeted him, and the MC turned around, exhausted, and asked whether she had come to visit again and apologized because he is so tired. She looked at him and knew something was wrong, and that it had been wrong for a while. She asked whether everything is all right and whether something happened in the workshop. He denied it. He is simply busy with work. He did not even have time to change out of his uniform, so he is standing in front of her covered in dirt, and he apologizes for that. She said with a small smile, that in that case she does not understand a thing, and she will visit another time. Privately, she noted that he always says exactly the same thing, and that even she can see something is wrong with him, because he is the only person she ever sees in that workshop. At first she assumed she was simply lucky to catch him alone. Then she thought about it properly, and realized she has never once seen anybody else working in there. He was wasting away in front of her a little more every visit, his clothes always filthy and falling apart, as though he never leaves the forge at all, as though he works day and night. Later at home, Li Fi told her that no investigation is even necessary, because the available facts already say it. The exhaustion, working alone, the state of his clothes, that is bullying by the other blacksmiths. Alicia agreed that it is the only possible explanation and asked what she is supposed to do, because as a citizen of a neighboring country she has no standing to influence any of it. Still, Leafy suggested that if he confessed it himself, and Alicia said she had thought about that too, and rejected it, because that dream of standing at the very top of his trade is the whole engine of him. Admit publicly that court blacksmiths are beating him, and she is certain they dismiss him on the spot, and he takes several steps backward from his own dream. He is still being driven by that dream, driven hard enough that he is prepared to endure this, so he has closed himself off and will not tell her what is eating him, and she is afraid he cannot live like that forever. She started to say something else, and Liffy cut in and said they can save him. She can offer to make him her groom. Their country is famous for blacksmiths too, and House Barnasto has every facility for the trade, and if Lord Goral learns of her wish, he will certainly approve the candidate. Alicia raised the problem because becoming her fiancé changes his status. As a member of the ducal family he takes on various responsibilities, and he has to master etiquette. She is afraid all of that stops him focusing on his goal, and that people stop seeing a skilled blacksmith and start seeing the fiancé of a duke's third daughter. Leffy agreed that being her fiancé brings a great many other obligations and makes concentrating on anything considerably harder. Then she pointed out what Alicia was forgetting. The gentleman is a talented blacksmith with a strong and unbending will. If the palace environment did not break that desire, then life as a duke's daughter's fiancé is certainly not going to move him, and she loves him. Correct. Alicia agreed with a determined expression and said she wants to help him however she can. Leafy smiled and said that in her opinion the gentleman would be considerably happier with her. Meanwhile, she took her hands and told her something else, because she believes this man is interested in her too. It is also why he always finds time for her. In any case, why not simply offer it? If he does not want it, nobody is forcing him. Alicia asked whether she really thinks so, and Leffy said she does not believe there is a single person alive who would object to becoming her fiancé. She was still confused, and the words got her there anyway, so she thanked her and said the conversation would happen. Happiness is something she can absolutely give him, and a man like that is exactly who she wants standing beside her. Leafy wished the lady luck. Later she went to the forge and found Fake asleep on the floor. She sat down beside him, worried, and noted that the blacksmiths do not even hesitate to leave bruises on his face. Then she touched his face and quietly said his name, and he began to open his eyes, and came up so fast he headbutted her, shouting that he had not finished processing the sword. Honestly, that alone tells her everything she needs to know about how that workshop runs. In the present, he is asleep in his room and hears Alicia say his name and wish him good morning. He opens his eyes and finds her sitting in front of his bed, watching him with a smile. He is startled and asks whether he is still in his own room. She confirms it, says she came to wake him, and apologizes if she frightened him. He sits up, wishes her good morning, and asks whether he really slept that long, and privately notes that although they are now officially bride and groom, they still do not share a bedroom. She apologizes for not waking him immediately, because he was sleeping so peacefully. He says it is fine, and that he is grateful she came, and asks what time it is. 7 in the morning. Naturally, also her father wants to meet him, and would he come with her? He gets out of bed fast and says, slightly anxious, that he needs to hurry, because he values this relationship. They finally went from a fictitious engagement to a real bride and groom, and he cannot lose something that precious. Everything concerning a marriage is decided by the parents, which means keeping a good relationship with the Lord, so that breaking off this engagement never enters his head. Then she tells him to wait, because his hair is a disaster. He looks in the mirror, agrees, and says he needs to fix the mess on his head immediately, on the reasoning that the Lord could quite reasonably ask how he is supposed to marry his beloved daughter to a man this scruffy. So she brings over a chair and tells him to sit, because she will help. He sits, and she takes a comb and starts on his hair. The protagonist apologizes for causing her this much trouble, and she tells him not to say stupid things because one of her duties as his future wife is helping him look presentable. That gets a small smile out of him. So Alicia pokes him in the cheek with one finger. He turns around, starts to ask something, and she laughs and asks whose cheeks are that red. So he pokes her in the cheek and points out that hers are extremely red as well. To nobody's surprise, she loudly denies this. He adds that her ears have gone red too, and asks whether she really is that embarrassed. She says that if he keeps teasing her, she stops combing his hair. He says that is far too cruel. Then he mentions that this is the first time in his life anybody has helped him tidy his hair in the morning, and that it feels extremely strange. She says the servants always did her hair and her makeup. He says that is presumably how it works among nobles, and she confirms it, and he suggests that perhaps he should ask the servants for help in the mornings too. She refuses instantly and says she wants to do his hair herself. He is surprised and asks whether she is genuinely sure, because helping him every single day must be exhausting. And she gets indignant about it and asks how he can be that narrow-minded. Does he not understand? She loves him enormously and she wants to help him with everything she can. And seeing him sleepy in the morning with his hair in a mess is the best reward she gets all day. Or is he against it? She is only talking about herself. Perhaps he does not like it. He goes bright red and says he genuinely likes being looked after. And she says delighted that in that case it is settled. And our boy privately notes that if she comes to him every morning like this, his heart is not going to survive the care. Until very recently, he never dared imagine they would be husband and wife. All of these moments feel like a good dream he is having. But he cannot relax, because they are only bride and groom for now. He has to work and reach the top of his trade and become a husband worth having. She finishes his hair and the MC says she did a great job. She says it is still a little damp, so he should remember to dry it with wind magic. He does. Then Alicia brings him clean clothes and he thanks her. Then she stands next to him beaming, and he apologizes and asks whether she could possibly wait outside the door while he changes. She goes scarlet, runs out of the room, apologizes through the door, and our boy is left wondering whether every morning from here is going to be like this. Later, the two of them walk into the office and he says hello and apologizes for the wait. Goral turns around and asks whether something happened, since they are late. He apologizes awkwardly and says he was simply getting himself together for the meeting. Then Leffy opens the door and says that in fact, the two of them spent the entire morning flirting. They are both extremely surprised by this contribution. And Goral, thinking about it, gets worried, says his name and points out that they are not even husband and wife yet. Fake, mortified, says he has misunderstood everything because she was only helping him comb his hair after he woke up, and that is all. That settles the Duke down, and he apologizes for calling them this early, because he has business during the day and wanted to speak to them before he leaves. To the subject. He says the man's name and asks whether he still wants an aristocratic education. Our boy says yes and privately notes that he finally squared things with the court at that ball, and that on the same day he disgraced himself completely. Greetings, basic manners, dancing, all of it came out appalling, which is what happens when a man lives his whole life as a commoner, nowhere near noble convention, and it cannot continue. So to avoid dishonoring the name of House Barnasto, he has to master at least the basics. Goral says he personally sees no need to rush because the man is rarely in public and his workload is about to increase. Fake refuses that. It is impossible. He is not disgracing their family. So the Duke proposes something, because the training can be handed to Alicia and Leffy. Both are competent and it will be easier for him to study with people he loves in his own time. Alicia is privately delighted, because that means time together. He thanks him and says he has no objection at all. Goral says, seriously, that even so he should not overdo it, and must remember his main responsibility is the forge. He agrees. Then Goral picks something up and says they should talk about something more important. He hands them a small book and says they are discussing buying his shop, because it is time to choose a place to live. He has prepared several options and the man may take any of them. The protagonist thanks him and realizes they never actually decided when or where the workshop opens. They start going through the catalog together, and he says, surprised, that this shop is incredibly cheap. She agrees, and he notes the price is 3 times lower than anything else, and it is on Adventurer Street. She is surprised to find it is not only a store but a full forge as well. He adds that there is living space directly attached. Privately, he compares it to the rest, because the other properties have forges too, and they are either cramped, or the equipment is substandard, or the location is bad. Everything else pales against it. It is the ideal option. She asks whether that means he wants to buy it. He says yes. And Goral, looking slightly uncomfortable, says wait. He certainly put it on the list. He does not recommend it. They ask why, and he says the conditions are that good for that price, and there is a catch. There is a ghost living in it. Naturally, our boy is baffled. Alicia is terrified, and he privately notes that if this were about monsters that would be fine, except ghosts do not exist. Goral says, seriously, that apparently the previous owner and the one before him both abandoned the property quickly because of it. The MC is shocked that this is being said in earnest, and Goral adds that he has heard a blacksmith once died there while working, and that his spirit now wanders the workshop, which is exactly why he is against the option. Alicia loudly asks her father how he could even offer them somewhere that creepy. He says, uncomfortably, that the equipment genuinely is excellent, so he included it for completeness. And our boy says, a little awkwardly, that frankly he does not believe in ghosts or any other mysticism, so it does not bother him. She says with real worry that it very much bothers her. He says even so, this is the best option available. Besides, rumors can simply be rumors. She asks why every previous owner abandoned it. Then, he asks whether it might be coincidence. Privately, he is running a completely different calculation, because passing on this because of some stupid ghost story would be a genuine waste, especially the location, since it sits on the edge of Adventurer Street, which is a perfect place for business. Open a workshop there and enormous numbers of potential customers walk past the door every day. He is supposed to climb to the very top of this trade and be worth marrying. What gets him there? He still cannot name. What definitely does not get him there is running a shop that loses money. So the location has to be the strongest one available, and that is this one. However, both of them still look frightened, so pressing now would be wrong. So he asks whether they could at least go and see the shop before deciding. Goral asks, worried, whether he genuinely is not afraid of this, and whether he is sure everything will be fine. Fake says that if it were a ghost-type monster, that would be a different matter, but if it is only a ghost, there should be no problem, because ghostly monsters and ghosts are completely different things. Roughly speaking, you can defeat a demon. A ghost, presumably not so much. Ghost rumors surface from time to time, and all of them are dubious, and he does not really understand any of it. Goral says fine. He can choose whichever building he likes best, and that he already made arrangements with the owners and collected the keys in advance. Our boy takes the set of keys and thanks him, and the Duke says that is everything because he has to leave on business. Outside the office, he says the plan for the day is ready. They go and look at the options in person. Then he notices how worried she is, and asks what is wrong, and whether she does not want this. Alicia asks whether they are still going to look at the shop with the ghost in it. He confirms it, and asks whether she really is that frightened. She confirms that, and he finds it endearing and offers to go alone. She refuses immediately, and says that despite being frightened, she is coming. He asks whether she is absolutely certain, and she says they are going to run this store together, even if they are not married yet. She has to be strong and steady, the way his future wife should be. He says in that case they go, and tells her not to worry, because he will be there. She agrees happily and tells him to protect her. He does. Then the two of them head into the city, with Liffy and the guards. The townspeople notice immediately, because that is Lady Alicia and her fiancé. So this is the blacksmith everybody is talking about, and he is very young. Then they come over, greet her, and tell her she looks especially beautiful today. She greets them back, thanks them for the compliment, and waves, and the protagonist thinks about how anybody gets used to being looked at like this, and concludes that this is what being an aristocrat means. He says the first stop should be the main candidate, the one with the ghost. She asks whether he is genuinely still most interested in that one. He says yes because the conditions there are unmatched, and because he never expected to be able to afford a workshop like that inside his budget. Also, she herself was delighted with it until the ghost came up, right? So if they confirm the place is safe, she will feel better about it. She turns to Leffy worried and asks what she thinks, and whether there really is a ghost. Leafy says she does not believe in ghosts either, and that there are genuinely bad rumors about this place. Because gossip about ghosts is one thing. They also say the residents of that building lost their minds, that the sound of metal can be heard at night, that prepared food disappears, and a long list of other strange occurrences. Some of it is probably invention. But until they know for certain that all of it is only rumor, she would not advise risking themselves and buying it. Our boy asks whether it really is that bad in there. Meanwhile, they arrive, and he says it looks far more impressive than the drawings. Alicia, frightened, says it looks ominous. He thinks it is a bit shabby and otherwise an entirely ordinary building, and that the shabbiness gives it the charm of an old workshop. She says she is scared just looking at it. He says calmly that if she is afraid, she can wait outside. She immediately comes over, hugs him, and says that if he protects her, she can endure anything. He agrees, and the guards say they will wait out here and can be called if anything happens. The three of them go in, and a loud creak comes out of the dark, and Alicia screams and demands to know who is there. Or at least that is the scream. What actually walks out is Rig. He greets her, then notices the MC beside her and asks, surprised, whether he's the one buying this premises. Our boy confirms it, and Rig says that now it makes sense because the name was familiar and the address came from House Barnasto, so he never expected it to be this gentleman. Fake is a little startled to be called Sir, and privately notes he did not expect anybody's form of address to change, and that this is apparently what happens when the difference in status appears. Such presumably is the fate of becoming an aristocrat. Then he asks whether Rig is the merchant who owns this shop. Rig confirms it and says he owes a great deal to his comrades. Then he works it out and asks whether the girl in the mask was this lady. Alicia happily confirms it and adds that this man is her fiancé. Rig thinks back over their previous meetings. Bose apologizes and says he had no idea about their relationship and behaved rudely to them. Fake, embarrassed, tells him to raise his head, and she points out that they were the ones concealing their status, and that if he still had not guessed, then as far as she is concerned, that is a complete success. Our boy tells him not to be awkward and to speak to them the way he did before. Rig refuses, and says he genuinely appreciates their kindness. Then he does not argue further and says they should get down to business, since they came to inspect the premises today. They ask whether he will show them around himself. He says he was cleaning right before they arrived and did not expect them this early. And our boy apologizes, and explains they were so eager to see it in person that they came immediately. Rig says that since they are here, if they do not mind his company, to nobody's surprise they do not mind at all and are counting on him. So he points and says this is the trading area. Shelves stands, all the equipment for goods still in place. The protagonist finds that extremely convenient, because you could simply buy stock and open a shop the same day. Rig continues. Behind the counter is the entrance to the storeroom. That door leads to a corridor with several empty rooms. And here is the door to the forge which connects to the main building. Everything is old. The equipment and tools are all still here. They look around, satisfied, and say the equipment is amazing and that the previous owner was evidently serious about blacksmithing. Rig agrees and says the story goes that this building's first owner was a legend of the trade. Supposedly his skills sat level with the man who founded House Barnasto. The two of them competed with each other constantly and both of them improved because of it. Alicia is surprised and the MC turns to her and asks whether she has heard any of this. She has, although she never went into detail, only that he mass-produced incredible weapons. Rig says, smiling, that he was a legendary blacksmith, and that his creations were incredibly valuable, and some of them still survive today. Although some of them have acquired a bad reputation, because toward the end of his life, the way he worked had stopped being dedication and started being something closer to madness. She says nervously that he is talking about cursed weapons. He confirms it. People consider the bestial swords cursed creations. Our boy says he has heard about that and privately recalls the rumors that those cursed swords are dangerous because a weapon that has absorbed the resentment of its creator or its owner can distort the mind of whoever wields it. Then Rig points at a wall and says the sword hanging there is one of his, and just like that, Fake feels worse the moment he looks at it. Alicia notices immediately and asks what is wrong and whether he is alright. He says he is, and privately registers a sharp pain going through his head and asks himself whether he imagined it. Then he says that perhaps he should not buy this place after all. Rig asks why he thinks so. Our boy asks whether he has heard the rumors about this building, and Rig confirms he has, and says that story happened before he acquired the place. Whoever owned it before him lost his mind in there. Supposedly, the man could never work a forge again afterward. The MC is unsettled by that and asks whether it is all true. Rig says the reason was never established. The church was called in. A saint personally examined both the sword and the building. Nobody found anything. Privately, our boy knows curses can be weakened by magic, and that a saint could remove one entirely. And yet many cursed blades get left exactly as they are, so their power grows, and only an owner with a strong enough will can tame it. He looks at the sword and asks whether it is still cursed. Rig says he does not know. What he does know is that Bestel left instructions for it to hang here on display, and the reigning king owed the man enough to permit exactly that. So whether the curse is real remains an open question. Nothing is clear. What nobody in that building knows yet is that the man standing under it just felt something go through his head. Then Rig says he wants to show them the living quarters on the second floor. They keep going through the rooms, and our boy works out that opening a workshop here means sleeping here. It is spacious, has every amenity, and the rooms are well appointed. It is even suitable for housing security. This is the best option under consideration by a distance. When the inspection finishes, Rig asks what they thought. The MC looks out from the balcony and says that setting aside the reputation, the conditions are excellent and he genuinely likes all of it. However, they intend to look at the other options, so could they take a little time to think? Rig says he will wait for the decision. Then Leffy says she will take them to the next property. And after that, they look at several more places. Some have a spacious forge and a cramped store. Others have exactly the reverse. Living quarters barely exist, and where the equipment is good, the building is too unremarkable to draw anybody in. After Bestel's workshop, every remaining option reads as a compromise, and none of them generate any enthusiasm. The prices are also very high everywhere. That combination of conditions at that price exists in exactly one place, and it exists there entirely because of the building's peculiarity. The location is the most depressing part, because everything else sits far from Adventurer Street, which makes attracting customers difficult. Obviously, if he were a famous craftsman, that would not matter. For a blacksmith with no name at all, it is a wall. Later they end up in a cafe, and Leafy asks whether Bestel's workshop is still his favorite. He says you could put it that way, and asks what they think. She says that setting prejudice aside, the conditions there are the best available. Alicia agrees it is genuinely good, and says that when she thinks about curses, or about Bestel's ghost, she feels ill. Leafy says she is also worried about the potential danger to both of them, and our boy looks up with an extremely smug expression, and says that if it comes to that, he would gladly ask the man how it felt working at that anvil. After all, he was a legendary blacksmith, and people still remember his name. She laughs and asks whether he means it, then points out the other outcomes, because what if he gets injured or cursed, or ends up unable to work at all? So Leafy looks at both of them and says they should research the history of that forge properly, and says that if it can be confirmed safe, she agrees because she wants him to have the better conditions for his workshop. He says he is grateful she is even considering it, given that she is frightened, and she says there is no need to thank her. In the end, it is for him. So perhaps they should go back to the Bestel forge. They do, and Leffy notes there is somebody inside, and it is not Sir Rig, or at least it is not the merchant, because the person who turns around is Alme, and she says Fake's name and remarks that it has been a long time. Then she greets Alicia, who greets her back with visible displeasure. Alme says she heard everything from her mentor, and that she cannot believe the girl in the mask was her, and that she presumably behaved inappropriately and apologizes for it. Alicia tells her not to worry about it, while privately filing the behavior under inappropriate, to put it mildly. Then Alme mentions she heard they already looked at this place earlier. Fake confirms it, and says they considered several options, and this one seemed the best, so they came back. She happily invites them in, tells them to ask anything, and says they should absolutely buy it. Alicia starts getting angry, and Rig shouts across the room for Alme to stop and tells her to stop pestering a gentleman who already has a fiancé. She turns around smirking and says she is not doing anything of the sort. Then she calls him dad and asks what he is thinking. And just like that, he hits her on the head, which shuts her up instantly and tells her to behave decently. Our boy, surprised, asks whether she is his daughter. Rig says, smiling, that adopted daughter would be more accurate, because he picked her up on a trip after she was abandoned. Fake says that is genuinely noble of him. Rig says it was a trifle. He simply could not leave a child in trouble, having been through the same thing himself. Alme laughs and says he simply could not resist her sweet little face. He tells her to be quiet, then asks whether they have made a decision. The protagonist says they looked at several places, and this store still seems the best of all of them, and he is leaning toward buying. But Rig is a little surprised and says that of course he is delighted, and asks whether they are sure they want this premises. Our boy confirms it, and says that for his own peace of mind he wants to study the place thoroughly first, and asks for some time. Rig agrees and says caution in a situation like this is very reasonable, and that he is grateful the option is being considered at all. Then Fake asks whether they could look around again. Permission granted. He goes to the forge and says the place is still beautiful. Alicia calls Leafy over, and asks whether she could gather information about this workshop. Leffy agrees and says she can do it, given a few days. So Alicia hands her the job. Later, our boy is in the library, thinking about the fact that choosing a workshop is not his only task. He also has to learn to be a nobleman. He has no knowledge of any of it, and he is obliged to master at least the basics. They take out several large books, and she says delighted that now they try the knowledge in practice. And he agrees, and tells himself to behave with dignity. There is a knock, and she gives permission, and Leafy comes in, bows and says she has the honor of seeing the master for the first time, and that she is glad to meet him on this beautiful day. The MC agrees in a slightly strangled voice while telling himself to simply behave like Lord Goral. They start talking, and he works out the exercise because while he practices receiving guests, she is playing a visiting nobleman. After he marries Alicia, his position as her husband rises considerably, so he has to take the leading role in interactions with aristocrats. And to avoid disgracing House Barnasto, he has to hold confidence and dignity while he does it. When they finish, Leafy says he has already got the hang of it. Alicia says he still seems nervous and constrained, and that there is uncertainty in his speech, and suggests he copy Lord Goral's mannerisms because it will be easier that way. He says frustrated that he has been doing exactly that. Previously, the problem is that his whole life has consisted of bowing to other people, and that habit went into the bone, especially across those years of humiliation in the forge. Now it is in his way. Leffy says the main thing is to keep practicing. He agrees, thanks them both, and she says they should probably finish for today. Then he stands up and says he is going to the forge, because he has not picked up a hammer in a long time, and it is time to start preparing stock for the future store. Alicia asks whether he should perhaps rest first. He turns around, cheerful, and says working with his hands takes the tiredness off faster than resting does. Then Fate goes to the forge and starts on a new sword. Afterward, they return to the library and he says family crests and mottos are genuinely hard to remember. She agrees and explains why they matter, because every noble family in this kingdom has its own history, and the coats of arms and mottos are built out of that history. Remember them, and you immediately know which house a person belongs to, which makes it far easier to choose the right approach. And mentioning somebody's motto is a good opening for conversation and pleases the person you're talking to. He finds that logical and calls it the basis of the basics. Then he asks whether she has already learned all of it. She says essentially yes, because she was taught this from childhood. She also says crests and mottos are easier to remember once you understand the family history, and offers House Barnasto as the example. Their motto is, sharpen the blade, become the blade, because the founder of House Barnasto was a blacksmith who supplied weapons to the army and then fought alongside the soldiers himself. And our boy takes the point underneath it, because nobles value pride and dignity, and standing where he now stands, he needs to be more aware of that than ever. Sometime later he is still reading, and Alicia pokes him in the cheek and says they have been studying for 2 hours without a break, and maybe he should rest. He notices tea and snacks on the table and asks when she had time for that. She says he was so focused, he did not notice a thing. Then she moves her chair close to him, and he asks what is wrong. She puts her head on his shoulder and asks whether they cannot simply sit like this. The protagonist says nothing is wrong at all. She says she is so happy just sitting with him without rushing, so he should stop overworking himself with the studying, because her father also says there is no need to hurry. He says he will do the best he can. Then he starts on the exercises and reports that about half his answers are correct. She pats him on the head, delighted, and says he has already remembered a great deal, and this is an excellent result, and he has a good memory. He gets embarrassed and asks whether he is a child to her. She laughs and says he is a very good child. He says she will make a caring mother. She is enormously embarrassed by that, and he asks what is wrong with it, and then both of them are embarrassed. Then Leffy knocks, announces herself, and comes in and apologizes for disturbing them at this hour. He asks whether something happened. She brings documents and says it took time. But here's the report on the investigation of that forge. She squared it with Mr. Rig, then put soldiers on that building for several days to watch it, and the findings are all written up in there. He takes it, starts reading, and asks whether any particular problems were found. She says there were practically none. They also hired a blacksmith, who worked in that workshop and nothing happened to him. As for the reputation, the report shows no signs of ghosts at all. On the mental health question and the loss of skills, they studied every previous owner, and most of them turn out to have been stubborn, or excessively principled, or simply nervous people to begin with. The skill loss story also raises doubts. Most likely those were psychological problems. He keeps reading and notes that it is only a few days of observation, and that apparently there genuinely are no problems. Alicia asks whether that means everything can be considered fine. Leafy says she believes there are no problems. However, this is a few days of observation, and there may still be undiscovered facts, so it is too early to relax. And our boy says, thoughtfully, that who knows, perhaps the ghost was unwell and did not come into work this week. To nobody's surprise, she is not amused and tells him to stop. He says that judging by the report, the purchase looks safe and asks what she thinks. She says she thinks there is no problem, and that if her father is also not against it after they talk, then she wants this place too, because his workshop will definitely succeed there. He thanks her for that and privately turns over what he is buying, because this is the house of a legendary blacksmith, who rivaled House Barnasto itself. Inheriting a historical legacy like that may make for a genuinely promising start. What our boy does not know is what that legacy actually left hanging on the wall. Meanwhile, all of them meet at the cafe and Goral says he heard about the decision and read Leify's report, and asks whether he really is sure about this purchase. The MC confirms it. He wants this particular store. Goral, visibly alarmed, asks whether he is planning to coexist with a ghost. Alicia says her father's name loudly, and he turns to her and asks whether she is certain she agrees, since she was the one most opposed to buying this of anybody. She says she was, and that Leify ran an investigation and found no problems. Besides, this workshop is perfect for him, and she does not mind. He starts to object. So she asks whether, if he is that worried, perhaps he could spend the night there himself and check. That settles him slightly, and he asks hypothetically what the man would do if he actually met a ghost in there. Our boy says calmly that he could try to enter into a dialogue. Goral asks, worried, whether ghosts can even talk. He says calmly that he will attempt to establish contact. Goral, still nervous, asks what happens if it attacks. He says he would defend himself with magic, take Alicia, and immediately leave the house. Goral asks whether magic even works on ghosts. Our boy considers this properly, and says that in that case he would set another ghost on it. And then comes the shock, because Goral takes this entirely seriously and says that using a ghost against a ghost is logical. Then he thinks the whole thing over with a serious expression, and says he is giving them his permission. Fake thanks him, and privately asks himself whether that really just worked. Goral says that if he is this confident, he has a feeling the man can handle any problem that turns up. Our boy is glad to hear it, and privately notes that this man trusts him more than he expected. Then Goral says that frankly, if it were not for the rumors, he would have offered him that place himself. However, if anything goes wrong, they leave immediately. He agrees, and says he will absolutely protect Alicia. Goral says he is not worried about that. He simply does not want anything happening to either of them. Alicia says her father's name and tells him he could show a little more care for her fiancé. He tells her to stop, and says he will handle the purchase. Fake says happily that in that case he is relying on him. Then she looks at him and asks whether he is happy about this. He agrees and says it looks like they have finally decided on a location. She agrees, and says now they have to try even harder. And our boy notes seriously that he has been handed an opportunity like this and cannot afford to fail, so he will do everything in his power to make both the shop and the noble manners come out right. Then she remembers something, because once the location is approved, he needs a trading permit from the Artisans Guild. He says that is correct, and that he does not understand any of these procedures. So Goral, still eating, explains it. The Artisans Guild governs blacksmiths and other craftsmen in each city. There are others, for instance the Merchants Guild. Registration gives permission to open a shop. Trading in a marketplace does not require an application each time, because the daily entrance fee is the permission to sell that day. But for a permanent shop, the paperwork is worth completing. And registering with the Craftsmen's Guild lets them advertise the workshop to adventurers and to other craft guilds. Alicia adds that the Adventurers Guild notice board can be used for a limited period to announce the opening. The protagonist says he understands, and that they register as soon as the paperwork is done. Then he says he cannot believe it, because very soon he has his own store. She laughs and says she is looking forward to the opening too. He says all of it is thanks to their help, and that he will do his best. She says they do it together. Sometime later, they are walking down the street, and Alicia says the Artisans Guild is coming up. He agrees and privately notes slightly tensely that as usual passers-by are looking at them, which is awkward. So he asks why they always walk, since they are an official couple now, and would a carriage not be better? She is briefly thrown and says it is close and walking is pleasant, and it is rather like a date. Also, she wanted to walk with him. He understands. Then Leify comes over, says his name, and clarifies that the lady wanted to walk in order to show off her fiancé. Both of them are instantly embarrassed, and Alicia indignantly tells her to stop saying such nonsense. His cheeks go slightly red, and he decides that is a charming reason. Fine, they have security along just in case, and they are also attracting attention. So he turns to the guards and apologizes for dragging them out because of his store. The knights crack their helmets open slightly and tell him not to worry, because this is their job, and for the two of them they would gladly do anything. The MC is surprised and asks whether that goes for all three of them. They confirm it and say they have been responsible for the lady's safety for a long time, and as the people who have had the honor of watching her since childhood, they are incredibly happy to see her this joyful. And today they get to see the newlyweds together, except they are not married yet. Alicia, thoroughly embarrassed, tells all three of them to stop. Then she asks why they are in full armor for a city patrol, since it only attracts attention, and says that if they want they can take the armor off, because they can presumably frighten anybody off as they are. Naturally, they snap their helmets shut instantly and say that is out of the question, because the guards will smirk and it will arouse suspicion. So the faces stay covered until people stop noticing. Also, they are very sorry about all of this. She asks loudly whether that is the entire reason. Leify says his name and apologizes for these fools. He laughs and says they are quite funny. Then he says Alicia's name and observes that she appears to be very much loved. She says with some displeasure that she would not put it that way, and reminds him not to forget his manners, which he privately accepts because his attitude toward those soldiers is not correct for a nobleman, and he needs to carry himself with more dignity. Then they run into Eva's and Weser on the street, and Eva's cheerfully wishes him good morning. Fake returns the greeting and asks whether they are on a mission. Eva's confirms it, then asks whether the two of them are on a date, because as always the passions are running high, and honestly he is jealous. Then he notices her and asks whether that is not Ali and whether this is a new girl. Our boy says it is not a date, they simply have business at the Artisans Guild. Eva says that is understandable, so they are heading to the guild. Then he looks at Weser, calls him over and asks what is wrong with him, because Weser calls him over and asks whether he genuinely does not know who is standing in front of them. Ivis asks whether this is his new girlfriend and what the problem is, and Weser calls him an idiot, loudly, and informs him that this is Lady Alicia and that he is from this city and should at minimum have seen her before. Evis is stunned and asks whether that is really her. She confirms it and says she used to introduce herself as Ali, and that even though they were never close, she would be glad to see them in the future. Evis is completely scrambled by this and says it was her in that mask the entire time. In the end he apologizes because he was speaking without knowing anything at all. She tells him no apology is needed because she concealed her identity for her own reasons, so he should stop worrying. He calms down instantly, laughs, and asks whether that is really true. Our boy watches this and privately notes how fast that man switches. Then Ivis asks whether this is the lady's groom everybody is talking about. Fake confirms it and asks whether they have heard about it. Evis says it is being talked about everywhere, congratulates them, and announces that they will absolutely be at the wedding. Weser points out that it is a noble's wedding and commoners like them cannot get in. Alicia denies that flatly and says she genuinely wants both of them there. Our boy agrees and says that without those two he might never have made it as a blacksmith in this city. Evis is delighted, and Weser asks whether they should really go, because being surrounded by nobles is a thought that makes him feel physically ill. The MC privately notes that in his position, he would feel exactly the same. Then Ivis remembers they are due on a mission, and Fake says in that case they are heading to the guild, and they will see each other later. Eva says they will stop by the market sometime, and our boy thanks him, and mentions that he is opening a store soon. They are surprised, and he says he will give them the details once everything is settled, and they promise to come. They say goodbye, and he asks Alicia whether they should carry on. They do, and when they reach the Artisans Guild, he notes there are far fewer people here than in the Adventurers Guild. She says that is normal, because only people with specific business come here. At the counter, an employee asks with a friendly smile how she can help. He introduces himself and says he intends to open a blacksmith's workshop in this city, and mentions he was told that saying blacksmith from House Barnasto would be understood. She confirms it, because Lord Goral already notified them, and hands over documents to fill in. He starts writing and privately expects to be asked for identification, and then notes that Alicia is standing right there, which is the best proof available. She reads over what he is writing, gets worried, and asks whether he actually bought that building. He confirms it and asks whether there are rumors about it here too. She says there are. He asks whether there are any mistakes in the documents. The employee says everything is filled out correctly, and that she will now invite the guildmaster for a personal conversation, and asks them to wait. She leaves, and Alicia tells him he did an excellent job. Fake turns to her and asks whether only the guildmaster's approval is left. She confirms it and says she has heard refusals are rare, so it should be fine. Then the guildmaster arrives, apologizes for the wait, and asks whether this is the gentleman from House Barnasto. He confirms it and says it is nice to meet him. The man asks whether he brought any product with him to demonstrate. He hands over the sword immediately and asks whether this will do. While it is being examined, our boy notes it is a mithril sword, and that he had heard applicants are sometimes asked to show their work, so he brought his best piece. The man finishes and says the work is impressive, and exactly what one would hope for from anybody carrying the Barnasto name. Fake thanks him for the praise, and the man realizes he completely forgot to introduce himself. He is Igolef, master of this Artisans Guild, and just like that, the application is approved. The protagonist looks at him and works out that he is probably a few years older than himself, which makes it impressive that he already runs a guild. Then Eglef asks, with a note of concern, whether they really chose that particular forge and bought it knowing the rumors. He confirms it and asks whether something is wrong with that. Eglef says no, only that there are rumors about the blacksmith's ghost, and he hopes they will be able to dispel them. Our boy agrees and privately notes that the investigation found nothing, so everything should be fine. Then he asks what Eglef thinks. Is the blacksmith's ghost supposed to be Bestel himself? Eglef says it is possible. Then he says the part worth keeping. Set the ghost stories aside. The fact that a legendary blacksmith died at work in that building is not a story. It is a fact, so they should be careful. Fake thanks him for the warning and promises to stay on guard. Eglef hands over the license and tells him it has to be posted somewhere prominent in the workshop. Outside, Alicia says it does seem as though something is genuinely wrong with that workshop. The MC agrees thoughtfully and says that although the investigation produced nothing, being warned by this many people makes a person slightly uneasy. If it were only him, he would take the risk, because that is his own responsibility. But if something happened to her, or to anybody else, she comes over and says she understands, and that the place is still too good to refuse, because every merchant in this city would dream of it. He agrees and points out it has sat empty this long, precisely because those rumors are that strong. She says with a determined expression that worst case they now have bodyguards, and all of them are strong, so it will be fine. About a week later, he is spending his days at the market telling visitors about the coming workshop. One customer says that when it opens, he will drop in to have the enchantment on his sword renewed. Our boy promises to be waiting and privately hopes all of them come. Then he returns to the estate and reports that the purchase of the building is complete. Goral says he can now use it as a workshop. Fake thanks him and Goral tells him to work hard and not to overwork himself, because he has heard from Alicia that this man is prone to taking on far too much. He denies it, and Goral tells him to remember that a true masters the art of looking after himself. There is no need to rush, simply because a shop is open. Also, if he needs anything, he should not hesitate to ask the soldiers or Leffy, because the ability to manage people matters just as much for running a business. Our boy decides that with those people, he genuinely can ask. Then he says he would like to raise something. Goral agrees to listen, and Fake says he would like to upgrade the swords carried by the soldiers guarding him, and asks whether he can make that decision himself. That gets the Duke's attention, because he has heard they all carry standard swords of similar quality. Our boy explains his reasoning. Alicia will be helping him in the shop, so he wants those three carrying more reliable weapons. Their current swords look acceptable, and thinking about what comes later makes him uneasy. It is also a gesture of gratitude. He wants to give the three of them new blades. Goral says that if they themselves have no objection, he sees no problem. Then he adds a caution. Do not hand them excessively powerful equipment. Better to give higher quality swords as a reward, as and when it is earned. Our boy takes the advice and thanks him for it. Afterward, the two of them leave the office, and she asks whether the preparations are complete. The protagonist agrees and says they can only hope nothing happens in that building. She says seriously that Leafy and the soldiers checked it several times and everything was fine. Then she asks which swords he plans to give them. He asks whether tomorrow is training day in the garden and says he wants to talk to them then and let them pick suitable blades from what is in the workshop. Privately, he notes the swords issued on the estate are mostly Ilios mithril steel, and anything better than that he has to make himself. So he explains it to her. Their current swords are the universal Ilios mithril steel type. The ones he intends to give them are the same steel, with stronger enchantments and better forging. Those should surpass even Durian mithril steel. It is only a quality improvement, and they are strong warriors, so he is confident they can handle it. Alicia agrees and says they will be pleased, because some of them were thinking about changing swords quite recently. He says in that case his timing was good. Sometime later on the training ground, he finds three knights, Capri, Aria, and Pezis. He works out they are all a little older than him. Around 20, they notice him, say hello, and remark that he rarely appears out here. The MC looks at them and notes that although their ages are close, they are built entirely differently, with outstanding physiques, which is exactly what you would expect from soldiers. He says he needs to tell them something, and asks whether they have time. They do, and he explains he spoke with Lord Goral yesterday, since they will continue guarding them. They are delighted and say guarding his life is a pleasure, because they get to witness the happy life of newlyweds in person, and the aura of happiness coming off the pair of them is remarkable. He gets embarrassed and points out that they are not married yet. One of them says happily that the Lord has already given his consent, so it will be fine, and they will definitely get married. Our boy is now extremely embarrassed and privately requests that they stop teasing him, since he is trying his best as it is. So he moves it along and says he would like to give them swords of his own making. They are startled, and he asks whether they will be guarding the shop as well. They will. Naturally, that makes updating their equipment sensible. To nobody's surprise, they are thrilled, and ask whether he means he will make swords for them, and whether that means they get to use his amazing swords, and how lucky they are. He tells them not to get that excited, because it is only slightly better in quality. One of them denies that flatly and says it is more than enough. Fake, embarrassed, privately notes that he was simply going to offer them a pick from the stock in the workshop, and wonders whether that will disappoint them. So he asks whether they would mind coming to the forge. They agree and say they would follow him anywhere. At the workshop, he explains he was planning to display these swords in the store, and that they are all made well, so they are quite good, and they may choose whichever they like. They start looking closely, and he starts worrying because the reaction is weaker than he expected, so he apologizes and asks whether everything is alright. Then he adds that these are Ilios mithril steel, presumably the same material as the swords they already carry. And then comes the shock, because all three of them turn around at once. They ask loudly whether he seriously believes these are the same material, because that is not true. These are a level higher, several levels higher, and there will be a lot of these hanging in the store. Can they genuinely take one for free? That is unbelievable. Our boy is surprised and asks whether the difference really is that large. They confirm it, and show him one of the swords they were issued, and point out that even a person who knows nothing about this can see the gap. Fake examines it and admits there genuinely is a difference. Privately, he identifies why, because those swords were made with simplified processes for mass production, and the enchantments on them are weaker. So he explains that with careful enchantment and magical forging, that material can be brought close to what he is handing them. Anyway, if there are no objections, they should choose freely. They are extremely happy about this, and promise to serve him for the rest of their lives. Later he asks whether all three found swords that suit them. They all confirm it and show him what they picked. He says that is excellent and adds that if the enchantment weakens they should simply say so, because he is always ready to fix it. They thank him for everything, smiling, and one of them says he will use this sword thinking of it as him. The protagonist asks whether that means it gets swung constantly. The man apologizes and says he will think about it and cherish it. Our boy says that sounds like the same thing. Then he thinks about what he is actually watching because this is the most joyful moment available to a blacksmith, seeing the faces of the people who pick up his work. He likes it more than the process of creation itself, and he intends to see as many of those faces as possible in his future workshop. Sometime later, he returns to his building and notes that from today this is no longer the Bestel Forge. It is his shop, the first step toward the dream. The purchase was paid out of the money he earned in Lord Goral's service, and the shortfall was covered by the Lord himself. His gratitude for that has no floor. He intends to give the bulk of the income from this place back to him. Then Alicia opens the door, calls him over, and asks whether the cleaning outside is finished. He agrees, distractedly, and she asks whether he has been staring at the view again. He laughs and says he still cannot believe he owns a workshop this respectable. She asks whether, if the outside is done, they could check what is inside. The MC notes that thanks to a great many people helping, the arrangement of the goods is nearly complete. He starts to say something, then he hears metal. Or at least that is how it starts, because the rack of swords has gone over on its own, and our boy stands there mildly surprised, asking whether that came down on its own. She lets out a shout and asks what that was. He asks, worried, whether she is all right and whether she is hurt. She says she is, and that it simply fell by itself. Then she takes his hand and asks whether it was that thing. He gets slightly nervous and points out that if so, this is fairly petty mischief. Because if this were the ghost from those rumors, it would be making objects fly and throwing goods into the street. It would announce itself considerably more effectively than this. There were not enough swords on that rack, so it probably shifted, lost balance, and went over. She calms down and says she probably imagined it. What neither of them knows is that nothing on that rack shifted at all. He puts the stand back so it cannot fall again, then starts looking over his daggers and says all that remains is arranging them in the right order, which is a matter of taste. Later, she comes over and asks whether everything seems fine. He agrees and takes stock. The swords hanging on the wall are mostly the good ones. Other shelves hold daggers. Swords of similar grade are all piled together in a barrel at a fixed price, because there is a difference in quality between them, and it is insignificant. Alicia starts examining his weapons, says his name, and remarks with surprise that he can make an enormous variety of swords. Fake says he simply recreates, in his own way, whatever he has seen before. She asks whether the shop preparations are nearly finished. He remembers something and suggests opening after the fair at the end of this week, because he already talked about the shop at the last fair and he wants to do it once more. The last time. She agrees and says that sounds good because the final round of advertising could determine how many customers they have from here on. They will be busy starting next week. He agrees, then asks whether she really intends to stand behind the counter. He says he is a little worried about that. She reassures him and says the security have already offered to help as well. That settles him, and he says the workers are currently just them and Leafy, so if the others can help he would be glad of it. Privately, he notes they could hire sellers, and that for now, given there may be no customers at all, this is enough. In the end, they open and they see how it goes. Later he runs into the Knights and asks where everybody is. They say they are cleaning the kitchen on the second floor, and that Alicia said they would finish soon, and then she is going to cook dinner. He says her name in surprise, and she says happily that she has learned to cook as well, so he can trust her. He says he is looking forward to it. Privately, he is about to eat food she cooked for the first time in his life, and he is both anxious and hopeful, and would very much like it to go well. He says, smiling, that he will go and forge while she cooks, and she says she will call him when it is ready. In the forge he notes that light gets in, so it is not dark, and that because it is built of stone, there is a certain oppressive weight to the place. He likes the enclosed space. He can concentrate here. He replaced some of the old tools, and most of them were still usable. So what should he make? He has no idea how long her cooking takes, so something quick is better. Kitchen knives perhaps, or frying pans. Then a thought arrives because maybe the shop should be somewhere housewives can walk into as well. Back in that small village before he became a court blacksmith, he made swords for the occasional adventurer, and the work was closer to running a general store than a weapons shop. Farming tools and blades and swords, yes. Also pots, teapots, and cups, things people use every day. The nostalgia lands, because that time made him who he is. There are people who need his weapons. There is a fiancé who supports him, and he has managed to fulfill his dream and open his own store. Honestly, he is too lucky. He certainly never expected to become a nobleman. Meanwhile, he makes 2 frying pans and asks whether, for the first time in a very long time, that came out well. Then he catches a very good smell and asks whether she has finished cooking. He leaves his gloves on the table, walks to the exit of the forge, and glances back with a small smile, and stops because there is a barely visible silhouette standing next to his frying pans. Or at least that is what he sees, because when he turns back properly, it is gone. He refuses to believe it and says he probably imagined it. He must be seeing things out of fatigue. In the kitchen, Alicia notices him and asks how the forge went. He says, slightly distracted, that he just finished. She praises him and says dinner will be ready shortly, so he should wait a little. He says in that case he will at least set the plates. She thanks him, and he sets the table. When the food is ready, he sits down and asks whether it is time for Leafy and the soldiers to rest as well. She says she already told them they can take a break during lunch, and that since the soldiers cannot all leave at once, she has already set the order in which they rest. He says that is exactly what he would expect from her. She turns around and says that is simply the usual thing. Then she plates the food and he says it looks very good, and she warns him it is a stew. And our boy looks at it and runs a quiet risk assessment, because this is the first time he will eat something she cooked, and he has no idea how well she cooks. There is a slight concern about the taste. The uncertainty is because she is a noble woman, and his impression is that nobles delegate all of the housework, cooking and laundry included, to servants. So if the flavor is unexpected, his reaction has to be immediate in order not to offend her. He wishes her a good appetite and tries it. She asks how he likes it. He says surprised that it is very good. The ingredients are stewed properly and softened exactly the right amount, and the flavor of everything comes through. Privately, he notes that ingredients matter, and that a taste like this comes from somebody cooking with their whole heart. Alicia says she is glad he likes it. He keeps eating, extremely satisfied, and concludes it is too delicious. Then he asks for more bread, and she agrees to bring it, and mentions there is more stew as well. She laughs and says he eats with such enthusiasm. He says happily that this is because it really is that good, and she is a genuine genius. Then she asks, grinning, whether he was not slightly worried at the start. He denies this awkwardly, while privately asking whether she noticed and noting that he never imagined she would care about his opinion of her cooking. She says with faint displeasure that anybody could learn to make a dish like this. He apologizes and says that means nobles cook too. She explains that at school there were classes for noble girls, and cooking was one of them, so essentially everybody has some knowledge. Whether they ever cook is a separate question. Some do it as a hobby. Some open their own establishments. Then she loads a spoon with stew, blows on it to cool it, and holds it out to him. He is instantly embarrassed and asks what exactly is happening. She says she has always wanted to do this, and asks whether he would agree to try. He agrees, eats it, and says it is delicious. Then the MC picks up a spoon and does the same to her, and she eats it and laughs and says yes, now it is her turn. Sometime later, the knights are examining his swords and observing that every sword in the shop is of far too good quality, which genuinely raises the chance of somebody breaking in and stealing. Fake looks at them and takes stock, because the best swords he has are made of Iria magic iron, and there are about 10 of those, and the lower ranked swords sit below that. They notice him and ask whether something happened. He denies it, and says he is simply taking a short break, and came to look around, and asks how security is going. They say they were just working out where guards should be posted. He apologizes for making extra work, and they say it is their job. Then one of them raises a small question. Is it permissible to wear civilian clothes on guard duty? Because in terms of protection, armor is obviously better. But if they passed as customers, the atmosphere in the shop would be considerably less oppressive. Our boy sees the sense in it, because their presence prevents crime either way, and the armor might frighten off buyers. With those three here, the chance of anything happening drops enormously. What he is actually worried about is Alicia, because there are certain to be a great many adventurers who do not know who she is. People raised in this city are one thing. Among the new arrivals, there will be some who harass her. She cannot be allowed to be touched, which flips his conclusion because on reflection it may be better for the guards to look extremely intimidating. So he asks whether one man in armor could stay in the back room. One of the knights says certainly, and the other two watch the floor pretending to be customers, and if anything happens the man in the back comes out at speed. That is a good plan, and he says that is what they will do. Privately, he decides that if problems appear, they think about it afterward. A great deal is still unclear, so he has to work by feel, and there is nothing to be done about that. Then Alicia calls him and says she has increased the space allocated to knives and pans. He thanks her, and tells her not to overdo it, because she should work, and she must not forget to rest. She says she knows and that she is resting right now. He is surprised and asks whether she is resting while thinking about the store. She laughs and tells him to stop making that face because everything is fine, and she understands. Privately, he concedes that a person checking the shop during every break is not exactly resting. Then he notices that the expression on her face gives him more strength than anything else does, and settles his whole soul. She asks what is wrong with him. He says cheerfully that he was simply thinking that looking at her face is the best medicine available. She goes red and demands to know why he is saying that out loud, because everybody will hear it. The protagonist notes that teasing her has become a habit, although everything he just said was the plain truth. Then both of them get embarrassed, and the knights say it is fine, and that the two of them should think of them as pillars, or possibly walls. Leafy backs them up and says they should pay no attention and continue flirting, because the staff are enjoying themselves over here regardless. Our boy goes bright red, privately calls all of them idiots, and asks how anybody is supposed to ignore that. Which means that from now on, teasing her backfires directly onto him. So he starts leaving, says her name, and says they will see each other later. And she asks, thrown, whether he genuinely intends to leave her standing there like this. Sometime later, the opening day is getting close. At the fair yesterday, while selling swords, he told his adventurer friends the store is opening. Tomorrow he opens it. Today he did the final check and confirmed there are no particular problems, and then thought about the difficulties that might appear tomorrow, and made a decision. He is spending the night here. On top of that, morning is when he wants the opening preparations to begin. The knight says that is extremely thorough, and of course he can leave security to them. Our boy notes that since he is connected to House Barnasto, staying the night here means leaving a guard. Although with goods in the store, the knights have already been sleeping here in shifts to prevent theft. Then he goes to Alicia and says it would be bad for her if anything happened, so she should return to the mansion. She is indignant and says everything is fine, and she is staying too. Then Leify says her name and mentions that her change of clothes has already been delivered, so she can spend the night with him. Alicia, flustered, says the others are here, so it will be fine, and besides, she is considerably stronger than an ordinary person. Leffy agrees smugly and says they can be trusted. The knights say everything will be fine, because as adventurers they are somewhere around A rank, and they will protect this precious time alone. Then Leffy adds that she has also properly prepared a bedroom for the two of them, which they may use as they please. Both of them are extremely embarrassed, and Alicia says her name, and asks what she means by that. Leffy says she was simply thinking about their comfort. They are engaged, after all, so she assumed sharing a room would not be a problem. The MC stands there thinking that, of course, it is a problem, since nobles are presumably not permitted relationships of that kind before marriage, although they are not planning anything of the sort, so perhaps it is not much of a problem. Then Alicia says his name awkwardly, and asks what he thinks and whether sleeping in the same room would make him uncomfortable. He denies it, in a strangled voice, and says he does not mind if she does not mind. She says she does not mind either, if he does not mind, and just like that it is decided. They share a room. Later in the corridor the knights tell him he can call them at any time if anything happens, because they will be in a free room nearby, and always ready. Then he meets Leafy coming out of the bedroom, and she wishes him good evening. He asks, slightly strangled, whether Alicia is already inside. She glances at the door behind her, smiles and confirms that she is already ready for bed. Our boy notes that he is not going to do anything, and that for some reason he is getting nervous anyway. He always assumed a day would come when they slept in the same room. He did not expect it to arrive like this. Liffy says that if he needs anything he can call immediately because she will be resting in the room directly below this one, and if he stamps hard on the floor she will come at once. He points out that the room downstairs is essentially a storeroom, full of things and cramped, and asks whether she is sure. She says everything is fine. He asks whether there are still free rooms, and whether she might choose somewhere else. She refuses and says she likes it there. Fake asks whether she did that especially for them, and says he admires her professionalism, and apologizes for always causing her trouble. Leafy says, smiling, that he does not have to worry about it. He says he worries anyway because her ordinary life has changed enormously because of him. She says that is not so, because protecting their smiles is her happiness. Besides, she did not pick the room directly beneath them for work reasons. She picked it because from down there she will immediately know whether the two of them are doing anything. Our boy is startled, and privately withdraws every scrap of respect and gratitude he just expressed. Also, what face is he supposed to make walking into that bedroom now? Sadly, the door now feels extremely heavy. Then Alicia opens it and asks whether Leafy said something strange. He asks, embarrassed, whether she heard that. She says the door was slightly ajar, so the woman almost certainly did it on purpose. Then she says that standing out there he will get cold and he should come to bed. He finds this endearing and privately notes that she is scratching away at whatever composure he had left, and that she is extremely cunning. Then he sees a double bed and asks when anybody had time to get that in here. She says they brought it in pieces and assembled it while the two of them were resting today, and asks what they are even doing. He sits on the edge of the bed and asks awkwardly whether he should perhaps use his sleeping bag. She looks surprised, turns to him, and asks why he would say that. He asks whether she understands it is not that he is against it. He is simply ashamed. That is all. She says that given the choice, she would never be anywhere except beside him, and asks about him. He covers his face with one hand and says he feels exactly the same. Then they lie down together, and he turns his back to her, and she says his name, and says she wants to see his face. He points out that she sees it constantly anyway. She hugs him and says she wants to see it closer, and asks him to turn around. He turns around, and they look at each other, both scarlet, and our boy's brain starts running, because everything appears to be heading in one direction. And is that seriously possible? And what is he supposed to do? Because this is the first time in his life he has been this close to a girl, let alone slept beside one. And it is her, the person he has always wanted. Could something like this actually happen in reality? He closes his eyes. She touches his face and starts to do something, and immediately changes her mind. Then she touches his lips with her hand, and then hugs him, and says she has always wanted to fall asleep next to him like this. Both of them are enormously embarrassed, and both of them privately consider themselves cowards. The main character hugs her back and says he always wanted this too, and simply never said so. In fact, he wanted it so much that he was afraid she would dislike it, so he is holding himself back even now. He asks her forgiveness, and Alicia takes a tighter hold of his back and says she is happy. Sometime later, both of them are asleep, and then he wakes in the middle of the night because there are loud sounds. He identifies them, because that is a hammer, and asks himself whether it is coming from the workshop. The sound gets louder and louder. It is extremely noisy, and what confuses him is that she is not reacting to it at all. He leaves the room and Capri is sitting in the hallway and asks whether something happened. He denies it and asks whether the man heard a sound. Capri says he heard nothing whatsoever. What neither of them knows is that only one man in this building is meant to be hearing it, and the MC stands there working out that he appears to be the only person hearing this. Capri asks, slightly worried, whether he is all right. He says he is, and that he probably imagined it, and that since he is awake anyway, he needs to clean the workshop after the day's work, so he will go there. He also has Alicia to look after. He starts down the stairs, hears the same sound again, and confirms that it is definitely coming from down here. He walks into the forge. Naturally, the sound stops instantly. Meanwhile, he starts examining the room, and then comes the shock, because a ghost appears beside him and screams directly into his ear. He turns around in horror, and the ghost asks, mildly surprised, why he is not screaming, and whether he is so shocked that he has lost the power of speech. Fake looks at him and notes that this person is floating and has no legs. He looks like a human. What is that? Then he asks whether he is a human or a ghost or a spirit, and what other purpose he might have here. Which makes the ghost extremely angry because why is this man analyzing the situation this calmly? He could at least be slightly frightened. The idiot. You're supposed to tremble in horror when you see a ghost. Your first reaction is supposed to be a scream. Also this morning, he deliberately staged a paranormal event, and this man called it some kind of overly banal hooliganism, which frankly sounded like an insult. Our boy studies his face with mild surprise and says that ghosts really do exist then. And so that is what a ghost looks like. The ghost gets angrier, starts flexing his fists, and complains that day after day inside his own house, this freak has been flirting with a girl. And another thing, what happened in that bed? What a disgrace. Is he not ashamed at all? He is a man, so he should take the initiative. He would explain exactly how it ought to be done, except he cannot do that in his own house. Next time he sends him a nightmare. And our boy catches the wording, because the man called this house his, and asks whether he is genuinely the legendary blacksmith Bestel in the guise of an evil spirit. That makes him furious. What evil spirit? Then he calms down and confirms it. He is right. He is the owner of this house and the legendary blacksmith. The protagonist says with mild surprise that he turns out to be younger than expected. Bestel grins and says that is natural because who would want to take the form of an old man after death? Given the choice, everybody stays young. In their prime, our boy concedes that this makes sense and works out the practical consequence because this man is the reason the price of this workshop collapsed. The ghost folds his arms and says he can see there is something the man wants to say. So he says it. Ghosts were never something he accepted existed, which meant the ugly stories attached to this building only ever got half his belief. And judging by the investigation, the problems lay with the blacksmiths who lived here before. However, if ghosts genuinely exist, that changes the matter. Because then this is an evil spirit that cursed every blacksmith before him. Bestel says how rude, given that he already stated he is not an evil spirit. Our boy points out that every blacksmith who lived here went mad and abandoned this beautiful place one after another. Bestel remembers that, agrees, and confirms it because he was the one interfering with their work and hammering every night so they could not sleep. The MC says, so he is an evil spirit after all. Bestel is indignant and tells him to listen carefully. This is his workshop. His entire life is in here. He is not handing it to some half-wit. Frankly, he would rather not hand it to anybody at all, except a house with nobody living in it falls apart. So if it has to go to somebody, he needs somebody who will not disgrace this workshop, strong in spirit, high skill, an outstanding blacksmith, which is why he kept testing every one of them to find out whether they could be trusted, and not one of them was worthy. Untalented, all of them. None of them deserved to inherit his legendary workshop. Our boy asks whether that means he will be tested too. Bestel leans toward him, agrees, and says that if he is that confident in his talent, he can stay. If he is frightened, he should leave because people like that are not needed here. Then Fake asks whether failing means being cursed. Bestel confirms it, so he asks the important question, which is whether only he suffers if something happens. Bestel confirms that too, and says he has no reason to harm anybody who is not a blacksmith, and that he does not use dirty methods like that. The only things that matter to him are skill, and whether the owner has the potential to bring glory back to this venerable workshop. Apparently, House Barnasto has recognized this man, so he should surprise them, and Fake decides that this is exactly what you would expect from a legendary blacksmith, and that he is a great man. So the judgment happens purely on his work as a blacksmith. He has no objection to that. Bestel chuckles and says he will see what the man is capable of, and that he will observe the affairs of the workshop silently and not interfere, unless the work starts coming out badly. Probably, but there is one thing. If he keeps flirting with that girl around the clock in front of him, a special curse becomes available, so he should stay on his guard. Our boy considers that petty, and privately returns to the actual problem, because he promised Mr. Gorel he would become the best blacksmith in the world, and doing that requires skill that even a legendary blacksmith would acknowledge. Then he remembers something and asks what Bestel thought of his swords. And just like that, the ghost is no longer there. And our boy notes that this ghost is nothing like what he pictured, because he expected somebody more formidable, and silent, and cool. Well, rumors always exaggerate. At least he does not look like an evil spirit. Meanwhile, Bestel flies into the store, uses magic to bring one of the swords over to himself, examines it, and admits that at first he considered throwing all of these out. However, everything here is made to genuinely good quality. Meticulous enchantment, proper magical forging. Even the low-ranking blades are better than anybody would expect. The frying pan as well. And if the man does not restrict himself to weapons and makes different things, he expands his clientele. Bestel never sold anything like that himself. There is something in him, so he pins his hopes on him. A blacksmith with a future. Sometime later, the protagonist turns the sign on the workshop door and thinks that finally from today, his forge is open. Alicia comes over and says, preparations are complete, and it can open at any moment. He agrees while privately thinking about last night, because he does not want to tell her about Bestel. It concerns her, and if he told her she might burst into tears. The ghost said he would harm nobody except him. For now, he has decided to trust that. The man wants to check whether he is worthy of inheriting this store, and that appears to be his entire goal. Then he looks up and wonders whether he is being watched right now. What Alicia does not know is that there is a dead man on the second floor deciding whether her fiancé is worth keeping. and finds Bestel sticking out of a second-floor window, staring straight down at him with no ceremony whatsoever. She says his name and asks what happened and whether something is up there. He turns around, denies it, and says the weather is perfect for a first day of work. She agrees it seems like a nice day. They go inside and Capri says they will proceed according to plan. 1 in standard security, 2 in civilian clothes on patrol. The MC agrees and says he is counting on them, and that it only remains to see how many customers arrive. Realistically, it is unlikely anybody comes straight after opening, so he is prepared for a lull. Then the knights ask whether there might be customers who come specifically for the lady, because people are presumably curious about what sort of person their master is, given that he is her fiancé. Our boy says he understands, so there is that purpose as well. Leafy says the Barnasto family is involved in this, so once word spreads that this shop belongs to the pair of them, curiosity brings people through that door, and a purchase becomes the polite way to justify having stared. He says thoughtfully that if they come purely for her, that is somewhat difficult because he does not want men turning up to look at her. They are customers regardless, so he will serve them properly. The knights watch this with delighted faces and say that the ladies really do love everything. The two of them look at each other with small smiles and say nothing. Then Robert walks into the store, which gets everybody's attention, and asks how they are doing. Fake says his name and says it has been a long time. Robert addresses them both by name and congratulates them on opening the store today. Our boy is surprised to be addressed that formally, and she says slightly uneasily that it has been a long time, and welcome. He looks around surprised and says, so this is what the gentleman has built. Excellent, and laid out beautifully. Weapons of every kind, and the quality of each one appears excellent. Fake, a little thrown, thanks him, and says he is glad he came. Besides, he is the first customer, Robert says, delighted that this is quite a coincidence, and an honor. Then our boy asks, with a confused smile, what the purpose of this pretentious word sir is. Robert points out that they officially became bride and groom, which puts his position above Robert's. The MC understands and privately accepts that not neglecting the status of the ducal house is necessary. Then he says that he understands it, but this is not an official reception, so perhaps they could talk normally. Robert still has doubts, and our boy asks him directly and says he wants them to talk as friends. Robert says that if he insists, then, and turns to Lady Alicia and asks whether she is all right with it. She asks whether the two of them have become that close. Robert hesitantly agrees, and privately notes that he was a candidate for her hand, and therefore this man's rival. Except no. Then he raises a hand, agrees out loud, and explains that ever since he commissioned that forging they found a common language. At the time his own situation was similar, although outwardly he behaved accordingly. She says, mildly surprised, that if the two of them are getting on then she does not mind, so everything is fine. Robert nods, thanks her, and says he will take advantage of those warm words. Then he says still, his own store. Exactly as one would expect from him. The protagonist says they only just opened, and there are no customers yet, and asks why he came. Robert says, smiling, that he thought he would drop in with a quick greeting, and that he may need their services again, so he wants to be remembered. Our boy laughs and says he has remembered that face more than well enough. Then he asks whether their engagement really was that significant an event. Robert asks what he is talking about, because the entire town is discussing a noble lady acquiring a fiancé, which our boy finds slightly problematic. Robert tells him, smiling, not to pull that serious face, and to behave with dignity. Of course, from his own point of view, almost every person he talks to outranks him, but he is an aristocrat now. Fake agrees that this is true, and says he simply cannot get used to it. Robert laughs and says there is nothing to be done about that, and that in general he should not worry too much. However, Mr. Goral's name could suffer. So if something went wrong, what would he do? The MC agrees because that is precisely what worries him most. The Lord has been kind to him, and he wants to become somebody capable of supporting that man. Alicia says Robert's name and tells him not to say things that weigh on him. Robert apologizes and tells him not to take it to heart. Our boy says he understands and privately accepts the shape of the problem. Even in his current position, he cannot claim to stand above anybody. In front of a great many people he has to be decisive, and he has to carry himself properly, because the ducal house has a reputation, and she is attached to it. He has to become a real husband, and also not put on airs. It is a difficult balance. Robert says that in fact he probably does not need to say anything, because rank inside a relationship is simply not something the Lord pays attention to. Among nobles, though, whether a man measures up gets asked constantly, so carrying a little awareness of it costs him nothing. Our boy thanks him for the advice and promises to remember it. Robert turns around and says there is no need for thanks. Then he says that as a blacksmith, this man standing only keeps climbing. Fake, a little embarrassed, says that even so, he is aiming to become the best blacksmith in the world, and that Mr. Goral is counting on it, so he intends to try even harder. Robert says with real admiration that this is a magnificent dream, and if it is him, he will definitely succeed. He himself intends to work hard and become the best swordsman in the world, so both of them have to try. Our boy agrees, and Robert says that in that case he will buy something as a souvenir and go, and takes a sword and says he will visit them again. They say goodbye and he leaves. And Alicia sighs, visibly dissatisfied. He says her name and points out that she did not speak to the man at all. He understands that she is uncomfortable, and the relationship they had when he was a marriage candidate is in the past, so perhaps they should not avoid him this obviously. She says a little awkwardly that she understands, and that it is a long-standing habit, which gets his attention, so he asks whether they were friends as children. She confirms it, and says they were both small and did not care about status at all. Then she supplies the details because he was constantly making fun of her and throwing bugs at her and being extremely rude. Then she notices him looking sad and asks what is wrong. He tells her not to pay attention and privately admits that knowing her since childhood is unfair and that he is jealous. 30 minutes after opening, the shop is not busy. The shop is empty, completely. He asks that the Adventurers Guild be informed about the opening and wonders whether very few people read those notices. As expected, trade is a harsh world. Then the door opens and he immediately greets the customer, or at least that is who he expects. The man who walks in is Ron, and he says the name of the store out loud and asks whether he has come to the right place because he heard a shop opened here and came. Our boy is genuinely astonished and calls him the commander of the knights. Ron says his name and asks whether the owner of this shop is present. He confirms in a strangled voice that it is him. Alicia says his name and asks whether they know each other. The protagonist confirms it and explains that back when he worked at court, he handled the supply and maintenance of swords in the blacksmithing department. This is the commander of the knights, the senior man in the country. She bows, introduces herself, and says she is pleased to meet somebody like him. He looks at her and says he is seeing her for the first time, although he has heard a great deal about her. Then our boy asks, surprised, what brings a person like this to their distant shop. Ron asks, seriously, whether he heard from Morgan about the situation in the blacksmithing department. He confirms it and says he understood the situation broadly from the letter he received, and that at the time he could not live up to those expectations and asks forgiveness for it. Ron reports the outcome. Morgan is gone, the smiths who were driven out have been recalled, fresh ones taken on, and the whole department is in far better shape. However, he has never met a blacksmith with skill like his, so he came to try persuading him one more time. Naturally, the MC is stunned, and Ron laughs and says it was a joke. He came in to say hello, because he cannot express his gratitude to this man. Fake says that is the first time anybody has said that. Ron says that is because he always hid behind Morgan and the others. Our boy says with faint displeasure that this brings back memories. Meanwhile, he asks what happened to Morgan. So Ron tells him. He remembers asking whether the blacksmiths he forced out had all been brought back. Morgan looked away, terrified, denied it, and said he only brought back a few and could not come to an agreement with the most important one, which made Ron extremely angry, and he slammed his fist on the table and said the salary and the working conditions should obviously have been revised. So the apology was not enough. Then he pulled his sword out of its sheath and asked loudly whether he apologized with everything he had. Whether he banged his forehead on the floor until it broke. He stopped the blade directly in front of the man's head. And Morgan, extremely frightened, started loudly begging for forgiveness. Ron said seriously that since he had not fulfilled the promise he made not long ago, one of his squads needs people. He could go there as a knight. Morgan, alarmed, asked to be given at least a better position. Ron put the sword back and said that in that case they could forget this conversation entirely. Morgan looked at him in horror and said anything but that. He must wait. He has already been banished from home. He has nowhere to go and nothing to live on. Then Ron had an idea and a man walked into the room and Morgan asked, frightened, who that was? Instructor Lukal. His squad is formed entirely from criminals. He has the power to tame only them, and they call him the demonic instructor. Morgan asked loudly and in terror whether that is a slave collar, the kind used on deserters to stop them doing anything. That is one of the most dangerous units in this country. Ron confirmed it calmly, and the man with an extremely wide and extremely frightening smile informed Morgan that he joins the squad as a laborer. Laboring comes first because the body has to be built before anything else happens. A bunk is being assigned to him in the dormitory, shared with senior knights, and whatever those men tell him to do is not open to discussion. And a warning in advance, in their squad, the words feeling unwell do not exist. He knows that well, does he not? All of this is education. Then he grabbed him by the collar and said it was time to go, and that once he had gained some strength, the training as a knight would begin. Morgan asked loudly to be released, and Ron said calmly that he was happy for him, because he has been assigned a new duty station. Back in the present, Ron says with faint dissatisfaction that this is how all of it ended, and that from now on he will re-educate the man carefully so nothing like it happens again. Both of them are alarmed by this. Then Ron says that until now he never noticed the problem and asks his forgiveness, because it was his fault that they lost a talent like him. All of it through a lack of control. In the end, Fake says, startled, that this is not true at all. It was a problem confined entirely to the forge department, so the knight commander should not concern himself with it. Ron says something else, because they get through every single day on the support of blacksmiths, and he used to treat that as simply how the world works. The current situation offends him. It took losing this man to see it, spotting the rot sooner, getting to him sooner, doing whatever it took to make the job bearable. Any of that would have been enough. Instead, the man had already quit. They lost exactly the person they should have kept. Then he bows his head and asks forgiveness again, and our boy says loudly that this is not so and tells him to raise his head. So Ron puts a hand out and says something worth having. That man carried a hellish burden entirely alone, and still cast his spells faithfully, and kept supporting all of them. He is grateful for every part of it. Fake is genuinely moved, shakes his hand, and says it is an honor to hear that from the commander of the knights, because it means the effort he put in back then was not wasted. Then Ron looks over the stock and says he is glad they were able to talk, and that he does not want to interfere, but would it be acceptable if he bought a great many swords and left? Our boy agrees happily, and the man starts examining them. Alicia, delighted, says his name and tells him he did it. Afterward, the two of them walk outside and the protagonist thanks him for the purchase. Ron thanks him back and says he hopes that from now on his swords become a force supporting a great many people and that he should not give up and should keep going. Then he suggests they meet again someday. Our boy agrees, then goes back inside and says he cannot believe the commander of the Knights came all this way on purpose. She says happily that it is amazing and that he has helped so many people over the years. He agrees and says there was a great deal in those 3 years and that he is glad he worked as hard as he did because he can feel now that none of it was wasted. She says that from here they all join forces and try even harder. Everybody agrees, and then she notes it is nearly noon, and it would be wonderful if more customers arrived. He agrees, and says this is only the beginning. Then Alicia asks whether perhaps the rumors about a haunted mansion are spoiling everything. He says with faint dissatisfaction that there may be some truth in that as well. And just like that, Ivis and Wezer come in with somebody else. He notices the girl with them and asks who has come along. Ivis introduces her as Iruna and says she came today to find herself a weapon. The MC notices the staff in her hands and asks whether she is a sorceress, and mentions he does not have any staves made of magical iron yet. She asks whether that means he could make one. He confirms it and says that if there were an order he would, and that he already has several magical tools that support magic. Privately, he notes those enhanced special abilities in fights against monsters and are also made of magical iron, because magical iron conducts magic well, which lets a wizard use their magic with less effort and combines easily with other materials that conduct magic well. Then he says a made-to-order piece costs a little more. She says calmly that in that case a simple knife for self-defense and butchering will be enough this time. He points at the wall of knives and asks about the goods on that shelf and notes there's probably nothing suitable in that corner and that most of them run 30,000 crowns. She starts examining them and says there are different ones, and that something is off, and asks whether there is a difference in sharpness. He explains it because the knives on display are the ones he made from Illyrian magical iron, and they all vary slightly in design and in quality. For instance, if you rated the sharpness of Illyrian iron blades from 1 to 100, everything on that side is essentially the same. The quality moves a little depending on the day. Of course, he tries to hold a certain level, so there should be no problems. She holds up a dagger and says she will take this one, and confirms the price is 30,000. Fake confirms it, and says he guarantees the quality at that price, and that with regular spell maintenance it lasts several years. Then he adds the rule of thumb, because the higher the price, the longer it lasts under maintenance and the less frequently it needs enchanting. She looks disappointed, and says she does not have that much money, so she will come next time. Then Alicia drops a few coins into the register, brings her the knife and the sheath, and thanks her for the purchase. Iruna picks it up and compliments how beautiful it is, and our boy says it will get used constantly, so if the edge fades she should bring it to him. Privately, he decides once a month is the right enchanting interval. Then he looks over and asks about the other two. Eva says they came for an enchantment, and Wezer says most of his has already worn off, although it has been perfectly usable up to now, exactly as you would expect from him. The protagonist says that since both weapons were made to measure, he will enchant each one to suit their fighting style. Then Ivis calls him over, worried, and says a monster has appeared nearby, and asks whether they know about it. He denies it and asks what monster. Ivis looks extremely worried and says it is some very dangerous, very hard, enormous monster, and that he has forgotten the name. Wezer says it is a horn dragon, and asks whether he has heard of it. Our boy says he has only heard that it produces high-quality materials. Ivis says loudly that its entire body is covered in skin as hard as stone, and that it is a monster capable of eating rocks, so ordinary attacks are no trouble for it at all. Fake agrees because he has heard it is even harder to work and forge than iron. They say that combining magical iron with material from that thing produces a very good weapon. Then they say loudly that in general it is extremely dangerous, and if it comes here, the peace of this city ends. There is nothing to be done about that except asking adventurers for help. Ivis says loudly that this is useless because even calling adventurers means calling an S rank. The MC asks whether it is genuinely that difficult an opponent because calling somebody like that means the situation is seriously dangerous. Then Ivis starts crying and asks loudly what happens if the monster comes here, and says he really hopes the S-rank gentleman does something. Wezer looks at him and asks whether he would fight a fellow adventurer. Naturally, Ivis is not listening to anything, grabs his own head and asks loudly what they do if the dragon attacks the city before that man arrives. Our boy turns around and asks whether situations like this are not the responsibility of the local lord, and asks what happens if it does occur. Alicia says sadly that they would have to fight with whatever they have, gather adventurers, and send them out to destroy the monster, in which case she would be counting on them. Ivas is horrified and says loudly that he is a small-time D-rank adventurer and he would die, and suggests that perhaps they should escape the city before it is too late. Iruna, disgusted, says his name and tells him he is simply pathetic. He jumps on Wezer and asks loudly what they are supposed to do. She gets angry, tells him loudly to calm down and says that even if the monster comes they fight back. Fake watches all of this, hoping nothing bad happens. After they leave, several more people come through, and besides the adventurers he knows, other customers arrive too. Alicia attracts an enormous amount of attention, and a great many customers come specifically to see her, drawn by how sweet and how beautiful she is. And because some of them know next to nothing about who she is, There are men who talk to her while making their intentions completely obvious. So the arrangement holds because if anybody insolent appears and tries something, the guards move in immediately and he and the others watch the room constantly. He is glad of the help. Still, leaving her alone in that store would be dangerous. When evening arrives, she says a great many people came and that she is a little tired and that more sold than expected. She had assumed the nightly order alone would be enough. This was unexpected. Leffy asks whether she should fetch more swords from the warehouse, and he agrees and asks her to, and Capri offers to help her. The protagonist notes that at this rate, without another batch, the stock runs out. Alicia agrees and points out they're unlikely to always sell out like this. He says weapons get bought at most once a month, so for now people are mostly looking. If today's customers come back later, the enchanting work grows. Then Almi comes in and greets him. He greets her back, and she happily congratulates him on the opening and says she came to buy today and that she stopped by earlier just to see how things were going, and that they really are sold out in here. Meanwhile, Rig comes in behind her and says he came for negotiations. Up to now he has been buying this gentleman's goods in the city. Could they extend that cooperation further? Because he is planning to open a store in a neighboring city. These goods are extremely popular, and anything of his put on sale moves immediately. The MC asks whether he wants to see the new items. Rig agrees happily and says he will buy above the purchase price. So, given that as before he takes several dozen items wholesale, could the purchase price come down slightly? Our boy thinks it over, agrees, and attaches a condition. When Rig sells the goods, he provides information about this store and advertises it. Privately, the logic is clean, because if it is Rig's shop, they get advertising in another city, and that shop almost certainly has a large base of regulars and adventurers of every rank pass through it. That is an ideal way to raise recognition. Rig accepts the condition and says they have an agreement, and that he hopes for successful cooperation. Our boy asks what rank of goods he should prepare. Rig thinks and says high-ranking adventurers come to his shop often, so could he make items from Dirian mithril steel? Then he asks about price and suggests settling it once everything is ready, since it depends on the specific item. Fake agrees and Rig says Almi will handle this because he intends to entrust the purchasing in this city to her. She says happily that she is really hoping for a good discount. Alicia looks at her with open displeasure and privately notes how impudent she is, and that behavior as well. Then both of them start going through the stock and say the quality is excellent as always, although almost everything is already sold out, so today they will pick 5 pieces. He thanks them, and Rig turns around and asks how he intends to manage the store, since custom orders and deliveries of ordinary swords are 2 different businesses. Fake agrees, and privately lays out the shape of it, because forges divide into 2 main types. The first makes ordinary swords and puts them in the window. The second does custom work, where production only begins once an order arrives, and that is how a great many blacksmiths operate. Financially, it looks as though custom orders earn more, since they cost more. That only works once you have wide recognition as a blacksmith. He is a long way from that. So he says thoughtfully that for now he intends to build his reputation both ways, and that if custom orders increase he will probably stop producing ordinary swords. Rig says understood, and that in that case he eventually stops being able to buy from him at all. He would be delighted by that kind of rush. It is still a long way off. Almi says they need to buy more before it happens. Then Rig says that if he needs magical iron, he can forward it to him. And the protagonist says that if anything at the level of Dirian mithril steel or above appears, he asks him to keep it in mind. Rig laughs and says he can supply that, because high-grade iron like Dirian mithril or Iria rarely reaches the open market at all. Then Almi says his name and asks to get straight to the point, and asks whether he could deliver 5 swords and 10 knives next week. He agrees, and she thanks him cheerfully. They leave and Alicia says how wonderful it is that he got an order, and that even though it will be difficult, he has to try. He agrees and says that thinking about the future, the relationship with that man matters enormously. Later they close the store and start counting, and she says the start was simply excellent because they cleared 1,000,000 crowns without difficulty. He is delighted, and says figures like that would not embarrass him in front of Mr. Goral. She laughs and says her father would probably reply that this is exactly what he expected. He says the only question is whether it continues, because there is every chance nobody comes at all tomorrow. She says it will be fine with his weapons because word of mouth spreads and customers definitely come back, and she believes that. And if the store's popularity climbs, they may not cope with the current staff. He laughs and says that is going too far. She says they need to think about hiring, because it is a waste of his time on customer service, and she wants him focused on making goods in the workshop. So if sales keep growing, she will hire people herself. He asks whether she can handle that. She confirms it, and says the main job of an aristocrat's wife is running the house. Leafy backs her up, because hiring servants and organizing and managing the household when guests gather is exactly that job. Then Alicia says with a very confident smile that he should leave every small thing to her and concentrate entirely on forging. He agrees, smiling, and says that helps him enormously and that he is going straight off to make a new batch. She laughs, wishes him luck, and says she will handle dinner. Then he walks into the forge and gets a fright, because Bestel says that from what he can see, things are going extremely well. The man turns out not to be bad. The MC agrees in a slightly strangled voice and says he simply did not want to be cursed. Privately, he had forgotten this person exists. Or at least that is the greeting, because then Bestel says seriously that he heard about the dragon appearing, and that perhaps in the future this man gets a chance to work with high-ranking magical iron. So he should listen. He should look at magical iron more carefully, because his hands are growing in the right place. Our boy examines the ore and asks whether he really should be looking at it more carefully, since he seems to be looking at it quite enough already. Then he remembers something, because blacksmithing is learned by watching. That was his adoptive father's favorite saying. The man never taught with words. He believed that only the skills you pick up through observation genuinely become your own. Whether that is the correct way to teach anybody, he does not know. It is how he grew up. Then he notices Bestel has disappeared and asks whether the man only turned up to mock him. To nobody's surprise, there is no answer. Privately, he confirms his decision not to tell Alicia about any of this. Although perhaps he should consult Leafy, although she would probably conclude he is hallucinating from overwork. Later, he walks into another room and asks where Alicia is. Leafy stops washing dishes, turns around and says she has gone to the bathroom. He says that is good timing, because he needs to talk to her. She asks what about? Fake says this stays a secret. Then he asks whether she has by any chance heard strange sounds coming from the forge in the middle of the night. She does not follow and asks what sounds. He says it is like somebody striking a hammer on magical iron. She thinks and says that as it happens, Capri already filed a report mentioning exactly this. She checked it herself. Nobody heard anything. What Leafy does not know is that she is about to be told why. He says uneasily that this means only he heard it. She gets worried and asks whether he is all right and whether something happened. And he says with a serious expression that the evil spirit of the blacksmith Bestel is living in this house and that he is the one making those sounds. He watches him around the clock, checking whether he is worthy of running this store. Leafy starts massaging his shoulders and says today was a really hard day and he should go to bed right now. He asks her loudly to wait. She says that since he cannot sleep, she will sing him a lullaby. He turns around and says the man genuinely exists. He saw him last night. He spoke to him in person, which worries her considerably more, and she says loudly that he cannot do this and has to come back to the real world. He says he is actually here, and that if his blacksmithing does not reach the level the ghost wants, the ghost says he will curse him. At which point Leafy picks up a frying pan and demands to know what freak has reduced her master to this state. He takes her by the shoulders, asks her to calm down, and asks her to believe him. She settles slightly, and he explains the mechanism, because the man apparently intends to keep making hammering noises in order to drive him out of the house. So the rumor turned out to be true. She says she understands, and that this spirit is the cause of the depression every previous blacksmith suffered. Then she asks whether the master is in danger right now. The protagonist denies it and says everything is fine for the moment, because it looks like the ghost is simply checking, and does not appear to be planning to harm anybody except him. However, he cannot be trusted, so telling her seems sensible. She says she understands and will be on guard, and that if the situation becomes dangerous, he should tell her immediately, because she will protect them both at the cost of her own life. He says it is still better not to tell Alicia. Leafy agrees and identifies the reason, because in that case the girl would stop leaving his side entirely. He would never concentrate at the anvil again, and simply turning up here would turn into an argument, and at that point the only remaining option is walking away from this building entirely, which would be a shame, because everything went so well today, and for the moment the ghost appears content to watch. Whichever way you cut it, what Bestel wants is proof that this man's hands deserve the building. So all he has to do is earn the recognition of a legendary blacksmith. She agrees, and says she will be waiting impatiently. Then the MC notes that she was not afraid of a ghost at all. She agrees and says she has not seen him with her own eyes, so she apologizes, but some doubt remains. He laughs, and says it seems to him she has no weaknesses. She says with a small smile that there are no perfect maids. He smiles too and says that now he can rely on her. She looks away and mentions that the mistress will be out of the bathroom soon, so she needs to go and get ready to help with her hair. He agrees, and thanks her for listening. She heads for the exit, and sees a spider. Naturally, the entire cold-blooded professional composure evaporates on contact, then screams at full volume and grabs hold of him. He asks, startled, what happened. She apologizes, and Alicia walks in and asks, in a shocked voice, what exactly the two of them are doing. She starts shaking, and says that this is the relationship between a worker and an owner, and she is certain she read about it in a book. Leafy turns around, apologizes, and says loudly that it is not that at all, because she got frightened by accident and everybody has misunderstood, and she is afraid of insects. Alicia settles a little and asks whether she means like the one currently on her shoulder. Leafy processes this, sees the spider on her own shoulder, screams, and goes down on the floor. Still, her face becomes extremely serious. She says Mr. Fake's name and asks what it is, and says that if he needs anything at all, she will do it. Alicia says it turns out she has unexpected weaknesses. He laughs and asks whether there are others. She says her likes and dislikes are quite strong. They keep going on this topic while Leafy asks the mistress, pitifully, whether they could stop this useless conversation. They keep going anyway, and she says with tears in her eyes that her image as a cold-blooded and excellent maid has been destroyed. Some time later, the two of them are in bed, and he apologizes for spending another night at the store, because they sold far more than he expected today, so he had to stay late and make extra items. Alicia says everything is fine, and that he genuinely did well today. Then he asks about what Ava's and the others were discussing, and whether she means the horned dragon. She confirms it, and says she asked at the mansion and it seems her father has already sent the order, and that an S-rank adventurer will be arriving soon. He says that if it is an S-rank, they can relax slightly. She agrees and says that if all goes well and they defeat it, he says at least it looks as though the situation where every adventurer gets forced into it will not happen. She agrees and he wonders aloud what sort of person this adventurer turns out to be. Sometime later, a coachwoman named Luna tells Mrs. Birdie that they have reached the area where the dragon horn was sighted. Birdie is sitting in the carriage eating without a care in the world. Luna turns around and looks at her with open displeasure. Birdie asks her calmly to relax a little and says everything will be fine and that there is no need to be this frightened over one monster. Luna says she is not frightened of the dragon. She is frightened of the appetite. Birdie says that for an adventurer the body is the main capital, so before a fight you eat well. Luna says, loudly, that she has eaten far too much, and asks whether she will even be able to move afterward, and where that entire mountain of food went, and whether her stomach is some kind of inventory. Birdie puts 2 fingers to her mouth and asks whether she would like it back. Luna is disgusted. Birdie says she used to be a competitive eater, and that her stomach is an entire universe. Luna asks her to stop talking and says it is time to go. So Birdie leaves a container of food in the cart, climbs out, and tells her to stay here, and that if the horned dragon suddenly appears, she should simply run. Luna asks worried whether she is certain everything will be fine. Birdie says calmly that if something happens she will run too, and use the cart as bait. Luna asks whether they should perhaps take that opportunity now and leave her here. Birdie says it was a joke, and that there are a great many monsters in this area, so she should not relax. Luna agrees and says everything will be fine because she is a B-rank adventurer after all. Birdie laughs and says that sounds reliable. Then she heads for the place the monster was sighted, thinking about the fact that she took the quest from the guild and arrived in Barnasto's domain. Although she does not intend to fight today. Today she only looks at it. They say it is a dragon that looks like stone. She wonders how strong it actually is, and whether she can handle it with her sword. She keeps walking along the rocks and notices a large pile of stones. Then a wolf comes out of the bushes beside her and walks toward that pile, and the pile of stones turns out to be a dragon, which kills the wolf with one sweep of its tail. She is startled, because that thing was disguising itself as stone. Then the monster stands up to its full height, and she gets a proper look. The horned dragon eats the wolf it just killed extremely fast, and then looks at her. Birdie grabs her sword and says it is less a stone than an entire rock face, and that she has never heard of them being able to camouflage like that. Then she wonders whether the monster research lab pays well for information like this, because she could eat properly on that money. The monster tries to hit her with its head. She jumps aside. Then she jumps at the dragon, strikes with her sword, and tells it loudly to stop twitching, because she is dealing with it. To nobody's surprise, the blow does not go through that skin at all. She asks startled what that is, and whether even a sword made of Viraya cannot cut it. That skin is astonishingly hard. It does not merely resemble stone. It is as though the entire body is made of magical iron. The horned dragon lets out an enormous cry, and she works out that if this sword cannot manage it, she has to bring the Iria sword. The monster tries to take her with its claws. She dodges again and uses lightning arrow. The magic has no effect either. She looks at it and notes that she had hoped to at least paralyze it. She is faster than it. Attacks like this simply will not kill it. So this becomes a protracted fight, and even the thought makes her hungry. However, today is reconnaissance, so she should focus on gathering information for killing it later. Which means trying the Iria sword. She draws it, runs in, delivers a heavy blow, and gets thrown backward. She realizes what happened, because it coated itself in magic immediately before impact and blocked her. And if the blade splits, then what? Even this sword cannot pierce it. So all that remains is running. Birdie starts running, sees the monster following her, and says loudly that any more of this in her stomach will not take it. She reaches Luna, who sees a dragon chasing her, gets extremely frightened, and shouts to ask whether that is a horned dragon. Birdie says it seems to have attached itself to her, and tells her to drive the cart or they all die. Luna tries to urge the horses and they scream, and she immediately understands that they are terrified. Birdie notices, grabs her sword and says she will hold it back while Luna deals with the cart. Then she channels energy into the blade and says loudly that it is getting everything she has. She closes on the monster extremely fast and lands a very heavy blow on its body, then immediately follows with magic, and says loudly that this is almost half her entire magical power. And just like that, one finally lands. The dragon is paralyzed, and she comes closer and says it has finally calmed down, although this probably holds for a few minutes. Finishing it now is impossible. Then she picks up a fallen piece of the monster's scale, laughs, and says that at least she is walking away with information. Luna finishes preparing and calls to say everything is ready. Birdie waves at the monster and says she will be back when she is better prepared. Then seriously, she notes it still had plenty of stamina left and killing it today was definitely not possible. She says the problem is that the sword she has is not enough. Luna gets worried and asks what they do now. Birdie looks at the scale she collected and asks whether they could use dragon horn stone to make a weapon, and mentions she brought some Ezreia with her, so perhaps she returns to the royal capital and orders it from a blacksmith. Luna asks, uneasily, whether that would not take a long time. Birdie agrees. About a month? Even with S-rank privileges, under a month is not happening. In fact, only a few blacksmiths anywhere can craft an Iria sword at all, and the enchantment is complex, so swords like that do not get used unless necessary. She normally fights with a Varia sword. Blacksmiths capable of working metal at that level exist only in the capital, and they have waiting lists a year deep, which means crafting anything from Isrea takes longer still, because the metal itself is very rare, so the number of blacksmiths who have ever worked it is tiny, a handful in the entire country, all of them buried in orders. She has no idea what to do. What Birdie does not know is that the blacksmith she needs is currently 3 streets away, selling knives to beginners. Luna says that sounds like the new sword is off the table, then, and the dragon is not going to politely hold still because it could tear through something at any hour. Birdie asks, with a small smile, whether the horn dragon might wait if she explained the situation to him. Something along the lines of holding on a little while they prepare the sword that kills him. Luna says wearily that if she can manage that, she is welcome to try. Then she says they should talk to the local lord first, and mentions she heard a talented blacksmith recently appeared in House Barnasto, which gets Birdie's attention, and she asks who. Luna says she heard he became the groom of the family's daughter, and explains the background, because the Barnasto family is a family of blacksmiths, which is why they have a tradition of somebody in the family marrying one. Birdie asks thoughtfully how talented this groom actually is, because if he could work Iria or Isrea, there would already be rumors about him and she has never heard of him. Luna says perhaps he can still help with something, and that first they should get into the city. Birdie agrees happily, and says that at the same time they can have a good meal and take a look at him, and wonders what the food is like there, because she is already looking forward to it. Luna says her name with mild displeasure, and points out that she has changed her objective again. Sometime later, the protagonist notes that several days have passed since the store opened. He has settled into the routine, so everything including preparation now happens without wasted time, and he even has room to do blacksmithing in the workshop behind the store. Meanwhile, Birdie walks in, looks around and says, "So this is that blacksmith's workshop." He greets her, and she asks whether he is the owner. He confirms it, and privately notes that she feels strong, and is clearly different from an ordinary adventurer. She asks whether he made all these swords here. He agrees, and she says that means it is true. He is the fiancé of the local lord's daughter. He is a little surprised, and asks whether she already knows about that too. She confirms it, and says his skill is higher than she expected, and asks where he worked as a blacksmith before, because at that level he could easily work in the capital. Was he never invited to the royal palace? Our boy wonders whether he is being assessed, and concludes she is quite a strong adventurer. So he tells her. His last post was a court forge one country over, and the job was mostly enchanting and keeping weapons serviceable. She says that explains why she never heard his name, and that the possibility had not even occurred to her. Then she extends her hand. He looks at it and notices the rice on her palm. Birdie notices too, looks embarrassed, apologizes for the rudeness, and starts brushing her palm off. Then she introduces herself and says it is nice to meet him, and explains that she is looking for a blacksmith who can take on the making of a sword, so she has been going around checking different workshops. The MC shakes her hand, and her stomach growls, honestly at considerable volume. She heads for the exit and says they will discuss the details later because she still has second breakfast, so she has to run. He stands there processing that, and Alicia comes over and asks whether he knows that girl. He turns around, denies it, and says he has never seen her before. She says with visible displeasure that everybody is starting to like him somehow, and that she is happy about it, and that these are rather complicated feelings. He denies it in a confused voice, and she says he gets along well with Almi. He denies that too, and says the woman is simply pestering him constantly. She hugs him and calls him an idiot, while the knights and Leffy watch with smiles. Then Ivis comes in and wishes them both good morning. Our boy looks over, notices 2 more people, and asks whether he brought somebody new. Ivis agrees happily and says they are new adventurers. They start examining the weapons with open admiration, and Fake smiles and privately concludes they are essentially clones of Eva's. He tells them to take whatever they want, and says that if they only just became adventurers, those swords are the best choice. Then he examines their equipment and finds swords and knives made of Ilarion, which tells him exactly what level they are at. He turns around and thanks Eva's for bringing them. Evis says no thanks are needed because the guild asked him to look after them, since they are just starting out and understand nothing yet, so he is training them. They also asked him to show them a good weapon shop if he knew one. Our boy says that makes sense, and is exactly what he would expect, because if the guild hands him assignments like that, they trust him. Evis laughs and says they apparently appreciate how serious he is, and besides, it is a good side job. Then he privately notes that saying it out loud made him sound rather mercenary. Then he remembers something, and says that a rare monster attacked them yesterday. A small monkey monster. Fake says worried that this is a D-rank monster, and quite strong, and asks whether they handled it. Evis confirms it and wonders thoughtfully why that monster turned up somewhere like that in the first place. Fake offers an explanation, because the ecosystem may have shifted on account of the horned dragon. Evis is surprised and asks whether it causes even that kind of consequence. Our boy agrees, and says monsters that normally never come down toward the city may be fleeing here. Privately he lays it out, because the ecosystem differs by region, and when one type of monster breeds too heavily, adventurers cull them to hold the balance. The guild oversees the ecosystem, and the extermination happens through quests. Ivis asks whether an S-rank adventurer is not already on the way, and whether that will finish the monster shortly. And then he supplies the actual news, because the adventurer has already arrived, and the monster is apparently so strong that her attacks do not penetrate it at all. They say the dragon can be killed with several hits of powerful magic. She simply cannot find the time to build that up alone. So there are two options. Either a stronger sword, so attacks get through, or a group of adventurers assembled to buy her the time to accumulate magic. Except there are almost no volunteers for something like that, since even an N rank can barely cope, which means nobody wants the job. Alicia adds the local problem, because high-ranked adventurers are rare in this town, since the nearest dungeon is low level, so newcomers come here instead. The protagonist asks uneasily whether a stronger sword can genuinely be made that fast. Eva says they are currently looking for a good blacksmith nearby. Then he stops. They should suggest him. Our boy says he does not know whether his weapon suits an adventurer at that level, or whether he can meet those expectations. Ivas asks loudly what he is even talking about, because his swords are extremely sharp, and he needs to believe in himself more. Then the young adventurers call over, because one wants this sword, and the other says this dagger is so light he will probably take it. And everything in here is so interesting, it is genuinely hard to choose. The MC looks at them and asks whether they are taking a quest today. They confirm it, and he proposes something because they should go on that quest with the sword they chose, and if it does not fit, they come back and exchange it. If everything is fine, they keep it. Privately testing a weapon in a real fight is simply better. They are surprised, and he says this is a special case, because they are his students. They thank him, pay, and say they will come again if anything happens. Alicia says his name and asks whether he is sure about that arrangement. He confirms it because an enchantment does not degrade in a single outing. Weakened magical properties do not matter much. What matters is the blade surviving intact, and repairs he can do as often as anybody wants. Besides, if new adventurers like this shop, they come back once they are stronger, and then perhaps they order swords made of higher quality iron, or custom weapons. She says happily that these newcomers were so sincere and she wants to support them. He agrees and says he only hopes they do not start behaving recklessly like Iva's. She laughs and says his face right now is a father watching his children. He says thoughtfully that he wonders whether he will ever have children. Both of them go red, and he says in a strangled voice that he did not mean anything strange by it. Then she says his name and asks how many children he wants. He is extremely awkward about this and asks very uncertainly whether perhaps 2. She says she understands and adds with a small smile that in that case she will have to try. He agrees. She laughs and says their children sounds wonderful, and our boy notes that someday the two of them become parents, which is currently difficult to picture. Meanwhile, Leafy comes to Fake and says a message has arrived from the mansion. Apparently that S-rank adventurer is staying there tonight. He turns around and asks whether that is really the case. She says it also seems the woman wants to meet him, so dinner at the mansion tonight doubles as a meeting with Mr. Goral, and he has been asked to be ready for it, because that adventurer wants him to make a sword capable of killing the horned dragon. He thinks about it and asks whether that means her current sword cannot pierce the scales. She says probably, although she was given no details. At dinner he will be acting as the lady's fiancé, so she asks him to keep that in mind. He agrees, gets nervous, and reassures himself that Alicia has already taught him a few things in her free time, so if it is only conversation there should be no problems. Later they arrive at the mansion, and Birdie notices them and says they have not seen each other since this morning. He says her name uncertainly and she agrees and says they should get to know each other properly. Then she asks whether he could stop being so formal since she is only an adventurer. Our boy is nervous and cannot decide how to handle her, as an aristocrat or as a client, except right now he is acting as a fiancé. She says cheerfully that he should keep it simple, because discussing everything will be easier that way. He agrees and says again that it is nice to meet her. She agrees, and he privately notes that he still cannot believe this is the S-rank adventurer, so she was testing his skill this morning. Then Goral says her name and says that first of all, he is grateful she took this task on. She says it was nothing, and then apologizes in advance because she is not very educated and not very good at polite speech. He tells her manners are not required of adventurers, and the important thing is that she destroys the horned dragon. Then he says they should eat first, before the food gets cold. She is delighted by this, and the protagonist looks at her and concludes that she genuinely does love eating. Then Goral, remembering the morning, turns and says he was told she eats well, so he had extra prepared and she may eat as much as she wants. She says other aristocrats often scold her for this, and that this is the first time she has met one who understands. He asks whether he really does not look much like an aristocrat. She eats extremely happy and says that on the contrary, it is better because talking to him is easy. He says they should drop formalities entirely and simply eat and discuss the dragon while they do it. And our boy watches this with a small smile and notes that the man even accounted for the fact that she does not know all the rules of etiquette. And just like that, Birdie stops eating, says his name and gets straight to it. She has a request. She wants him to make her a new sword. She recently tried to fight this monster and the skin was too hard and her current sword cannot handle it. He says making a new sword is not a problem, except the highest magical iron he has is area, and without something above that it is difficult. Vairea can be bought and not quickly. Or at least that is the obstacle until she says calmly that everything is fine, because she brought Ezreia and she wants him to work with that. Naturally they are all startled, and he says that is an extremely rare material. Then comes the shock, because she adds that horn dragon scales go into it as well. He is genuinely shocked, and she laughs and says she does not turn up empty-handed. Privately processing Ezreia is extremely difficult. There are almost no people in the world capable of it, and frankly he is not confident in his own ability. She points a fork at him, smiling, and says that after seeing his swords, she decided she wanted to come to him. So does he accept the order? He says uncomfortably that he has never worked with Ezreia, so he cannot promise the sword she needs. She says calmly that she believes he manages it somehow. He is still nervous and points out that if he fails, defeating the dragon becomes very difficult, and the most he has ever worked with is area. In a situation like this where nobody knows when the dragon appears, can he even take it on? He has never even seen a sword made of Ezreia. He has also never made anything from scratch without an example. Working out how to approach it is hard to imagine. She says calmly that perhaps that is true, and that he can definitely handle it. He says worried that she should not say that so lightly. And she says she is not saying it for nothing. She walked the entire city and decided he is the best blacksmith in it. So she is asking him to at least try. Then Goral says his name and asks him to try, and says he can treat it simply as expanding their options, because there are almost no blacksmiths capable of working Ezreia, and the ones that exist are currently only in the capital. Even placing an order there would not be quick, since they are buried in other work. The MC works out what that means, because those are effectively court blacksmiths making weapons for the state, so even a duke cannot buy speed from them. With luck it would take about a month counting travel. The Lord asks whether he could start right now. Receiving a yes, he says that means they have another option. Otherwise they go after the dragon in a group, and that likely involves casualties. And if he succeeds, she kills it alone. Birdie says that means even if he tries and fails, nothing gets worse. Goral agrees and says they will prepare either way, just in case. Both of them ask him, and Alicia puts a hand on his shoulder. He agrees with a determined look and says he will make the best sword. Privately, if he intends to become the best blacksmith in the world, he takes this on intending to succeed. Then he says he cannot finish quickly, because he needs time to experiment. She agrees happily, and says she will wait as long as it takes. He is surprised and asks whether she is sure. She says she will ask the horned dragon to wait. He says, smiling, that while she is at it she should ask him not to come down to the city. She agrees. Then Alicia says her name and asks whether, given a sword made of Ezreia, she really could handle it. Birdie agrees and points out that she is in fact an S rank, and that she believes in his swords. So Alicia should rely on her, because she can handle this monster. That settles her a little, and Birdie smiles and says she wants to ask about something. Then she says his name and asks whether he was originally a commoner or a nobleman, and also how far things have gone between the two of them. They are both extremely embarrassed, and Fake asks whether they have finished discussing the dragon. She says loudly that they discussed it already. He makes the sword. She kills it. That is everything. So now they can simply talk. Our boy is stunned by the logic, and says he is a commoner, and then married in and entered the family. She says thoughtfully that she thought so, and that this is why he does not look like an aristocrat. He asks with some concern whether that is really true. She agrees, smiling, and says he seems to be trying very hard, and it is even sweet. He notes that she appears to be saying it without malice, and that it still feels strange. Alicia says he only recently started learning to be a nobleman, and Fake concludes that he is trying to look the part, and there is evidently still a commoner in there, so he needs to try harder. Then she asks enthusiastically how far the two of them have got, which interests Goral as well, and he asks what kind of question that is, because they are like an ordinary couple. Birdie accepts that, turns around, and asks him how he rates the man's skill as a blacksmith. He says he is very good, an outstanding blacksmith. She keeps eating and asks whether the Barnasto family is connected with blacksmithing. He confirms it, and says the line originally were blacksmiths, and they distinguished themselves in a war, and received nobility for it. Then he says her name and says he has one more request. Leaving the horn dragon where it is means the residents stay disturbed, so if possible he would like it destroyed as soon as possible. He has already informed the other blacksmiths, this one included. She may order weapons from more than him alone. She agrees, satisfied, and says she will take that into account while preparing. Then she asks whether he does have a forge in the mansion, and whether she could see it. He agrees and says they can go right now. At the forge she starts looking around and says there is so much in here and asks whether he made all of it. Receiving a yes, she asks whether that is area, and notes that for that metal this is a very high level. Then she picks up one of the swords and says it is incredible, because he is squeezing the absolute maximum out of the material, and she has never seen anything like it. He is glad to hear it, and she says that if he is capable of that, then she definitely wants to entrust the new sword to him. Then she swings the sword and asks whether he did not learn blacksmithing from his father, and whether the man was a famous master. He denies it and says he was an ordinary village blacksmith, and that he does not even know where the man learned it. Back then he understood nothing himself, and nobody in that village understood it either, so everyone assumed he was ordinary. She says that makes sense, and then says that honestly she is surprised, because perhaps he is better than the blacksmiths in the capital. Then she puts her hand out and says maybe he does succeed. In the end they shake, and she says she is counting on him, and that if he tries he manages it. He agrees and says he is frightened, and that he wants to try anyway, and that she can rely on him. Then she remembers something and says she thought one Azrea would not be enough, so she ordered more area, and together with the scales it makes a perfect sword. Our boy is startled by that and privately concludes that this becomes the hardest job of his life, and that he can handle it. What our boy does not know is that the ghost upstairs has been waiting for exactly this commission to appear. The next day he is walking down the street when Goral meets him, wishes him good morning, and asks whether he is out walking. The protagonist returns the greeting, agrees and says he was simply thinking. Goral asks whether he is thinking about working as Rhea, and whether he has any ideas. He apologizes and says he is still thinking about it, and that he will do everything to make it succeed. Goral says he understands, and that he would like this resolved as soon as possible, and that he is counting on him. Then he asks how things are going in the store. Our boy says everything is going well so far, because familiar adventurers come and bring new clients. Goral says that means they trust him. Then he asks whether Alicia is not getting in his way, because honestly he always worried whether she would be able to help in a shop. He says she has been extremely helpful, customers included, and that with her support everything is perfect. Goral says thoughtfully that it appears he worried for nothing. She is already an adult and he still cannot stop. Our boy says, with a small smile, that it seems if he had a daughter he would be the same. Goral says with a small smile that this means one day he sees grandchildren. The MC is embarrassed by that and changes the subject because he heard from her about his sons, although she did not go into details, and asks how they are doing. Goral says, well, how to put it, they live for their own pleasure, so perhaps they will be the ones to give him grandchildren first. Our boy goes red, laughs, and has no idea what to say to that. Then Goral leans in with a serious expression and asks what is wrong. Does he mean she has no charm? He denies it instantly. She is extremely attractive. The problem is, the wedding has not happened, and nothing is worth risking her reputation over. He wants them to get closer gradually, and he is working toward that. Goral remembers they have already discussed this. Then he asks whether he would mind talking a little more. Receiving a yes, he says Alicia's brothers are slightly older than this man, and that they currently work in part of the estates. You could call it an internship as future rulers. Fake listens carefully, and Goral says that his wife, which is to say their stepmother, is there with them as well. Then he asks whether she told him about this. He agrees and says she mentioned it a little without details. Goral explains it. Her biological mother has died. The woman she calls mother now is named Orlera, and her health is poor, so she is currently undergoing treatment outside this city. He has of course written to her about the two of them. Our boy says with a small smile that he would like to meet her someday. Goral agrees and says she wants to see him too, and that they could go there in the summer because there is a sea and they can swim. He says that sounds wonderful, and once everything is settled they will definitely go. Sometime later he comes into the forge and puts his work uniform on, and Birdie appears and wishes him good morning and asks whether he has already started, and says it is good she caught him. He wishes her good morning, and she hands him a box and says she wants to give him this. He puts it on the table, opens it, and finds several magic stones inside. He picks one up and says it feels as though it is breathing, and asks whether this is very durable and needs to be pierced. She agrees, and says that even among horned dragons this specimen is rare, and considerably stronger than an ordinary monster. A sword made from this probably becomes a weapon at national treasure level. It also holds Iria and Azrea. He looks at it with a tense expression, and she hands him another stone and says this is the scale of a horned dragon, and he must make the best sword he can out of it. He agrees and says the materials are more than ideal, so from here everything depends on him. She agrees and says she is counting on him. He smiles and says a blacksmith's blood is boiling and that first he has to study all of it, and they will talk later. She is extremely interested and asks whether she can watch him work. He allows it, and warns her that he will be busy and unable to be distracted. She says, smiling, that she wants to see him forge, since it is her sword after all. He does not object. Then he picks the materials up and finds that Iria presents no problems. Azrea is clearly different, because you can feel the weight of the magic sitting inside it, and the aura of it presses on him physically. She says she has heard the processing needs a very high temperature. The protagonist says the problem is not only temperature, because Azrea is so delicate that heating it roughly means its power never fully comes out. Birdie asks whether he thinks he can process it correctly. He says he will manage somehow, and that if it works, his own skill climbs to a new level, and he wants to try several methods. She laughs, wishes him luck, and says she is looking forward to it. Then he asks whether he could borrow one of her swords. She agrees and asks whether he wants to size it to her. He does, and she hands it over and says it is made of Virea. He examines it closely and finds it carefully made, with a simple, beautiful enchantment, and asks whether court blacksmiths made it. She says it looks that way, and that it was in a store, and she bought it as a sample. He says in that case he will use this as a guide while working the Azrea, although repeating exactly the same steps will not be possible. Privately, The first job is studying the ore properly, because simply melting it like other magical metals will not work, and he has to determine the optimal smelting temperature. Birdie asks whether magical iron can genuinely be resmelted. He confirms it and explains because it can be reused. Melt a sword down and make a new one, and the quality does not change, even mixing different materials or different ranks of iron. The important thing during smelting is separating it correctly, and then the quality is preserved. So first he tests whether he can make a sword from magical iron alone. Once he has mastered the Azrea, the dragon scales go in. She laughs and says that is excellent. So first they melt the magical iron and try forging. He agrees, takes her sword, and starts working out the ideal length and weight for her specifically. Then the MC puts 4 units of Iria and 1 of Azrea into a single container, applies fire magic, and starts with the melt. The area melts without any trouble, or at least the Iria does. The Azrea does not melt at all. The magic is not working properly and he has never felt anything like this, so he pushes more magic into it. Then he grabs his own head, which worries Birdie, and she asks whether he is alright. He says he has a terrible headache, and that for the first time in his life. Increasing the magical load produced no effect and no change whatsoever. The pain eases slightly, and he says he needs to study this iron more carefully, and that he will try introducing magic from a different angle. Because what he needs is not simply stronger magic, but magic that arrives accurately and effectively at the very center of the iron. He works out how to do that, and just like that, it starts melting. He says a little of the magic worked, and then identifies why, because there appear to be special paths for magic inside Azrea. In other metals, the magic runs straight, or thick. In this one, it is extremely thin and complex like a labyrinth, like threading a needle, and those paths continue upward and downward, and in every other direction. She watches this in astonishment, and says it really is complicated. Sometime later he says the Azrea has finally melted, and that the two metals have not mixed well at all. She looks at what he has made and says she cannot see the problem. He opens the magic windows and says that with other metals they would have mixed without any trouble, and shows her the data, because the Iria and the Azrea are clearly separated, and the state of it is obvious. It resembles a mixture of water and oil. Birdie asks whether the problem is the Azrea. Fake agrees, and says the quality has now become worse than before the melt, so it needs hardening again to restore it, and then another attempt at mixing. Then he takes the metal out and successfully separates the two. Sadly, a little later she falls asleep, and wakes up because he shouts that it has finally merged. She runs over, delighted, and he wipes his forehead and says it took time, and he has got 2 magical irons to mix. So the base of the sword is ready. She asks what happens next. He says they make a metal plate, pours the iron into a mold, and when it hardens he picks up a hammer and says now it gets its shape. He keeps working, and privately notes that although it mixed, it is not yet perfect. Is he processing the Azrea correctly? He has no sample. So all of this happens by feel. If he performs the magical processing carefully and lifts the quality, he opens the system window, takes another hard headache, and says there is an enormous amount of information in here, and moving it requires force. She sits beside him and asks how it is going. He turns around and says everything is fine and that this simply demands twice the effort and twice the time, because he is constantly checking the magical data and correcting it. Normally that takes under an hour. Not here. In the end he works through until evening, finishes the sword and finds it looks almost identical to hers. Birdie asks, delighted, whether he is finished, and the protagonist apologizes because he applied the maximum magical enhancement available to that sword, and it is almost indistinguishable from a Virea blade. Far too weak. She picks it up puzzled and he explains the failure, because magical iron repels itself, and he did not manage to bring out what Azrea can do. Since it mixed unnaturally, the magic of that metal interferes with the Iria, and used in a fight, this sword cracks over time. She understands and asks whether it is that difficult. He agrees, and says you cannot defeat a dragon with this, so it has to be remade, and that will take more time, and can she wait? She agrees and says that if he needs anything at all he should call her. Then she leaves the forge, and he stands there ashamed in front of her, turns to the sword and says it has to be melted down and redone, and there is very little time. He needs a different approach, a different angle of attack, and he cannot work out what it is. All of this is difficult when every step hurts this much. Then comes the shock because Bestel climbs up through the table and greets him with a grin. He stares at him in horror and asks what he is doing here. Bestel starts laughing out loud, delighted, and says he finally got frightened. The MC notes that this person really was bothered about that. Then he asks whether the ghost can come here too. Bestel says he is something like the spirit of the forge, and can move between every forge in this city. Our boy concludes that this is definitely an evil spirit. Bestel says, cheerfully, that it is actually rather useful. Then he asks whether he has been working with Azrea and receiving a yes, asks whether he wants advice, since he is clearly already exhausted by it. He says seriously that he is one of those people who learned blacksmithing purely by observation. Fake says that is exactly like his adoptive father, except he has no time, because the city is in danger. Bestel looks at him calmly and asks whether he has already understood what Azrea is, because it is not a material anybody simply learns. It is incredibly delicate to handle. He agrees, and says he worked that part out himself. Bestel says that if he has to give him something, then as he already said, study the metal more carefully. Our boy looks at the sword, worried, and asks where else he is supposed to look, and what exactly he is supposed to be looking at. Bestel closes his eyes and says that since he could process it, perhaps another blacksmith standing next to him could as well. And Fake sits straight up, because of course. The first head of the Barnasto clan. What our boy does not know is that the answer he needs has been sitting in that family's archive for generations. Later, Alicia brings him tea and asks how the forging is going. He apologizes and says that honestly all of it is going badly, and it still needs time. She tells him not to worry, because he has only just started working with Isrea, and everything is fine. He asks how the store is doing. Luckily, she says everything is fine and there is still stock, and at this rate it lasts a week. He calls that good news, and says that as for enchantments, if orders come in they accept them, because he can handle those. She says he simply should not overexert himself, and that she will explain everything to the customers, so he can leave the store to her, and focus on the Isrea. He agrees and says nobody knows when the dragon comes to the city, so they need to hurry. She agrees, and says they are all rooting for him. Then he remembers what he wanted to raise, and asks whether the first head of the family left notes. A diary perhaps, because the man was recognized by a king, so he surely knew how to work Isrea. She thinks about it and says perhaps he really did write something down. Then she remembers, smiles, and says they should look in the archives. He remembers studying etiquette in there, and she says there are a great many books, especially old ones, and it is unclear where anything is, so they will have to search. Although together they find it quickly. They manage it, for the sake of the city and the family. And most importantly because she wants to help him. He thanks her, smiling, and says in that case he is counting on them. A few days later he has tried processing the Isrea again and again, and still cannot make a sword he is happy with. He has tried everything he can think of. None of it worked. And after every attempt, a fatigue lands on him like his brain is about to burn out. So the number of attempts he gets per day is small. The needle has not moved once. Nothing in his career has ever gone like this. At this rate, he lets all of them down. Later, he comes to lunch looking exhausted and worried, and Alicia asks whether he is all right. He gathers himself slightly and says yes, and she is still worried and asks whether he is at least resting. He says he is. Goro looks at him and asks whether it really is that complicated. He agrees and says the processing turned out considerably harder than he expected. Then Birdie says his name calmly and tells him he does not have to strain himself this much and that he can relax. The protagonist lifts his head and asks how the watch on the dragon is going. She says with a small smile that everything is fine for now and that if anything happens she can at least hold it up. So he should stop worrying and concentrate on the work. He thanks her. Then once he finishes eating, he goes out into the corridor and thinks about the part nobody said out loud, because monsters are unpredictable. He does not have time to work at a leisurely pace. He cannot waste a second. Alicia, walking beside him, notices his expression and suddenly hugs him. He is thrown by that, and she says he is exhausted and that she does not want him collapsing the way he did before, so he must not push himself too far. He says he is not pushing himself because everything is different now. Then he hugs her back and explains the difference. Back then those were simply hard days. Now he is moving toward a goal, and even the tiredness is pleasant. If he succeeds, he reaches a new level. Of course he is frightened, and right now, trying things and getting them wrong, he is genuinely interested. She understands, and says in that case she finds that diary faster, so he should wait a little, and they will do it together. She believes in his talent. If he needs help, he only has to say, he says with a small smile, that this is already enough, because she has given him strength, and that for her sake he makes the best sword, so she should wait a little. Sometime later they are in the archives, hunting for the book, and he says there are a great many strange books in here that have nothing to do with blacksmithing. Alicia agrees, and says previous heads of the family collected books as a hobby. Leafy says the lady's name and suggests she rest, because they can continue the search themselves. The knights back her up and say she is not resting at all, and they are worried about her health. She keeps searching anyway and says they do not have time for that, because he is already trying so hard. Meanwhile, Birdie comes in, calls to her cheerfully and says she came to help, and asks whether they have found the book yet. Alicia turns to her and says she has been holding the dragon off all day and needs to rest. Birdie laughs and says it is nothing. She is only a little hungry. Besides, she nudged its direction slightly, so they still have time. Then Alicia lowers her head and asks whether the dragon is still coming straight here, which lands because she has guessed, and she says it was immediately obvious from her father's behavior, and that he even wondered whether to tell him about it. Birdie confirms it. The dragon is coming here, subduing monsters as it goes. They clear out the weak ones where possible. That is her concern, and it is under control. So the two of them should focus on their own task. Then Alicia comes over and says that even though she keeps smiling, she has heard that the fighting has been very hard. Birdie is enormously embarrassed and says loudly that this is not her image. Then she keeps the calm smile going and says that in any case she is well fed every day, so she is in excellent shape, and that is why she came to help, because she wants to get her hands on the best sword this man will ever create. And for that she does anything. They will definitely find that diary. She starts searching, then looks over and says that everything is absolutely ablaze between the two of them, and that this girl loves her fiancé, so obviously it is visible from across a room. Alicia is embarrassed and asks what is suddenly wrong with her. Birdie laughs and says she simply felt a little jealous. Alicia asks whether she has anybody. She thinks and says no, because living freely and eating well is enough for her, and her partner is food. Alicia asks, mildly surprised, whether not even a job. Birdie says work is only a way to get something tasty. Then naturally she wonders aloud whether this dragon can be eaten. Alicia laughs about it, and then thinks about the MC, and notes that both of these people enjoy what they do so much that it is almost enviable. Then her expression changes to something sad, and Birdie notices, and asks whether something is wrong. Alicia says, with a small smile that the two of them seem to be shining. Birdie does not follow, looks around, and says, it is a bit dark in here. Alicia says that is not what she meant. She means they have a real dream. Birdie is surprised and asks whether she does not have one. Alicia agrees and says that is exactly why she admires him. Then she squeezes the book in her hands and says the quiet part, because since she has no dream of her own, she at least wanted to support his. It sits heavily on her, because she has been unsure of herself since childhood, and even now she wonders whether she is worthy of standing next to him. Birdie comes closer and asks whether her dream is not marrying him and living happily. Alicia is thrown and says that is not a dream, that is a wish. Birdie says, smiling, that it is still a good one, and that she has a wish too, and it is a full-fledged dream. It is a great dream. She should treasure it and go after it. Also, she absolutely has to be invited to the wedding. That helps, and Alicia agrees, which delights her enormously, and she immediately asks whether there will be delicious food. Alicia is faintly embarrassed that food has returned to the conversation. Birdie laughs and says it was a joke, and that she is looking forward to it. Alicia thanks her, and the mood of everybody else in that room lifts too. Meanwhile, Fake is sitting in front of the sword thinking that while it can be shaped, this is not a sword he could hand to anybody. He could definitely make it better. He does not understand how he has tried different approaches, and all of them were pointless. However, across these last few days he has worked out one thing, because the difference between Ezreia and every other magical metal is its grip, its resistance. It feels as though the metal has a will of its own, and repels everything. That is exactly what has been stopping him. So, how does he do this? It is already evening. The day went far too fast and there has been no progress. Perhaps it is simply too early for him to be working Ezreia. What is he supposed to do? The dragon could arrive at any moment and there is no time. Meanwhile, Alicia comes in, says his name happily, and asks whether she may take a minute. He turns around, tense, and asks whether something happened. And she says she has it. The journal kept by the man who founded House Barnasto. He is delighted, takes it out of her hands, and starts turning pages. She says it is all about blacksmithing, so it should help. He reads and says, surprised, that this is genuinely interesting, because the first chapter is a man who was a complete fanatic about the craft, and he even wrote that his wife scolded him for it. She laughs, and says that is exactly like him. Then she tells him to look at this page, because it mentions Ezreia, and the main character reads it out loud. The most important thing when working this magical metal is dialogue. To process it, you have to establish a connection with it. She does not understand a word of that. He gets a feeling and looks at the sword lying on the table. Then he thinks a little longer and says delighted, so that is what it was. She is surprised, and asks whether he genuinely understood it. He agrees enthusiastically and says he simply has to talk to the magical metal, which means the resistance he has been feeling was exactly that. Ezreia has a will, almost like a person, and it has a form it wants to take. So the solution is ridiculously simple. Establish a dialogue with it and forge it toward the shape it wants. That is all. Alicia says she still does not understand anything at all. So he opens the system window, takes another headache, and explains it, because the magical information inside Ezreia changes depending on the direction of processing, and sometimes it starts resisting, and there were moments when it did not resist. That was the dialogue. She says uncertainly that she thinks she is starting to follow. So you read the will of the metal through that resistance, and process it in a way the metal itself accepts. Then she asks the obvious problem, because what if it does not want the shape they want? The MC says in that case they negotiate, because they have to earn the metal's trust and steer its development in the right direction. That is the single most important thing about working this metal. She looks at him and privately concludes that this seems clear, and also not entirely. Immediately afterward he breaks the sword into smaller pieces, puts them in a container, and starts melting. First he melts the blade and separates the metals again, then lets it solidify and restores their quality. What he specifically needs to melt is the Ezreia. He applies fire magic, feels that he has overdone the temperature and understands, because the magic is disturbing the metal. So he says he understands, and raises the temperature. Now it is not warm enough, so he strengthens it a little. Now it is too hot. It is extremely capricious, and this is not going to be easy. He keeps adjusting the temperature, as though he is talking to it, and when he melts it the way the Ezreia wants he combines it with the Iria, and even then keeps the dialogue running. Bestel, watching from the side, says his head is already melting. Alicia, standing nearby, asks whether he is genuinely talking to it. Fake notes that the Iria has melted too. So now the two agreed metals get mixed, which means removing whatever the Ezreia will not accept, rather like skimming foam off a pot, because it shows very clearly what it dislikes. Until that is out, it will not mix properly, and the way you know is through its resistance. He removes a great deal, and then there is not enough area, so Vareya goes in, which he has in stock. Then he calls her over, delighted, and she asks what happened. And he tells her something he never considered before. Two metals can share a rank and still be nothing alike, and Vareya evidently carries a small will of its own, which he neglected until now, and never fully brought out. From here he takes it into account. Sometime later he says it is excellent, because Ezreia accepted everything. All three metals merged into one. Bestel looks at that and says there is still a great deal to correct, and Ezreia will resist every single time. The protagonist agrees with a small smile, and says it will take time. Bestel chuckles and says this is only the beginning. He agrees, opens the system windows and says everything is only beginning. Then he hears the clock, turns around and asks whether it is already lunchtime. Alicia confirms it and says he got so carried away she thought he would forget to eat again, He starts taking his gloves off, and she laughs and tells him he did well. He says with a small smile that so did she, and that he is grateful she found the diary because it helped enormously. She says there is no need for thanks and she is glad to help. He says she helps him constantly. She laughs and says she is glad to hear it, then takes his hands and tells him to go and try. He agrees happily, and Bestel, with an extremely dissatisfied expression, starts crying and says they are flirting in here again, and asks whether he should perhaps curse them. Later they come to the hall, where Goral asks about progress. The MC says the founder's journal gave him what he was missing, so if he keeps pushing along that line, it comes together. Goral says with a slightly worried expression that in that case good. Our boy notices his tension and asks whether something happened. He denies it, in a strained voice. Then Birdie, who has eaten a very great deal, says cheerfully that this is exactly what she expected, because he made progress and found a way through. He looks at her, agrees, and says he needs a little more time. It looks like 2 more days. She is surprised by that, and he privately notes tensely that a week has already gone by since he accepted the order, and delaying further is not possible. Besides, he has abandoned the shop entirely. She wipes her mouth and says that is even faster than she expected, and that contacting him was the right call. He says he will try to finish as soon as he can, and hand the sword straight over. Privately, the horned dragon situation still bothers him, and judging by her behavior, everything is fine for now. After dinner, she goes to her room and lies down looking extremely satisfied. Then Luna knocks, says her name, and asks whether she can take a minute. She is let in and asks whether something happened. Luna asks, worried whether she is absolutely certain everything is fine because that dragon could reach the city as early as tomorrow. Birdie asks with performed surprise whether that is true. Luna sits down next to her, agrees, and tells her to stop pretending, because she thought carefully about what Lord Goral wanted to say at dinner, and it appears the monster reaching the city is already inevitable. Moreover, it is leading other monsters. Birdie says with faint displeasure that indeed this is a monster of a completely different order. Then she lays it out. A horned dragon can subjugate others. Orders have already gone to adventurers, soldiers, and knights to prepare a defense. And right now, magicians outside the city are presumably already raising barriers. Then she tries to calm her down and says everything will be fine. Luna becomes indignant and asks loudly what she is even talking about. Will they even have time to make that sword? How much longer does this take? Is she certain the sword defeats this monster? Birdie says that if she is that worried, she could have gone to dinner with Goral herself. Luna is horrified and says loudly that she is a coachman, and that being allowed to live here is already a great honor, and eating at the same table would be impudent. Birdie says, displeased, that she is extremely difficult. Then Luna asks, worried, whether she even told him the dragon is already approaching, because if he is not working at his absolute limit, they are finished. And Birdie says she did not tell him, and explains why. Because a stressed man makes a bad sword. Telling him would be pointless. She says loudly that rushing him makes it worse. He is already giving everything he has. There is no sense in adding pressure. Luna asks what happens if he does not make it in time. Birdie says seriously that she holds the dragon off because that thing cannot fight forever either. Then she says with a confident smile that in general everything will be fine, because he finishes soon. So Luna should stop being dramatic. Luna calms down slightly and asks how she can believe in him this much, and what she is basing that on. Birdie names intuition. What Luna does not know is that the sword is already almost finished. Luna starts crying, then laughs, and says that means she is going to die shortly. Then Leffy knocks, says her name, and announces that dessert is ready. Birdie is on her feet instantly delighted, and tells her to come in. Leafy comes in with a cart and a small smile, and Luna sighs with displeasure, and says that even now she is interested in desserts. Birdie laughs and says that if she is going to die, better to at least be full. Then Leffy shows the dish, and Luna asks loudly whether this is a full meal, and where the dessert is. Birdie hands her an onigiri, and says happily that she should eat it and calm down. Luna refuses, extremely dissatisfied, and Birdie asks whether there is not a separate stomach for desserts. Luna says loudly that this is not dessert. This is a full dinner. The next morning, Fake looks at the system windows, smiles, and says every adjustment is finally in place. Across all 3 metals, the magic sits exactly where it should. 1 stage left. The dragon scales go in. He starts applying magic and works through what he is dealing with. Because horned dragon scales are extremely durable, so used as a material they raise the hardness of a sword dramatically and increase its power. However, since they are a heat-resistant race, processing takes time. It has to be smelted slowly and carefully, so the internal magical structure survives. Except he already has experience with dragon materials, so he knows how to handle this. Compared to his Rhea, this is nothing. If something extremely durable needs melting, that is precisely his specialty. Bestel watches with real interest and says he is doing quite well, which means he knows how to work dragon material. He checks the time, agrees, and says he has experience with it, although the melting alone took several hours. Then comes the shock. Because Bestel says his name and says he looked at what is happening outside, honestly there's almost no time left. Our boy is stunned and cannot believe it. Bestel says the horned dragon reaches the city today, so he must finish as fast as he possibly can. He has to handle this. Fake pulls himself together fast, agrees, and says he finishes it with everything he has. He keeps working, and merges the scales with the magical metal. They appear to have become one, and their magical structures are still separate. So to get them to merge, he starts another dialogue with the most stubborn material in the room. The protagonist calls the Ezreia capricious again, and admits that hard as this has been, He has developed something close to fondness for the stuff. The worse a child behaves, apparently, the more you end up liking it. He reads the system window and moves to the next stage, picks up a hammer, and notes he can finally start magical forging with very little left, because shaping the blade is how he combines the magical structures of every material into a single, pure, more powerful whole. The balance of forces in here is also complicated, because striking too hard makes the Isrea angry, so he strengthens it this way in one place, and does it entirely his own way in another. Every one of these materials has something it refuses to compromise on. For Birdie, the things that matter most are the length and the weight of the blade, and the Isrea evidently has pride of its own, because it keeps issuing demands. Listening to all of it, he finally finishes adjusting the shape and the magical structure. Every material is perfectly combined. Even the Isrea has fully taken its form. He looks out of the window and says he is nearly done. One step left, apply the enchantment, and the blade is finished. A long system window opens in front of him, and he says that although the enchantment is not adjusted yet, this already looks like a first-class sword. The materials were simply too good. This is amazing, and he is going to perfect it. The strong resistance is gone, because their directions now coincide. Small details still need adjusting, and those also need a dialogue with the metal's resistance. The durability is incredible. This sword accepts enhancements that ordinary magical metals could never have survived, and it swallows them one after another without complaint. Still not satisfied. Fine. Then he empties himself into it too. He uses wind magic and says the usual sharpness of a sword should be preserved, and that this time he sharpens it additionally with high-density wind magic, which cleans up the enchantment further and takes the edge past where an edge normally goes. Nothing except Isrea and those scales would have survived it. Sometime later, the MC picks up the sword and says, with an enormous smile, that it is perfect. He swings it and says it feels as though space itself is being cut. This sword cuts through anything, then he feels slightly worse and wonders whether it is drawing out the owner's magical power on its own. Although at this volume it is still bearable, it is exactly like a magic sword. It seems he has created something incredible. He needs to get this to Birdie urgently. Then he tries to sheath it, and just like that, he cuts the scabbard in half. He asks, surprised, whether it does not want to be sheathed and wonders whether he should leave it bare or perhaps lower it, or whether that is the problem, because it would be unfortunate if the table came apart. So he brings the sword down onto the table. To nobody's surprise, there is not a scratch on it, and he understands because the owner's emotions travel through the magic as well. This is a sword that can cut through everything and cuts nothing. So it becomes a great sword with no scabbard, and it supports Birdie. He hangs it across his back and says it is amazing, because the blade is touching him and not cutting at all. It seems the sword itself chose its owner. Then he notes slightly uneasily that in future this thing may well get called a magic sword. If it kills a horned dragon, that is enough for him. Bestel flies over and says it is a magnificent sword. So that is his Isrea magic sword. Excellent work. Fig turns to him and says that even so, he would never have got this far alone. All of it happened because of the diary Alicia found. He was prompted, and that is how he got there. So he is not the blacksmith Bestel was looking for. Bestel says perhaps that is so, and then says the thing that matters, because this man has people who help him, and that is also a talent. Bestel managed alone his entire life. People called him a lone genius. Nobody ever knew what he was actually like, because in truth he was simply terribly shy. The two of them are different. This one knows how to gather people and turn that into strength. Our boy says everybody around him is simply kind. Bestel laughs and says perhaps that really is true. Then he says the rest. This man will never become the legendary Bestel, because they are not the same. What he can become is the legendary Fake, and he must take care of this workshop. Our boy agrees, smiling, and thanks him for saying it. Bestel waves a hand and tells him to hurry up and deliver that sword. He runs straight out of the forge and meets Alicia in the corridor. She says his name and asks whether he is finished. He confirms it and says he is taking it to her now. And she says worried that the horned dragon is already approaching from the west, and her father is in command, and adventurers and soldiers are already fighting, and Birdie is out there. He says they need to get there immediately. She asks uneasily whether he is going alone. He confirms it, and says that if he strengthens his body enchantment and runs flat out, he should get there fast. Then he runs, and she calls after him to be careful. At the city gate, he tells the knights to let him through, because he has to deliver this sword. They say, worried that there are a great many monsters outside the city. He looks through the gates and notes that it is night, and somehow extremely bright out there. Scattered magic stones, presumably. Then he sees how many people are out there exhausted from fighting, and the situation looks dire. Most of them manage to fall back from the front line. Every one of them is seriously wounded. If only he had finished the sword sooner. Although it is far too early for regret. So he asks again, loudly, to be let through because he has to deliver this sword. Then he runs into the forest and takes stock, because he does have some experience fighting monsters. And besides the horned dragon, there should be nothing genuinely strong out here. Naturally, several wolves get in his way. He draws the sword and asks it for strength, and takes all of them apart with a single swing. He keeps running, thinking about how incredibly sharp that was, and asking himself whether that is really the sword he made. Then he looks at it and says it is genuinely outstanding, and that he is about to introduce it to its true owner. Meanwhile, Birdie is looking at the dragon in front of her with a very tense expression, and her sword is almost completely broken. He shouts her name and says he has brought the sword. She turns around, delighted, and says she has been waiting for him. Then she dodges the monster's claws, and our boy sees the power behind that swing and realizes it is coming this way. She held something like that off on her own? He asks the sword for strength one more time for the final blow and pushes the head of that enormous monster aside with a single swing. To nobody's surprise, the horned dragon recovers immediately, and he notes that he delayed it for a moment and that this is the ceiling of his strength. He runs to her, shouting, and she says, smiling, that this means he finished. The MC hands it over, agrees, and apologizes for keeping her waiting. She takes it thrilled and asks its name. He runs his fingers along the blade and says, this is the last enchantment. Irialura. She takes it in her hand, smiling, and says the name out loud. And our boy grins because that is the name the sword itself wanted. So now it shows what it can do. She runs at the enormous dragon, which roars at her. He is genuinely afraid for her. Birdie dodges the attack without difficulty and says loudly that it is simply strong and that it fights like a stupid dragon. Then she channels her energy into the blade and says goodbye to the monster. One very fast strike. And just like that, the head comes off. He stands there stunned while the body crashes down behind her. In the end, she won it in a single blow, and she says, satisfied, that Irialura is a genuinely cool sword. And our boy works something out, because obviously she had tremendous strength to begin with. But the sword, when he was holding it, she was not even fighting seriously. Then Birdie turns to him, says his name, and tells him with a smile that he is not bad in a fight either, and that the blow was great. He laughs and admits that honestly, he thought he was going to die of fear. She chuckles and says that running forward at all already deserves respect. Then she asks whether he would like to become her apprentice. Fake laughs, declines, and says he wants to keep pushing his limits as a blacksmith. She thanks him for the sword, smiling, and says she is very sorry. He looks at the blade and wonders what that strange sadness is. Now he has to work hard alongside her. Once the horned dragon is down, adventurers and soldiers come over, delighted, and say it is good they got here before the damage got worse. He hears the word hero, and privately agrees because she genuinely is one. Then he registers that the crowd is loudly shouting both their names and calling both of them heroes. He is extremely embarrassed. She takes it entirely in stride. He asks in a shocked voice whether this applies to him too. Birdie agrees, smiling, which settles him down while the chanting continues. Later, after the horned dragon has been successfully killed, he returns to the store for the first time in a long while. He notes that all this time he was doing nothing except making Irialura, so the stock is almost certainly gone and the range needs replenishing urgently. Then Alicia looks out the window, says his name uneasily, and tells him to look. He comes over, looks, and asks what that is, because there are a great many people walking toward them. What our boy does not know yet is that every single one of them is here for him. Leafy comes in and says those adventurers outside almost all want to order custom weapons. He asks warily whether this is because of the horned dragon. She says it appears so because everybody knows he forged Lady Birdie's sword. So all of them want to be first in line. He says that explains the queue. Alicia, warily, asks what they are going to do. He says, smiling, that obviously he takes every order, because these people came to his shop specifically, and if he wants this shop to become more famous, refusing now is not an option. As long as he has the strength to work, he accepts everything he can. Then he tells Leffy to gather everybody who wants a custom order in the forge, because he wants to talk to each of them personally and go through the details of their weapon. She agrees and says she will arrange it. Then he tells Alicia to take care of the shop, and she agrees happily and says he can leave it to her. In the end, he keeps taking custom orders, and there are more than 10 of them. On orders like that, they keep the client's current sword as a sample, and those are the weapons he makes today and tomorrow. For the remaining ones, the clients come back later and bring materials. It is going to be incredibly difficult because on custom work, he manages 3 to 5 swords a day. Even calculating optimistically, clearing the current orders takes almost 2 weeks. They came to him anyway, so he makes them the best swords he can. Later, the shop is busier than anybody expected, and adventurers call him over and say happily that they saw him fight with their own eyes. He thanks them, and they say it was simply incredible, and that he dealt with that dragon so easily, and killed monsters one after another, and saved the wounded, and landed the blow that weakened the horned dragon. Our boy stands there concluding that the rumors have already started expanding considerably. About an hour after opening, things finally settle a little, and the MC says they are almost out of stock. Alicia says, smiling, that people came because they wanted swords made by him, and it looks like there will be even more custom orders, so perhaps he should focus on those. Because frankly, in this situation, there is no time to make ordinary goods. Then more adventurers come in and greet him politely, and he turns around, sees people he knows, and greets them back. They laugh and say it has been a long time, and that he showed himself well in that battle. He says they fought well too. Eva says, satisfied, that of course they did, and that all of it was thanks to him because their swords were forged by him. The other adventurers are actually envious, especially of him and Wezer, since they were the first to own individual swords from this man. Our boy says that explains why they look so pleased. Eva says that, even so, the fight with the horned dragon was simply incredible. Fake denies it and says all he did was deliver the weapon. Eva says he struck it as well, because they saw everything perfectly from a distance, and he has been telling everybody about it. Our boy is startled and concludes that the rumors are his fault. Eva says, smiling, that he is probably busy so they will go, and that it looks like they get a promotion soon. Wezer says that when it happens they order weapons from him again. He agrees and they wave at each other, all of them grinning. Alicia watches them go and says they have not changed at all. He agrees and privately notes that although he has become a nobleman and people are calling him a hero, those two still talk to him exactly the way they always did. He is pleased about that. Meanwhile, Birdie comes over and asks how things are going with the store, and says she came to say goodbye, because her work here is finished. She agrees with that slightly sadly, and says she has already eaten in almost every restaurant in this city, so her stomach is starting to get bored. He says he did not mean that kind of work. He meant dragon hunting. Then she remembers something, draws the sword, says his name, and says she is grateful to him for making something this magnificent. It sits in her hand as though she has been using it for years. The protagonist says he is glad to hear it, and that this sword is genuinely special, so the enchantment should hold for a very long time. She agrees happily and says it appears to be able to partially repair itself and that it truly is an amazing sword. He says that may be the Ezreia, or it may be Arielura itself. Either way, it repairs minor damage on its own. Alicia asks what her plans are now. Birdie looks at her sword, smiling, and says that first she returns to the capital and shows this off to the other adventurers, and enjoys a little sense of superiority. They laugh and say that is very much her style. Then she asks what the two of them are doing and whether there is a wedding soon. They are both thrown by the question and he denies it. She laughs, walks over to Alicia, laughs again, and says that when the wedding happens they had better invite her. Alicia agrees, embarrassed, and Birdie says, grinning, that she will see her then. She heads for the exit and waves, and our boy says with a small smile that he even feels a little sad about it. Alicia agrees. Then he turns around and says it is time to get back to work. And she takes his hand, says his name, and says they keep trying. Sometime later at the mansion, Gorel says that everything for the last several days has revolved around this man's affairs, and asks whether that caused any problems. The MC denies it and says everything is fine, and the store is running normally again. Gorel says that is good. Then he says he has a question, and it concerns his son. Our boy asks whether he means Alicia's older brother. He confirms it, and gives the background, because as he mentioned before, his son manages one part of their lands, and it appears a magical anomaly has appeared near there. It appears a dungeon has even formed, so the request is for several good blacksmiths. He also says his son would like to meet him. Fake is surprised and asks whether something is wrong. Gorel tells him not to worry that much because it is probably nothing special. Privately, our boy hopes it resolves without anything as serious as the horned dragon. He says he understands and then raises the practical problem, because right now the store has a great many customers waiting on custom swords, and he does not want to let down people who showed interest in his work. Could he have some time to explain everything and put it in order? Gorel understands and asks whether about a week would be enough. Fake agrees and thanks him, and privately resolves to fulfill the orders he has already accepted as well as he possibly can. Then Gorel apologizes for dragging him into his affairs. Our boy denies it and says he is glad to have been consulted, because he is part of this family too and helping the house develop is simply natural. Gorel says that once all of it is over, he could take some rest with Alicia. He is surprised by that. Gorel says it would probably be better if she went with him anyway, to help with the journey and everything else. Besides, being separated for a long time might make her burst into tears. There is a sea nearby. They could go to the beach and swim. Our boy is startled, then embarrassed, because he has just imagined her in a swimsuit. Later, when night falls, they go to bed and he tells her about the conversation. She says she has already been told, and that apparently she is going to help solve the problem too. Then she apologizes for dragging him into family matters. He says everything is fine, because they become husband and wife soon anyway. So this is normal. She goes slightly red, laughs, and says he is right. Then he asks, smiling, what kind of person her brother is. She says awkwardly that he always treats her like a child. He asks, faintly disappointed, whether that is all. She says he will see for himself when they meet. He asks what kind of answer that is, and she says she is glad she is going with him, and that she is already looking forward to it. So they should solve the problem quickly, and then have a great deal of fun. He agrees, and privately notes that apparently she does not hate her brother. So the man is presumably as good a person as she and Lord Gorel are. At that same moment in her brother's office, a servant reports that his file is finished. Alicia's fiancé is also looking forward to meeting him, Lord Rigard. Rigard takes that in, and then asks something else. Does the man know how to fight? The servant says a little uncertainly that he believes something along those lines was mentioned. Apparently he got a hold on the horned dragon itself and pinned the thing until it stopped moving altogether, which gets Rigard's attention, and he says with a smile that it seems a great deal can be expected from him.